is back on the internet, back on X, and I found probably the most telling part of it to be, right, and probably the most powerful argument that I think Alex made was around them silencing people before, right, so that they could lie about you without you being able to defend yourself. Like, I find that to be so spot on. Like that is the playbook, right? That is how. Jen, what does Nancy Pelosi call it? A wrap up smear, I believe. Yep. Okay, so question from the audience, Tim Foyle. It's a good question, right? So he's asking, in your video, were those accounts they targeted just your group or everyone on Twitter? So it we don't have the full, like, we don't have the exact number. Diligent, you want co-host, let me know. Love to bring you up. um we don't have the exact number of accounts targeted. We just know that it's in at least the mid to high tens of thousands, and probably when we get through the entirety of it, it'll be in the hundreds of thousands. So that's going to be pretty freaking wild, like, number all the way around. And Trash, I gotta tell you, man, when that GitHub find of Disarm and from SJW Terp, who I now remember because I call her SJW Terp, I added the W to that. Right, but those two GitHubs you found, bro, are literally fucking revolutionary. Like, what the threads that they gave us to pull on are unfucking believable. And I've been talking to a couple attorneys, and Trash, I think it's time for us to start suing these people individually.
I mean,
I'm
I'm in.
serious. Again, we now have the kind of direct evidence we need to, like, have standing and bring this shit forward. I think it's time to start fucking suing them for what they did to us, right? And if you're not aware, Walter, please make sure you post the article up top. We are making a few minor adjustments because there is so much fucking information. And Trash, those two GitHub finds, bro, I think could be, to be honest, I think it could be the game changer we've been waiting for. Like, it gives us so much access to all of their internal chats, their internal discussions, their fucking manuals and playbooks and implementation strategies. It's stunning, and that you were able to grab that, bro. Next level. So much gratitude.
And it's archived now, right? So like it goes nowhere. Like they're welcome to delete the GitHub. They're welcome to try to clean the GitHub out. But archive.ph has the receipts. So there's nothing they can do about it now. And so, yeah, I think you're right. Like I don't think enough people know. Well, obviously, not enough people don't know about it yet, or whatever. We're just getting into it, but like, I don't think people realize what that actually is. Like, what this find is. What? Hang on, let me accept. So, as I'm transitioning here, what that actually is, like, they have all of the hashtags. They've got all of their tools, their receipts, everything that they've built. It's all right there. And so I'm going to send it over to Matt Taibbi on his Substack. I don't think it'll get to Schellenberger. I think Name can get it to Schellenberger. But I know that I can get it to Matt. I just don't want to get it to Matt until we have a well thought out article written, because, like, I would like him to have a whole, like, with the access that he has between Twitter files and the CTI League whistleblower files. Once there's a well-researched, thought-out article regarding this disarm network framework, then get it over to him. That way, a collaboration can begin. Because I can guarantee you, we know for a fact. I mean, we know this for a fact that in a lot of the CTI League files, it was referencing, like, the disarm framework. So this is the basis of what they built this on, and we have SJ Terp's personal repository of all the things that she was doing. you know, pre 2017 and on, and what they're still doing today. Like we've got it all. Like we literally have the nuts. I don't think people realize how crazy this is.
I mean, we have way more than just that, though. I mean, after you found that, sorry, my daughter is sitting here crying.
Yeah, no, I can expand on where Walter was going. We appreciate, right, the kids, right? We all know how that goes. But like gotta lay this out. So, right, the thing was, right, the GitHub by itself is just unfreaking believable how much just information is in that. But when we expanded that out, right, when we took that and we started to click, like, we saw a bunch of names we hadn't recognized before, right? So we start to see these names. Then we start seeing, right, the hashtags that they were using at certain conferences, which led us to like the videos of said conferences, right, with all of the presentations of like how they built out this infrastructure. And then we took it even another step, trash, which is some of the framework jumped out at us as being written in the same style as the military manuals on psychological operations, right? And specifically the way certain things were tagged, right, in some of their graphics. And so right, Walter and a couple of us sent some of the information around to some people we knew who had previously operated in that kind of space, and that's going to be another explosive part of this. So our working plan is, right, we got that first article out. We're reworking it a little bit to make it more of just a summary of like what's going to be in the disarm files. And then we're putting some headers together around like specifically the different things that we were able to find. Katie, incredible question. She asked, is this going do you think this is going to like help with the Missouri v. Biden or the Stamos v. fucking whoever cases and all these other cases, the weaponization committee? Um, I don't know so much on Missouri v. Biden, right, because of where that case is at. However, this gives us, at a minimum, a bunch of new cases to bring forward. And a lot of the people we know are the victims in this thing. And probably most specifically, in one of the places I think we'll probably start with some of the articles is what happened to Alex Jones, what happened to Jen and I, what happened to Trash, right? What happened to Patrick Henningsen, right? Who by the way, we were able to show Patrick Henningsen was labeled as a Russian account. Nate Kane, right? Well, am I allowed to say what they did with
Yeah,
Nate?
yeah. Go ahead. That
And
Nate was all on board with this. So Trash is part of the research group when we were in there, but I talked to both Nate and the other guy's the only one that wanted to remain unnamed. So
also Tracy. So once we get this up and going, I'm going to get it over to Tracy as well because she's also named in that. So
It's fucking stunning, you guys. The scope of this thing, and the fact that this is at its most basic level psychological warfare, right? And to be honest, this is the what our military and the CIA has done to disrupt and overthrow governments in other countries for decades. And this is direct evidence of some of those things, right? Some of these tactics are still classified. Of them, right, putting these classified charts on GitHub like dumbasses, making them public, but B, right, also going a step further and showing how they took these tactics and deployed them against the American people around COVID and around the elections. And it is breathtaking to witness, but it's pretty wild. And okay, so quick questions. Yes, I will invite Patrick, and yes, I'm going to invite Laura Loomer to see if that she wants to come in and recap her getting kicked off of stage over and over and over again in that space with Elon. And been friends with Laura for a long time. She knows she has a open mic here, but I will make sure I send it to both of those people directly to answer some of you guys' questions. All right, we'll go diligent and then general.
Yeah, man. I think it's interesting the amount of pressure that it takes to get somebody uncensored on the app right now. I think it clearly highlights where we're at on the scale of like authoritarianism, right? So before we were fighting to keep people from getting suspended, whatever, get people unsuspended. But now it takes like a huge vote by Elon Musk to get Alex reinstated when he in fact never broke any rules, any of the terms that would get somebody banned. How many other individuals are suspended right now for arbitrarily, right? Over nonsense, a whole bunch. When I hosted a space this morning, I can't tell you how many people came up and said that their older accounts were suspended over things that had nothing to do with breaking the terms of service. It shouldn't be necessary, right? All of this shouldn't be necessary for people to speak and have a voice on these platforms. So I think we need to, if we can, shift the narrative away from should this person be unsuspended to all people that have been suspended arbitrarily be reinstated. All of those accounts should be given back to those people. They shouldn't be deprived of their voice, especially with an election coming up.
Well, Diligent, that's the thing about this framework. So as we started going through this thing, and I started looking into the depths of it with a couple cybersecurity people, we realized that what they're doing here is this is an automated framework. This is an automated system that creates this pattern that works, and it works autonomously. It doesn't need manual input. This is a bot. These things are bots that are built into platforms, and they're designed to target specific people that don't have that they have disapproved narratives. That's essentially what this looks like. The cybersecurity guys that I was talking to, the intel guys that I was talking to, said that this is actually operating it's in the SOCOM database for the U.S. military. So this is a real system. It is a functioning system. And that's what's wild about this. And the initial article release only details. We're going to rework it so we can, because we realize the amount of information that's in it is far more than just what can be covered just by what we put in there. I mean, we're going to have to break it into segments, and we've got tons of documents. We've got case studies of it being used in other countries. I mean, we've got enough stuff to do a 6 months worth of work on it. I mean, it is massive amounts of stuff. So just from what you're saying, though, you have to realize that these people that are targeted arbitrarily, it's more than likely that there is a system that was automatically triggered to take these people off. Like that's what this looks like to us. And it's massive bot networks. It's an internal system that automatically aggregates and that attacks the system based on countermeasures. That's what it is. So we're only starting to scratch the surface of it. And this initial release was, this is essentially the work of, I don't know, a dozen or so of us over 7 days or less. So this is only the beginning.
Yeah,
Well,
my point.
real,
Well, just real quick, I just want to say, amnesty should be given, man, for that fucking time period. Just blanket amnesty. Start over, right? Give people a second chance. Give people their fucking accounts back.
yeah, but
See what they
diligent.
do with it.
It's not just a time frame. Yes, you can go back to that time frame, but it's still running today, right? So like this is still going on right now. So like if you've been banned from Instagram or Facebook or all these other platforms, most likely it originated out of this framework. And so this it's not just an amnesty for the past, it's currently running right now. And these influence operations are currently running right now. They're probably now figuring out a way to adapt it to TikTok. So it makes its way through that algorithm. But it's not just a US either, Diligent. This is other governments within Europe. This all sprang out after Brexit, right? This populist uprising that started in Europe that shook the Atlantic Council to their core and our State Department and the old way of thinking within Europe has triggered all of this. Donald Trump was simply further down the line. This is where I mean, as Walter was talking about, you discovered, and we were looking at this. This goes back to like 2010, right? This is Obama White House time, where this kind of kicked off, and so like this populist uprising has what's born from this, and I'll just say this: to be clear, censorship is the least amount of the concerns that anyone should have about this. The psychological operation botnets, the shaping and curating of narratives within a general populace using social media and these tools is really the story here. I'll shut up. We got some hands, but I want to bring into context what this thing is.
And Trash, I keep trying to emphasize that point exactly, right? Is the censorship is the least of the concerns of this. What concerns me the most about the playbook and the framework that they use is that they individually tailor their psychological operations based on the profiles of whoever's being targeted, right? And we see that laid out in kind of a step by step basis in some of these documents that we were right that you were able to uh, fucking brilliantly archived for us, Trash. And so, right, the thing about it is, right, they custom tailor the operation to whoever you are based on, right, I'm sure I don't have my full head grasp around all the like inputs, but it makes what they cried and cried about Cambridge Analytica, which I'm very familiar with, right? About the psychological profiling in order to micro target in order to push Brexit makes that shit look like fucking patty cake.
Yeah, I mean the micro targeting is one single column on the columns of their countermeasure activities. Like that's all that is. I mean that's the amazing thing. You said censorship is only the beginning of it. That's the first thing on the list out of a list of 50 items that they have in terms of countermeasures, which is amazing. I mean, what we uncovered here, guys, is the CTIL files actually had the original part of this framework in that grid release. But what we found is the evolution of it, that it's showing that it's still being developed. This is the next phase of it. And this now has been adopted by US governments, by the EU, as the world standard on fighting disinformation. I mean, just the other day, 2 days ago, the UN was having a speech about how free speech is being weaponized. This is exactly what they're talking about. It's this framework.
Well, I have some other concerns about some of those psychological tactics that are outlined. What do you want to bet that some of them are around demoralizing, disheartening, and isolating people? And what do you want to bet that some of those led to things like suicide? These people want you fucking dead, right? There are no lengths that they won't go in order to shut you the fuck up. And we're gonna when we pull on this, it's going to. I don't know, but my best guess, based on the information that I've looked at already, is that we're going to be able to tie those strings together in a direct way, which is here they said, oh, we're going to isolate this person out in order to demoralize them and bankrupt them. And that's going to lead to those people no longer being with us from them taking their own lives in a way that's fucking terrible. So
Well,
what?
but not only that, Dustin, it's worse than that. It's not just isolating and having them self cancel. Think about the people who could be isolated, who can then be used as an asset. And if you guys think I'm crazy or paranoid, I would invite you to take a look at the CTI League files, where they actually ran false flags and tried to convince the public of an ISIS bombing in Turkey was actually the Kurds and not ISIS. And if you don't think that that is going to be used on another scale in some way with this framework, which we've discovered is that entire basis was built on, you're crazy. And I have real, genuine concerns for the safety of the public moving forward if they're able to utilize this framework, craft narratives, isolate people, and then identify these people and what's going to come out of that. And that's really the most scary part is the psychological operation, the micro targeting, and the isolation and identifying. This is no joke.
Yeah, and in just what you said there, you actually said it perfectly because it's establishing the social media assets, establishing social assets. That is the TA-15. That is the final step that they consider in part of their countermeasures plan. That's why that's all of the stuff that I outlined in this initial release. The reason I used the ones that I did is because those are all not included in the CTIL files. This is all of the stuff that they're doing now. This is the evolution, and that's including social media removal, encouraging people to leave social media, targeting specific people, counter social engineering. I mean, this is exactly that. It is acquiring social media assets to target people directly.
No, and sometimes even just creating those up whole cloth and spending years building credibility for these sock puppets accounts so that they can be part of the manipulation. This shit is so effing deep. So much money was spent. The kind of money that you only can get from fucking government grants, right? And
It's black ops. It's black
yep,
ops, Justin.
100%. All right, let's hit some hands.
I mean, but I thought it was all altruistic volunteers, Dustin. What do you mean?
Yeah, no. Just the same as these intelligence communities, the name redacted has showed between the revolving door between the intelligence community and social media companies is them just, like, yeah, it's totally normal to work for the CIA for 18 fucking years, then go work for Facebook for a couple years, then go back to the CIA, and then go back, right, then go work for X, and then go back to the CIA. Like, who do they think that they're fucking kidding? All right, let's hit some hands. General, go ahead, get in.
Fifth generation warfare, Dustin. Good to see you, man. Good to see you again, brother. I've been paying attention to a lot of stuff, man. Even down to the going back a little ways to making contacts, trying to get McCarthy out, all that stuff, man. I'm paying attention. Yeah, I see you doing action, man, which is a lot more than a lot of folks are doing out on these spaces, and I appreciate you, man. So good work, good stuff, man. I'm gonna stay with you on all that. I am one of those cases where they have targeted. On January 6th of this year, I did the first, real like J6 space that we're going to continuously do every week. And as soon as we got done with that very first space, the next day or that night, my account was gone. It was suspended, done. It was knocked out because we even talked about J6, and this is just before Elon. Okay, so this is just like maybe a week or two, or maybe 3 weeks or something like that. But since then, I had this account that I created, and now I can't hold a space. I can't, nobody can hear my audio. The recordings get cut. I can't bring people up to the space. This is real stuff. And I'm not complaining about this, but I guarantee that it's that algorithm that y'all are talking about. And in a way, you have to understand that, with all this AI stuff that's coming out, it's Elon Musk not being able to get a hold of that and control of that already. Kind of explains where it's going to go in the future. Even somebody like Elon Musk is not going to be able to correct it once it's put into process. It's something that can go out of control, and it creates that normal kind of mentality, whatever it is. And here we are. We're stuck in an algorithm. We're stuck in an AI loop or whatever it is. There's no fixing it. There's no nothing. So and this goes way further than Twitter. Everybody, this is fifth generation warfare. I've done a lot of rallies. I've done a lot of organizing. I've done a lot of different things all over the place, man. Stop the stills, go maskless, all this, American Frontline Doctors, rallies, all kinds of stuff. I've done this all over the place. And there was one in particular rally that strikes me as really having to do with this fifth generation warfare, is a J6 rally that I put together on 4th of July of last year. And it was going to be a big one. We had, several hundred people that were going to be showing up. And then all of a sudden, the FBI put out a warning, an actual note out to the state of Texas that there was going to be an attack on 4th of July in Texas by ISIS. I mean, it was completely bogus. I knew it was, but it was open. I was open about the rally going on 4th of July. There was quite a few people they saw it kind of building, to something big for the J6ers and stuff like that. And they put that out, and there were several hundred people that didn't show up to that. So, this is the kind of stuff. I mean, they were bold enough to put out a national statement to affect a rally in Texas at the Capitol on 4th of July that had to do with January 6th. This is real stuff. I had witnesses there. I had people that were involved in organizing it. They saw what happened. People were afraid. They scared the people, to stay home, to stay away from the Capitol that day because, why would the FBI put out a statement like that unless it was true? I mean, so they have no restraints on what they can do. Okay. I mean, I cannot hold a space after the space with Elon Musk and Alex Jones and all that. I wanted to kind of, rap back and forth with some folks on there. But at the same time, I wanted to test out the theory that they would stop me from having a space. And it says that I had a 3-minute space a little while ago. Well, that's not true, because I had a 10-minute space, and I had people dropping in and dropping out. It says only 4 people showed up. I saw, at least 20 that came into the space and left because they couldn't hear me speak. This is real stuff. I'm on this what's called like quadruple secret probation or some kind of crap like that for no reason other than the fact that I'm an advocate for J6ers. So they are actively trying to censor that still. It's something that Elon Musk has not fixed. I don't know if he can. I don't know if he's even capable of doing that. I think that people that have bigger names, that have a higher follower count or celebrity status like that, probably don't have to deal with that kind of issue. They're probably targeting, smaller accounts and so forth like that is what I believe is happening. And it's very unfair. I don't know if Elon knows what's going on, if he knows that's happening, but I don't think I'm the only one that's having to deal with that.
Wow. No, you're right. And listen, I actually, after the Twitter files came out, I had to apologize to a bunch of people because I, for a long time, would be like, there's no fucking way they're censoring your account with 300 fucking followers. No one gives a shit. Like, get over yourself. Then we start to see the evidence that absolutely they were censoring people. In fact, really what the Kate Starboard graph from Washington University shows is that they have, right, part of their fucking nefarious system, right? Part of how they do this is by preventing you or Trash or right any of us on stage from getting the kind of reach that they can no longer control, right? And and,
Exactly.
and right, shout out to Parzival, right, who sometimes right gets on my nerves. So do a lot of people, right? Like who are truth tellers, if you will, right? But the what he showed in clusters, right, is that part of their nefarious actions here is allowing you to have just enough reach that you question whether or not real shit is happening to you, right? Whether or not it's because your content is different. It's gaslighting specifically to fuck with your mind, whether or not it's
Yeah.
you, right, or whether right maybe if I change my messaging, I'll be doing. What we're finding out is it didn't matter, right? That they have suppressed as a tactic certain voices from being able to raise up because they won't go along. And to be honest, you have to question some of the large accounts, which is why were certain accounts allowed to get big, right? What were they doing differently that they got the blessing in order to do it? And what we're finding in this playbook, right, in all of these files, is that controllable assets, right? They wanted controlled opposition, and some of those voices, I think we need to re-examine where they're at. Go ahead, Trash.
Yeah, I mean, I'll give you another example of how it was still working today. If you guys don't remember, I was on a tear there back in July, making all these threads and exposing a bunch of things, and discovered that Michael Teeter was Ray Epps' attorney and exposing David Brock in Media Matters. And what ended up happening was something was levied on my account where it gutted all of my threads, every single one of them. And what happened was I couldn't tell. So, like me, I could log on to my highlights and see all my threads. They were there, they were intact. But everybody else, they were completely gutted. You could see the initial post, and then the rest of it was completely gutted. It said post not available, basically, on every thread. And I knew something was up because not only that, but because before that, I would have these threads and this content that was getting retweeted by many people that you guys know with millions of followers, and they would just stall out and die. Right, this was early on, and they would stall out and die. It was like it would hit a plateau, it would like hit a wall, and it would just stop. And what we figured out essentially was what Kate Starboard was doing at University of Washington, and how they were able to throttle content and stop it from going viral. And so, no, I mean, like I have recent evidence that they're still doing it to this day. So it's really interesting to note.
No, even on this platform, which I do grant. Listen, I think the Alex Jones reinstatement, and we can talk about that at length today, is a step in the right direction, right? But I agree with the sentiment of why the fuck is ever right? Like at this point, we know why do we have to individually say, okay, Alex Jones needs to be brought back. Owen Schroyer needs to be brought back. This person needs to be brought back, right? When really the people I'm more concerned about are the people who don't have large outside voices and reach, right? It's the accounts like right who are perpetually at 5,000 or 500 or 1,000, right? Who've been silenced that don't have the ability to kind of raise the fucking alarm bells that get all the way up to Elon, right? And
Justin, may I speak to that?
yeah, go ahead, Pine.
So I've been kicked off of Twitter 3 times, almost four. I've been kicked off of YouTube. I've been kicked off everywhere. So when you and you kind of have to go incognito for a while, you know. I've only been back here for a couple months, but you start getting into certain things that they don't like. Like I do my own research, and then I start finding out things about fentanyl and crap like that. And you start finding out. I probably should have been a reporter, but I just happened to do those deep dives, and I found out a lot of stuff, and I started posting it, and bam, nailed. Started posting it, bam, nailed, out of here. And what the general is saying is that he's absolutely right. So they're getting rid of a whole bunch of people that may have 2, 3, 400 followers because they're coming back on again. And yeah, we do kind of have to go incognito. Like you could have 1 million followers and get nailed, and you got to come back in as not yourself anymore. And it's kind of I got to be honest with you guys. Like so this started. I started like 7 years ago. I had a ton of followers. And you guys, one day I was walking my dogs with my headphones on, and I literally had people. This was so bizarre. It scared the crap out of me. Got me off of all social media. I started having people talking to me over my freaking headphones. I went nuts. I was like, oh my God, I am being like followed. Something's going on. And that's my pit bull, by the way. That's my girl. She's my 10th pit bull that I've trained. But um, you guys, at first I thought, like, I'm going crazy. I really did. I was like, I'm not a crazy person. And I said, what, who is this on my headphones? And they're telling me to shut up and all this other kind of stuff. And they're laughing in the background. It almost sounded like operators. And I threw my headphones on the ground. I'm like, oh, okay, this is weird. I don't know if anybody's had that happen before, but I do know that so I literally, that was when I was watching Alex Jones all the time. And, I was all over social media, like posting crap. And, I kept getting kicked off. I come in as a new person, get kicked off again, blah, blah, blah. And it's very scary. Like, I think that we all need to be very, very careful because they know like who we are. A lot of people. I say I'm incognito. They know who I am.
Hey, Dustin, I gotta go, but I'll come back later. I'm learning how to drive a stick shift with my dad.
Fuck yeah, Philip. I love driving stick shifts, and dude, you've been tearing it up. I was gonna actually, so when you come back, we'll talk about it. But I've noticed something happening in your comments specifically that right are highlighted in these files that we've been digging up to, and right, I think you're gonna find it really interesting. Um, Shift clean though, nice and smooth, right? Just real nice and smooth off the clutch, you'll be all good. Right, and downshift when you want to slow down. Like, okay. Oh, I love
Hey,
driving.
Dad, you want to say hi to Dustin? Hey, Dustin. Good
What's up?
coaching. Good coaching, man. Can you? We'll see if we get transferred into his feet.
I imagine it's a little jerky at the moment. It happens to all of us in the beginning.
Listen for the sound of the engine when it's perfect to shift.
Some of us grew up only on sticks, and so that's my preference. Both of our cars are manual. That's just the way we roll.
Oh, I love that. And what's up, Philip's dad? By the way,
Yeah.
Want to say something else, Dad? He says he's good. He's glad to meet you, Dustin. And my dad. I'm not going to dox him or anything, but he does have a PhD, so it could probably, contribute a lot to this conversations.
well, you got to get your dad on X. I'd love to have him join us. And listen, focus on making it a little less jerky, little on the smooth side, just a little rev, right? Not too much, but you'll get this, dude. Driving stick is it makes driving so much more fun. Jen, I remember you driving around New York in your little Mercedes with a stick, like just absolutely crushing it.
Oh, and by the way, the general texted me and he told me to tell you that he got dropped.
Uh, I don't think anyone dropped him. We'll check, make sure it's all good though.
Well, he's not saying that y'all did it. He's saying that Twitter did it.
That makes sense. Well, let him know he's always welcome with us, and right, I he's definitely and this gets to the point. People are still being fucked with right now. In fact, I notice it. I've noticed because I've gone into your comment sections on your videos and stuff, Philip. I've noticed the two account, right, the two follower, four follower, six follower accounts pushing a similar narrative specifically designed to demoralize and demotivate. Right, like what's crazy is once you see the playbook, right? Once you see the playbook, then you know, and right, it becomes so much easier to identify when it's happening in real time in a way that's really disturbing. All right, I want to hit these hands. Got crazy good stage. Love to see all of you guys up here. Thank you guys so much for joining us. Miriam, Vinny, Walter, Randall, General, Pine, Paul and Stephanie. This is a rock star cast. Make sure you retweet the space, right? We're going to be doing this for a while. It's kind of a free flowing discussion, right? But Miriam, I'm going to call on you next. You've dealt with this around several issues. If you guys don't know, Miriam is an award winning investigative journalist. She did The Disappearance of the Bees, which is phenomenal. Everybody should go watch. And more recently, though, she did an expose on George Floyd and Derek Chauvin. It's fucking mind blowing. And yet, Miriam, you're not able to really get any eyeballs on it yet, right?
Hi, Dustin. Hi, everyone. I'm so happy to be here. Maybe you can hear my chanting music in the background to ground me because I have so much to say, and I hope that people will really hear me. Yes, I am a real journalist. I'm not a media prostitute or parrot, and I was in the mainstream. I worked for MSNBC. I wrote for all the top magazines, Hollywood Reporter, Maxim, Marie Claire, Penthouse. And then I blew the whistle on Bayer. And I also was hit by an SUV and dragged 50 feet as a Canadian. So I have like a very, I believe, unique perspective, a lens of like juxtaposing being a journalist, someone who had chronic illness, has been covering vaccine safety since 2012, and also a health professional who reversed lupus and made this beautiful movie and woke up to the fact that they're poisoning us, that our food is poison. So that really opened my eyes to Bayer and Monsanto, which now, Bayer, Monsanto is one and the same. And big tech, Google is a drug company. And so I've been watching this, and I want to read quote that Corey Lynn, who's also sorry,
Miriam, can I
yes,
ask you to turn the it's just
the
a little
music.
yeah,
Oh,
it's coming
absolutely.
across.
I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. I think it just the
I'm
whatever the
sorry.
microphone filter is, I think it picks it up more than you probably
Okay,
realize.
is this better?
Much.
Okay, great. Thank you. So, and then just to your point, Dustin, before I read the quote, the real timeline, I didn't mean to stumble into this George Floyd psyop. I was in Costa Rica because I escaped knowing this pandemic was coming in March and went to Costa Rica with the Google whistleblower, Zach Voorhees. And, it was one afternoon and May 25th. And Zach's like, Mimi, can you come and choke me? And I'm like, what? He's like, this guy, George Floyd. So he did the George Floyd challenge, and I hesitantly choked him. And I've like not tapped out from this story. And now that The Fall of Minneapolis, which is an excellent film, but you have to consider Liz Collins is a mainstream right reporter who is married to Bob Kroll. So she's still within the establishment and of course has more resources and access than I do. So I did my best. And when the Derek Chauvin trial came out, I, with my own money, purchased all of the exhibits, and I say to people, like, I raised $1 million to make Vanishing of the Bees, and I'm still trying to raise 15,000 to make this film about the event that ushered in a color revolution. So in seeing this, left, right, and also lived in Hollywood, was considered myself a Democrat, and then really was turned off by the hate for Orange Man. I had one massage person, like the whole time she was doing me a session, she was my friend. Like, I realized later, like, she just shit on Trump the whole time. And I was really just disgusted by that. And then when the Rona hit and I listened to Trump every single day and saw that the conservative people were the ones who were standing up, ironically, for medical freedom and our constitutional rights, and really felt resonance. And then was embraced by the right, but I feel that because my perspectives or the truths that I'm uncovering are not fitting in this push-pull left-right dialectic, then you get censored. And if you consider, I have been banned on Venmo, Vimeo, PayPal, GoFundMe, Instacart, Amazon. I've been smeared on NBC. I've been persecuted by the FDA coming after me. I've been shut down, like not able to transact and make a living. I've been debanked. Like, what the fuck? You look at me and you're like, this is like a 5'5" brown girl. And so for every Alex Jones, there's 100 people out there. For the person that'll say, but you're not that big. Am I missing anything? I can articulate a sentence. I have information. I'm not bad on the eyes. So you have to wonder why. To the person earlier, the way they mess with you, they tailor their torture to that person. Consider it a personalized algorithmic torture. It's very subtle. It's the system. I don't know if it's simulation. I'm just observing it. And I'm not the only one. I have friends in prison now. The man who, when Trump said detergent, we believe he was referring to chlorine dioxide, and Mark Grenon had a church and felt that he was safe and went on band with Alex Jones and used the C word, which is cure. And then he got arrested and he got banned from band. Alex Jones took the video down. And then they went after Alex Jones. This is Operation Quack Hack. And because I did a man on the street for Alex Jones with Zach, they came after me. This is the way it works. So you don't have to be big. All these numbers are in journalism school. They teach you. Use big numbers, 101 ways to get a man, like just flash big numbers. And so the quote I would like to read by Corey Lynn, who's an amazing reporter and a real journalist as well. I wonder if people realize when you are asked to vote on, quote, reinstating a person onto this platform, you are being asked to participate in deciding whether someone should keep their constitutional right to free speech. It's a manipulative trap, training future. And I 100%. So we need to recognize, it's also 80% truth and 20% omission. And in those omissions is, the full picture. And also, when Google, they had the medic update, I was getting 1 million unique visitors a month. And I'm just using myself as an example. This is not like, woe is me. There's a lot of us that are suffering. But when you really have your heart and you're really dedicated to truth and you think that you just got to work hard. I'm just like, brown girl from Montreal, Canada, who's worked really hard. And then you realize, no, you're too truthful. If you are genuine and if you can be infectious with your passion, which you can't buy, then that is dangerous. When they can go and say, oh, sure, her video went viral on Instagram, and people are like, oh, that's Miriam. Oh, ban her ability to be tagged. Oh, she goes and does a live for the first time ever. She gets 4,000 people. Ban. 6 months, you can't do Instagram lives until the people will go away. And this is how they do it. And this is how they have been doing it. There were people talking about the polio vaccine. There were people saying, this is bullshit. This is bullshit. This is a playbook and it's being played on us. It's played on me to come to this conclusion. It's like, I didn't want to come to this conclusion that doesn't fit the narrative. So thank you for allowing me to speak. I have just did with censorship. In 2018, I remember I was in Runyon Canyon going for a hike with someone who had severe TDS. And he was like basically foaming at the mouth at how much hate he had for Trump. And when Roseanne got canned, and I said, you know, she was representing a family that was number one show and representing a family that's for Trump. And he said to me, are you a Roseanne Barr fan? Which now I am. But at the time I said, I'm a freedom of speech fan. Roseanne Barr today, you tomorrow, mofo. And it was me tomorrow. To be banned on all these places, I'm very grateful to be allowed to speak. I don't take it for granted. And, you know, I have the remark, people say, you're bold. Inside of my body, I'm a little woman. I don't feel bold, but
Well,
I'm,
you are a badass, Miriam. Let's not kid ourselves.
thank you, but it's just there's some of us you can relate that's like, there's a big fucking elephant in the room. Are we all gonna just pretend? You know, put enough stickers on the ground, and does it create a pandemic? Evidently so. So there is I'll just land my plane, as they say, by saying that there's hypocrisy. And it's like a big TV show, a Truman Show. I can't even believe I'm allowed to say these words right now because I think it's too truthful. But it's the truth. And where is the solutions? In us coming together. Yeah, we should be grateful we have this space. We should definitely mobilize and connect. And this plan has been in the works, and we should not take our constitutional rights for granted, but we should stand for them. Thank you.
Well, I love your passion and your work, and right. So much of what's happened in these spaces that I think is interesting. Part of it is healing, right? Part of it is us like figuring out how we get back to a point where we communicate with each other. And what you just outlined with the self censorship, I think, is a big part of that. But specifically to the disarm files, which our team is working to go through still, one of the things that jumped out at me, Miriam, that immediately made me think of you specifically is the individual tailoring of their counter-offensive measures that are outlined in these files. And Brandon, I see you came up too. What's interesting, man, we got into like some of the censorship industrial complex files. There were some GitHubs that they left publicly available. If you knew where to look, Trash found them, archived them, and we started to dig into them. And man,
Wow.
this shit that they've been doing has been directly targeted at us in a way that's just mind blowing.
Wow, I would love to learn more. I would dedicate months to be able to read those files, but unfortunately there's oh so much time, and part of the tailoring of the torture is also damage control. So instead, because one thing they can't recreate with their AI is our creativity. And if you have a mind that like scans for patterns, and I interview people. So I'm like, they're doing this to that person. Oh, that fits their schema of their life. It's like a personalized algorithm.
Well, Mary,
And whether it's
you need to
lawfare, sorry?
you should really read some of these frameworks in here, because it's everything that you're talking about, every single bit, every single tactic that you've interviewed and heard someone talked about. It is detailed in excruciating detail
Mm,
via this actual framework, this grid. This is how it is all done. It is per person. And when you click on one of
wow.
the items in this grid, it'll take you to where they're thinking that this is going to be most effective. This is used to counter this, this, and this, and this. And it is 100% detailed, going through how they do it for each step of the way, all the way up and including, direct removal of your accounts, direct removal and direct debanking, even mentioned debanking, going after your crowdfunding. I mean, it is everything.
I want to add one more thing, that I built $1 million business. I'm not, with no VC capital. From 2015 to 2016, Honey Colony went from 200,000 to $1 million in sales. That's like fucking amazing. And I was just going to get into the green. And because I was one of the first, a disruptor, as they say, to sell CBD, they started shutting me down. Every processor got banned from PayPal personally. I never sold CBD personally in 2017. And when this happens to you, it's very difficult to tell others because it's so outrageous. I have PTSD. I admit it. I don't want to come across as a victim, but at the same time, it's like, oh my God, I need help. This is like, someone said, didn't you know better to not say anything? I'm like, are you kidding me? Did you forget in 2019 that we had freedom of speech, that we had a constitutional right? What? Just for saying that you have an immune system and don't take
Plus, they
this
don't
fucking.
believe it. They don't believe it either. Your friends will not believe it.
Yeah. Yes. And you get gaslit and it's very difficult. And I'm watching myself sink. I believe that a patriot sent someone into my company, basically embezzled $40,000. I have a journal of 1,600 articles. I know SEO. I created an ecosystem where I get now I have broken 404s, but I get 100,000 pings. Sure, some are web crawlers, but it's because of my content. I had someone come and tell me they're going to buy my company. And I was so gaslit because I hurt my company for speaking out against this vaccine that I was like, okay, I'm going to distance myself from my company. I'm going to be smart about it. I don't want to run a company. I want to just provide solutions and share my truths and my investigations and be a journalist. And basically, he moved the magazine, zeroed out my traffic, told Google de-indexed. And I am now fixing that while I have an EIDL loan of $500,000 over my head. And I am in constant fight or flight. And everybody, I'm sorry that I'm sharing this, but this is the way they go after people. When you have friends that are in jail, Mark Grenaw's sons they're 29 and 36, got 12 years for peddling fake COVID cures in the face of this fucking jab when they've used chlorine dioxide to clean the anthrax in their water systems in Fort Detrick. It's a disgust. And when you realize, like, oh my God, I can't do it by myself. Like, what's the glory? Like, I'm on food stamps now. And if I share about it, oh, Miriam, you're being negative. There's like this spiritual, like, I'm not a victim. I am a fucking badass warrior and I am righteous and I chose to die on this hill if I need to. But this is happening. If you, woman who was sharing about hearing like voices, it is true. Who are you going to go and tell that to? You're going to sound Looney Tune.
You can't tell anybody. You can't tell anyone because I think you're crazy. They think you're crazy. You cannot tell anybody.
Well, and Miriam, I can hear the pain and passion in your voice. And, and the thing is, for me, it comes in cycles, right? Where things will happen in life, and I think about just all the fucking evil shit they did. I also have realized that there's certain things that it's not beneficial to try to share, right? So it stays bottled up, and then all of a sudden, right? You start talking about it, and the per it eats you because there are real life pain and sacrifice that come as a result of this shit. I mean, I don't want to go down that path because it'll get dark in a
Yeah,
hurry.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to detour into making it about that. I have heard you, Dustin, and I was like, oh my God, this man would understand because he's worked hard, he shined, he did good, and then it got dangerous that you got too good. Uh, I won't speak for you, but
Yeah, no, and listen, I'm just saying, right, and I want you to hear that I'm glad that you're able to share that with us, right? And I'm grateful that we have at least one platform, right? The horrors. Think about what Brandon's been through, what Jen's been through, what Miriam's been through, right? Now we have some voice. I
yeah,
think about all of the people who have no voice, right? And
yeah,
and that was the thing I just couldn't get past with Alex Jones today, right? What about all of those accounts who don't have a platform, who didn't have an army
right.
of people who are ready to like stand up and try to help them out? Like that's where I get really worried. is because it is isolating, and it's actually, and this is what these files are showing. It was designed intentionally to isolate you, to demoralize you, and to demotivate you.
Can I
And
read that somewhere? Trash,
yeah,
Dustin?
so we're working on it. As far as like compiling exactly what's in these files, it is a massive undertaking, right? We have nearly a dozen researchers who are digging through it. Walter, as our editor in chief at American Mission, welcome, Walter. He's kind of leading up the investigation, the digging, and we're working to put it in consumable bites. But that's the other hard part about this thing, which is in order to make people understand what it is, it is a conspiracy that is so well thought out and so vast. It includes dozens of universities, academic institutions, government grants, right? Involves probably hundreds of NGOs, involves the government of several countries, all coordinating together to silence certain narratives that they don't like through all of these different pieces. So in order to like to put that in a way that's digestible to people, I think is going to be one of our biggest challenges on this thing. Walter, what? Go ahead, jump
Yeah,
in.
yeah, absolutely. I mean, that's so the first initial release, Miriam, is up in the bubble, up in the nest. You can read what we have there, but again, as Dustin said, we after he read it, we looked through it and we thought about it some more. Like that's only the very, very tip of what we have. I mean, we've got thousands of pages of PDF documents, case studies, organizations. We've got whole conferences held by the World Trade Organization talking about how they implemented this. I mean, this whole thing wraps so many different places. We even have a functioning archive that has a massive amount of people stuck in it that they claimed are from foreign agents. So they claim that you're a foreign agent. They stick you in this archive, and then they cancel your campaigns. They cancel your accounts because they claim that you're a Russian bot. Even within that framework, though, it says that the people that are placed into this archive are done so at the behest of the administrators for the site. So they don't give any criteria; they just do it. I mean, this whole thing it explains everything. I mean, it explains how they've been able to get away with this, why it's been so effective, and why it's taken us so long to figure it all out.
Well,
I mean, it's not just one single thing; it's everywhere.
right. It's
Go ahead,
completely
Trey.
it's completely encompassing. Like I mean the vastness of this is insane. I mean, even to the point, if you guys remember when I found that tool that was developed by Graphica. If you guys don't know who Graphica is a DoD funded outfit, and they do a ton of work in the censorship space and the psychological operations space. They even have a tool that we have access to. I actually had access to it. I thought it was just a screenshot. It was working. It's a beta version of this massive database search engine that they have. And what this search engine does, you can literally type in, I don't know, type in some kind of hashtag that trended on Twitter or whatever. Most likely it's going to be in this database, and they've attributed it to the IRA, which is the Internet Research Academy out of Russia. It's called the IRA. Or like Iran has their own psychological operations and influence operations. And they actually have a database where you can go in and see what hashtag was associated with what influence campaign by these various different countries. Like, I'm not even kidding. It's for real. And at first I thought it was a screenshot, and then I was messing with it because I was messing with it on my phone, and it wouldn't work on my phone. But I opened it up on my desktop, and it was functional. So I mean, you're actually able to go in and look and see what they've marked as Russian influence campaigns, Iran influence campaigns, and like they,
Venezuela.
yeah, go ahead.
No, I was just saying the Venezuelan part of that too.
Yeah,
They have
Venezuela as
Venezuelan
well. Yeah,
camp.
yeah. So like, you guys, what we found here, I don't think people realize this isn't the Twitter files. This is like the framework for all of the files. Like, this is it. And it's still operational today, which makes me nervous, but it is what it is. We found it.
No, and again, that tool, by the way, just to give you some examples of right. And I actually see some people in this space who are labeled as foreign actor accounts, right? So our friend Patrick Henningsen, he was labeled a Russian account. I could tell you, knowing him personally, not a Russian account. Nate Kane, who's running in West Virginia, was a Uranium One whistleblower, was labeled as a Venezuelan account. Derek, I think we ran, Derek Evans is down there. I think we ran him through. They attributed him, I think, to Russia, right? Like he was a West Virginia state legislator. The way in which, right, they use that kind of bullshit identification to identify, but the fact that we have the actual tools, and not just the tools, the manual for which for how they use those tools, and they deployed those tools against people is frankly going to fucking change a lot of shit. And listen, you guys know I don't believe the justice system and lawsuits were made for people like me. I've always been outside, so I don't know that I've ever sued anybody. Like for any reason, it's just not how it goes. Because like again, the system's not made for people like me. But going through this, I think we have real actionable evidence for probably the first time. I've spoken to several lawyers, and I think it's time for us to start suing the shit out of all of these people individually, right? And so if you're SJ Terp or if you're Adam fucking fuckface whose picture is up there, that's the face of censorship. You guys go look up on the jumbotron, the pink haired dude with the cat on his neck. That is one of the central figures of the fucking censorship people who are fucking with your world.
He's the author of the Red Framework. The Red Framework is what they target you based on. And this guy, this pink-haired lunatic, is the one who came up with it. He's the face of censorship. So that's what I want to make him famous for that.
Yeah, no, he looks totally fucking sane, doesn't he? That is the mother. Like, so we have finally, right, uncovered enough that it's more than just reverse engineering, right? Where we can reverse engineer, and by the way, you can reverse engineer on purpose because that's how you get the behavioral modification of these psyops, right? But that we have this actual fucking data right in front of us, and the timing of Alex Jones coming back and Elon saying what he did in that space, which is he's going to sue Media Matters in every country. I don't know if he said that Media Matters or X operates, but the intention there is lawfare, and I fucking love it. It's about fucking time we go after these people. And you know what? Like me and Jen have been talking, and I think we're going to start suing all of these fucking media whores, anyone who ever called us an insurrectionist, anyone who participated in taking down our GoFundMe accounts, right? Our Give Send Goes, all of our crowdsourcing. It's time for us to actually take these people to fucking court. It needs to happen. And right, that's the face of these people who built this fucking crazy what Elon call it today? An evil propaganda machine. That's what we're fighting. An evil propaganda machine or censorship machine. I don't know. I'm fucking it up. But anyway, let's kick her around the hands. Marianne, I'll go back to you, and then we'll hit Randall.
I just have a question. Thanks for letting me rant. This media, I've also been attacked by Media Matters. Wouldn't it be best if there was a class action suit where we team together? Because this is a consorted effort involving a web of actors. And then based on your findings, which I can't wait to read, was Twitter an operation in itself, a digital data mining expedition that is still continuing? What do you think?
Yeah, it is.
So my
Oh, I can answer that. Okay. Yeah, it was. That was the whole point of when Elon came out and said he's closing down all the APIs. And that's why he's suing a lot of these companies, including OpenAI, because of the data scraping that was being done. But Twitter was itself a psychological operation to begin with. That's how it was used. Now, initially back in 2012, when people were saying the N word and stuff like that, that's not really what Twitter was. But what Twitter grew into ended up being, and it still is to this day. I mean, there's so many operations going on right now on Twitter. Like I would venture to say that maybe 20% of the people on this platform are just real normal people. Most of these things that you see going on are, whether it's campaigns, whether it's presidential campaigns, whether it's different forms of advertising, information operations. It's a plenty. But what Elon did was he shut down a lot of these APIs and prevented a lot of these companies from doing the data scraping and building up these operational databases of which they can then use for influence operations of what we're mentioning right here with this disarm framework. So a lot of that has been shut down on the Twitter. Obviously, that's never going to go away. And the influence operations are strong on Twitter. You can see this constantly between Israel-Palestine stuff. You can see this constantly with various different topics. That's mainly what Twitter's used for, is influence operations. That's really what it is. But I will say that the back-end tooling and the access, the API access and the data scraping access has been removed. So that's a big, important piece. That's why we need to spend a lot of time on this platform and not anywhere else.
Yeah, and we found, actually, to just piggyback off what Trash just said, we actually found documents from, I think it was Alliance for Democracy, stating directly that they were angry that Elon removed their API access because they were still using it. And they were furious about it. They were like, so since Twitter removed that, we can't keep building this concert aggregate anymore. So, it's not there anymore, but it's still active for the other platforms. They say that in the documents.
Trash, isn't just to go off what you just said, Facebook and all the rest of the platforms, I would assume, are doing the exact same thing in much worse of a place. Am I wrong? I
It's
mean, you
much
look at
worse at
TikTok,
Meta.
you look at
It's
TikTok,
much
Facebook,
it's much worse at Meta and Google. But the stuff that they're doing at Google is far beyond the pale of what Disarm is doing was doing on Twitter. What Google's doing is a whole other level that we could probably have another space about. And when I say Google, that means YouTube and all of its other subsidiaries. So what they're doing over at Google is a completely different ball game. They are 100% in the bag, all for psychological operations. So this
like everyone knows
so
CIA set this
yeah.
up,
So
right? Does everybody
hang
know?
on.
They know that CIA set it all up.
Okay. So anyway, yes. No, well, I don't know, but we know for a fact, and we've done a lot of digging and reporting on this, how many intelligence community people now work at Meta and many other places. Aaron Berman pops out. Aaron Berman was a 17-year CIA guy. Now he's working at elections policy at Meta. Many of the people that came out of the Office of Director of National Intelligence that worked for CISA, they work for the Department of Homeland Security, they worked for the NSA, they now work at a lot of social media companies. So far, we found, I don't know, 140, 150 people that we can name by name that were career intelligence people that work at Meta right now and Google. But I would encourage you to go check out Dr. Epstein when you want to learn about Google. He's been kind of sounding the alarm on a lot of the operations that they do with the search and narrative shaping that they do with their data around elections, especially. But Meta, yes, Meta has a serious problem. And like I said, we've identified, I don't know, tens to 50s of intelligence community people that were, 15, 18-year veterans at the CIA, now working at Meta on elections policy and health policy and so on and so forth. So yes, those are 100%. They're not only captured from the outside with what we're talking about with the data scraping and the API access, but they're also captured from the inside. So it's really these those are different animals completely. I would encourage anybody. I mean, if you have a platform or not, I would get off those platforms immediately. I would never be anywhere close to it. I'm banned from Instagram and Meta, so it doesn't really matter to me. I don't care. But I can just tell you that that's 100% happening over there. But what we're talking about here, just to kind of wrap the room before we get back to the hands, kind of a recap. So if you guys remember, Matt Taibbi and Michael Schellenberger came out with what was called the CTI League files. These are very important. This is from whistleblowers inside these organizations that brought all these documents and data to Matt Taibbi, Michael Schellenberger, and Alex Gutentag. And they've been doing reporting on it. And matter of fact, they did, if you guys don't remember, Dustin, myself, Jen, and Savvy, we had a space last Tuesday when they dropped the CTI League files. Matt Taibbi actually came into the space and explained what he's working on. And then they're on Capitol Hill the following Thursday, if you guys remember that. But what they've uncovered is a big piece of what's going on. This S.J. Turp person, she was the one that started this back in 2017. Well, in the process of us going through the CTI League files and having these spaces and working with Taibbi and Schellenberger and all these guys, I discovered a repository a GitHub for this SJ Turp person. And it's got all of her links, it's got all the tools, it's got all of the information they use to build these systems, these censorship systems. And she's got it all right there in GitHub. But what was really crazy was not her GitHub, the GitHub that we found for the Disarm network. The Disarm framework is the Department of Defense, U.S. government framework that was built out by these clowns that they've not only used in this country, but in other countries as well for psychological operations, censorship, and narrative shaping. And so that's what we're talking about here, because we have all of it. We've got it. I don't know. It's crazy to me that they put this on GitHub and it was still available in 2023, but here we are. And now Walter and many of us are going into the information and we're finding this. And essentially, we're just scratching the surface. We've uncovered the exact mechanisms of why people thought they were going crazy, why so many people you saw on social media believing nonsense, why you saw so many Black Lives Matter and jabs in their profiles and masks and these narratives that were shaping, and they were constantly being shaping. You're like, where's this coming from? These people have lost their minds. Well, it turns out a lot of it's because of this disarm framework that we're talking about. And so we're just scratching the surface on it. But I can tell you over the next few months, I am a little concerned exposing this because it's still active. But here we are. We got to do the right thing. I'm not playing this up. I'm actually playing it down because it does freak me out a little bit. Because it seems impossible to me that we would just stumble upon and have the entire skeleton framework of the DoD psychological operations censorship apparatus. This is not Twitter files. This is not global engagement center stuff. This is the framework of those. This is the building blocks of the entire psychological censorship apparatus in this country. So stay tuned. Anyway, sorry for the long rant, but I just wanted to kind of tie it all together, get us back on topic a little bit, because that's what we're doing here, guys. It's insane. You don't have to take our word for it. Go look in the nest. The reporting's up there. Listen, we didn't make this stuff. This is coming from their stuff that we have access to. No one gave this to us. No one was a whistleblower. Their hubris and their what they perceive as altruistic motives were so stupid that they put all of this in public, and it's been out there for years. It just took a whistleblower coming to Matt Taibbi and Michael Schellenberger for all of us to start asking some questions based on what we saw, and here we are. So that's where we're at. But yeah, I hope
Well,
I think the big part is we just needed to know where to look. That's the deal. We didn't know where to look, and the CTIO files gave us that first thread. And once we pulled, it just unraveled it all so quickly.
well, and that's the thing, which is right. It was the courage of those whistleblowers, right, who came forward that gave us right SJ Terp and some of the names to just right start looking, and then Trash finding the GitHub. I mean, I can't. What's funny, Trash? I remember you finding it, and we kind of put it on the back burner, right? You were sick, we were traveling, and it was kind of like, oh, this thing. Then you fire up a space a couple days ago, and Jen just randomly starts clicking links inside of it. It was like, what the fuck did I just find? Holy shit! This is the mother load. This is the mother load. And right, we start digging in. But here's the thing about having access to the actual parts of this. It actually gives us the proof of how they labeled people, right? In order to censor them. The other part about personally tailoring the psychological operations to disrupt voices they didn't like. I've heard Miriam say that in spaces a dozen times. And what we're gonna have to deal with as part of this is right just know that like people have been they've had their lives upturned, disrupted. There's a human face to this of suffering and pain that was by design. And right, you're going to just be understanding and know that like these people have been made to believe that if they shared this stuff, right? And this includes I have so many stories that I don't even tell. You think the stories we tell you are fucking crazy. Imagine the stories that I don't even tell, right? About some of the times that they fucking locked me up, right, on bogus charges and beat my ass and all this other stuff. I don't even talk about it because frankly, I think part of the design of the operation is if you talk about it, you're discrediting yourself to people because they just can't wrap their head around that it's real, right? But it turns out it was very, very much real. All right, let's hit some hands. Paul, go ahead. I think you were next,
Oh, I
and
was gonna
then I
let me
think.
shoot off first, then I'll step down.
Oh,
Dustin.
yeah, go ahead, Randall.
I was just it blows me away. A couple of nights ago, Sin City and I were talking about exactly this and the upper ends of where this is going to go, and we were both feeding off each other on the truth, and it's just nuts to be knowing what's been going on, and now you guys are pulling up the proof. This is awesome. I was coming in to see if you can figure out why I'm getting 3 named bots after every tweet, and I didn't realize this space was about this. This is wild. The psychological warfare and well, you said it, Dustin, about labeling people. I think that labeling criteria they can put around individuals, or won't say individuals, let's just start with left and right. They can psychologically advance a whole bunch of warfare against any group they want to sway minds. And with this artificial intelligence as it's growing, we were put into 2 buckets 100 years ago. We were put into 50 buckets 10 years ago, and then now they're going to put everybody in our own bucket, and they'll be able to hone in on you, just like you were talking about. The MK Ultra comes to mind with guiding people to go out and Zoolander somebody. This is crazy, but it's you couple it with all of the jab stuff, the energy stuff, the 5G stuff. It's just nuts how it all can be bolted together, and I'm sure we're gonna come down the path of finding it all as it bolts together as well. But right now, to have what we got, it tweaked me in the 10-year anniversary of 9/11. I was getting a little carried away with my research and started posting in LinkedIn, and I got nuked instantly, and basically it led to me finding out that I was actually with the company I was building with was getting bought out by Carlyle Group, and the whole thing just went upside down in my world after that, and it affected my entire middle life and future as far as possible monetary gain could have been. And it was all because of one thing, and I can contribute it to the information spread about LinkedIn about me, and then getting nuked. And that I was, whether or not I yet to be about telling the truth, because that information hasn't been found out. But the Twitter, I'm at 6 or 7 accounts now on this profile, and all about the COVID and natural immunity. Yeah, it's crazy, and going after them, I think, is the key, whether it be through individual or group. And guys, this is awesome. This is just one more win. Are you guys sick of winning yet?
Oh, I never get sick of winning.
Yeah,
Um,
that's
but no, appreciate the comments, Randall. And right, I do feel my concern is right when you recognize that this is happening in real time, like literally, this isn't something that we're looking back on. This is something that we just uncovered that is happening right fucking now, right in front of all of our fucking faces, right? And it's probably best on this platform, but and we tend to be like uniquely focused on this platform because that's where all of us hang out, right? But really, where it's coming from, right? It's way worse on Google. It's way worse on LinkedIn, right? Can you imagine what the meta files look like? It's got to be fucking crazy, right? Like next level. They are as and Trash. I think you encapsulated this perfectly. They are captured from the inside, but what we're looking at is like outside structures working to influence and do these psychological operations. But it is
Listen,
not.
Dustin, on that specifically, so I had the code analyzed by my brother is a software engineer.
Hey guys, was that you, me, who called? Because it just went, the audio went out a second.
Hey Paul, I'll drop you down and bring you right back up. Don't
Hey,
worry
just
about it.
just one question before I'll drop down too. Do you guys come across anything that pertaining to a company called A Plus CES LLC? if you come across anything like that, just let me know, because I'm doing some digging, and it would be important to understand that if that's part of this. A plus CES LLC.
Yeah, we'll take
Sounds
a
good,
look.
man. Yeah, we'll
Yeah.
keep an eye out for it.
So specifically, going off what Dustin was just saying, so I actually had this code analyzed and looked at, and almost all of the code that is used by this disarm framework is actually directly created by MITRE, which is a defense contractor. So this is based on the MITRE ATT and CK framework. This entire code mechanism is based on that, which is what led me to the cybersecurity part of this. So that's just one part of it.
Well, and Walter, to that point, I think I'll add on to that. So, what made me discover disarm to begin with when I found this was because of the AMIT framework, right? So that's MITRE, that's your defense contractors, it's the AMIT system, and that was mentioned in the CTI League files, and that's where I started digging around AMIT because I was trying to explain to people because we've for almost a year now, right? I've been going over the Twitter files and kind of explaining how like the censorship worked and how Stanford Internet Observatory worked and Alex Stamos and CIA Renee DiResta, how they all fit into this. And but it was really the AMIT, it was the AMIT piece of it that was kind of not mentioned in the Twitter files because they wouldn't have the back end access. They only had Twitter access. So they really didn't see what it was. And so when I saw the CTI League stuff come out about AMIT, I said, okay, I know what that is, and I know that is a defense Department product, and that's where we found disarm. So that's how ultimately I ended up finding the disarm framework stuff was because of AMIT, and which is a MITRE DoD product.
Such a great find, and you guys, this is, to be honest, it's the mother load. Like I don't know, I want to overstate, but like I'm so fucking stoked that we have access to this. Like I said, I think this allows us to take this like to courts and start suing these people, right? And that's going to open up a whole bunch of other doors in a way that's going to be crazy healthy. All right, Paul, go ahead, get in here.
Hey guys, firstly, thanks for putting on a really interesting space, and I think it's a good testament of it being an interesting one because you then start thinking about more things you want to talk about. But I'll keep things brief. Obviously, this data is the mother lode, and I'm incredibly interested to see what transpires. And I think what is so exciting about the potential is that things are normally kept pretty high and tight, but it's good to see hubris knocking a brick out, which hopefully will lead to something meaningful. I mean, I left Twitter at 1.0 because it was just so heavily government and nudge units being in your grill. And, the reason is, I mean, all big tech exists to bring forward technology that they've been given by the three-letter agencies. And during COVID, I was talking to someone who was very senior in the UK government, and they said to me around it, because I kind of nudge unit, so the behavioral team in 10 Downing Street was just ridiculously, they were amazed at the level of compliance and the strength of that messaging and what that actually delivered. And obviously they said it from a position of like that was really good, but obviously clearly it was weaponized in a way that was incredibly damaging, and we'll be feeling those ripple effects for a long time. But yeah, I just wanted to say, like, back in the kind of early 2000s, there was a scandal in the UK where newspapers were dialing into people's mobile phones because they found the engineer code to get into voicemails. And at that point, there were people who were having their voicemails taken, and a few celebrities, one in particular, a guy called Paul Gascoigne, was actually portrayed as someone who'd gone mad because he was convinced that people were listening to his voicemails because the newspapers were always in step with the things that was going on in his life. And, people actually kind of painted him as a lunatic. And actually now they're just dealing with the same kind of technology, but on steroids. And, that I think that's the real thing. And I suppose we're in a point where all of us, to a greater or lesser extent, has taken some pain. As I said, I left Twitter because I just couldn't take it at that point. And if we're going to break the back of this thing, it is going to lead to us having to, have some righteous indignation and have power to people's elbows. And there are people who would have been impacted, way more than me. But I think all of us in some way should understand that they have capabilities to be able to listen and to prompt people. And I'll use, as I said, I'll keep it brief, but I'll use an example. This week I was speaking to a close friend of mine who was having some really difficult times, and they were feeling incredibly low, and they reached out, and I was talking to them, and a couple of hours later I had the advert for a charity, a suicide charity on YouTube. Like, I've always been told no conspiracies, but no coincidences. But the fact that people think it couldn't be so widespread, and they surely wouldn't spend time focusing on people as individuals in particular. We're in the game where technology is way ahead of that and has that capability. So yeah, really interesting. I just excited for what's to come, and thank you for the opportunity to speak on this speech. It's really informative, and the people are really clued up, so thank you.
Well, appreciate you, Paul, and I love that you properly identified the nudge units. Right, that's another phraseology that is used over and over and over again, not just in these documents, but anything we've ever dug into as far as the censorship industrial complex, as we're calling it now, right, has led us to the nudging, right, which is, it's not psychological manipulation. It's just a psychological nudging, which is, of course, still behavioral modification, right? And manipulation in a way that we should all be irate about. And that I also love that you use the term righteous indignation, right? Which is not only one of my favorite books ever, written by the amazing Andrew Breitbart. Righteous Indignation. If you're not familiar, you should definitely read it because it is fucking amazing, right? But we should be indignant. And right, what I like about the space so far, and we are gonna have to cycle some people, so I'm gonna hit some hands and cycle some people on and off, because right, I want to get Philip and Lucas and John, and a couple people have been waiting up here. The other piece of this thing, right, that is the very real human element. And when Marianne gets up here and she talks about how she suffered, she's not she's not being dramatic about it. In fact, she's underselling it. When me and Jen talk about what we've been put through, we're not overselling it. In fact, we've trained ourselves to like underplay it so that we don't come across as weak or as people who need sympathy and empathy. But the effects of this machine that they've built, it is fucking evil. And the repercussions and impacts on people's lives are very, very, very fucking real when you have to live through it. And that we should be indignant, right? What they have done is criminal, right? And evil and fucking wicked. There's no real proper way to articulate it. And so, right, the challenge for us in relaying the information, right, is twofold. One, it is so complex with the government grants and the way that the academic organizations, right, coordinate with the NGOs who then coordinate with the social media platforms, right, and then the intelligence community and Pentagon are right there directing uh, basically everything. So in order to Van, I think you hot mic'd on us, brother. Um, right, but in order to relay all that, you have to get really crazy technical with it, right? So you have to get to a point where it's like, okay, this entity was set up to operate, to engage with this entity, who was set up to engage with this entity, who's set up to do this part of the implementation, who then kicks that off to this part for the debanking part, right? And so there's a level of technical analysis that is challenging to synthesize down in a way to make it really understandable for people, right? That's part one. And then part two is making sure that you don't ignore and you don't undersell the very real human element, which is, and the left does this so much better than we do. right? They for everything that they want to push, they find an emotional, like heart tug story that they really get down and gritty and personalize it. Like this is the impact on, Betsy in Philadelphia. Right? We've all heard those stories over and over forever. But we have to make sure that we don't ignore the human element of this thing as we try to bring it forward. So that for us is our team, right? So not only are we doing the research, but for us, it's figuring out how we organize and disseminate it in such a way that it has maximum possible impact. Because
Well, and I think a good way to do that, honestly, especially guys going into this, I think Walter's tweet up here is important because you mentioned the CTIL files. My recommendation would be this: if you're up to date on Twitter file stuff, good. If not, I don't know. Go to my highlights tab. There's tons of spaces and all kinds of things about censorship in there. You can start there. I think another place to start would be looking at Missouri v. Biden. Right? If you can get up to date on Missouri v. Biden, what the White House and the government was doing, what CISA was doing, okay, with takedowns and everything else, and you get familiar with what came out in the Twitter files, then get familiar with the CTI league files, because these are all like baby steps that you're gonna have to take to understand where we're at right now. But if you go do those things and then you come back to this reporting on this disarm red, disarm blue framework stuff, then you'll really be able to see, like for me, because this is like been my beat, right? Censorship and uncovering the different tools. Like this has been my beat and covering the cases and everything else. I can literally close my eyes and visualize how this system works by looking at this, because I've been so engulfed in it. But if you're just listening now and you're like, holy shit, I don't even know where to begin, I would go back. I would look at the old Twitter files. I would look at the CTI League files, go to Matt Taibbi's reporting, Michael Schellenberger, Alex Gutentag's reporting. Go look through there and then start to read this reporting, and it'll make all the sense. Because what we saw in Twitter files was the end result. What we saw in what we see in Missouri v. Biden is simply the requests from people in government to censor things. Now what we're talking about is the actual systems that anybody could request somebody to do something, whether it's a psychological operation, micro-targeting, nudging, as we were just talking about, censoring, and actual psyops. So if you go back to the CTI League, again, they used this system in Turkey. There was an ISIS bombing, and they used this system to convince people that it was the Kurds that did it. That came out in the CTI League files. That really happened. And so this is the system being used. So you have end users, you have Patrick Henningsen, Tracy Beans, myself, many of us in the space who have been banned, suppressed, or throttled or whatever. So now we see how it worked. We saw the end result. Then we see the government request between CISA, Office of Director of National Intelligence, the Pentagon, Department of Defense. We have their requests. This is the system they use to facilitate those requests and then ultimately create the end user suppression, banning, and mislabeling by social media companies. So what we're talking about here is the skeleton, the mechanism that was built and still being used to this day to run psychological influence operations, banning, suppression, and nudging. It's 100% what this is. I hope that is a bite-sized piece. I just wanted to add on to that, Dustin, so people understood what actually is going on in here.
no, and right, the challenge is in the way that, right, and I'm just throwing this out and kind of like talking stream of consciousness with all of you. Right. So part I think of the challenge is the order in which we got access to these things. Right. So first, we all knew this shit was happening when it happened because our accounts got fucking nuked. Right. We were censored on Facebook and Instagram, and usually Twitter/X was the last holdout. Right. But PayPal and GoFundMe and all of the other like censorship we dealt with, like bam, 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 bam. Right. Like just over and over and over again. But that the order in which some of this has come out, right, is that we're emphasizing still, because the Twitter files and the censorship was like the most direct, far-reaching impact. I think we're staying focused on that. But what I think we've got now that I think is really the game changer, it's more than just the censorship, right? This is, and to me, the psychological warfare element of this is really what the where it takes it from a free speech issue and a platforming issue to an outright the government has declared war against you issue. They have literally taken the exact same military operations that we used with hostile countries to overthrow their governments, and they have deployed it against you, the MAGA base, against you, the people who question COVID. They are actively waging warfare against you, and it sounds over the top to say it that way, but that is exactly what we're looking at. It's the exact same framework from the Pentagon that we find being operated by these NGOs and the evil censorship machine. That
And
is what.
to add on to what you're saying, Dustin, for people who may not believe this, we have a confidential source who told us that he read internal documents in SOCOM that said that this censorship thing, the disarm framework, is active within the U.S. military and has clearances to go up to top secret and SCI. So if for anybody who believes that it's not a real thing, that it's not a military operation, we already have the proof that it actually is.
Yeah, it's stunning. It's stunning, and that's another one of the challenges, which is the censorship thing has dominated the conversation. I think largely because of the way the order has come out. But the active psychological warfare operation that this also exposes, right? I think that at some point has to become the centerpiece because that's getting into a whole different element, right? Which is the free speech argument has been really front and center because Elon is taking a different stance than the other platforms, and we face this and the backlash that he's receiving. But when people understand what we're talking about with the psychological warfare and the fact that this is literally what we did with the Arab Spring, what we did with the Green Revolution in Iran, what we've done to foment
Euromaidan, Ukraine. Yep.
exactly. And once people realize this is what we were doing to overthrow their government, and then you start thinking about January 6th, you start thinking about the stolen election, you start thinking about the coup that we have undertaken since 2016 in the election of Donald Trump. That's when this thing becomes right. We have to start wrapping our heads around the enemy that we're actually dealing with, and it's frankly fucking terrifying that
Well,
we're up against this monstrosity.
it is. It's terrifying, and it's terrifying me even like exposing it and talking about it. I got to be honest with you. Like, there's a part of me. It's like, oh my god. But I would like to remind some people too of this timeline. So this S.J. Terp character that we're talking about, we got her name because of Matt Taibbi and Schellenberger and Gutentag's reporting on the CTI leak files, and that's how we came across her. That's how Rose came across her repository on GitHub, and ultimately the disarm framework, which is what we're talking about now. But I want to remind people of the timing. So 2017, right? There was a meeting in the Obama White House, right? And this is what's come out from the whistleblower in the CTI leak files. In 2017, there was a meeting in the Obama White House before Donald Trump took over, and that's when S.J. Terp and all these other people started building this machine that we're talking about. And out of that same time frame in 2017 at that Obama meeting, White House meeting, we also saw David Brock have a meeting, and David Brock with Media Matters created American Bridge, which was a Oppo research firm PAC. They created Crew, which was the lawfare arm, which then turned into the 65 Project. They built Share Blue, which was the social media apparatus of this machine. So you had Legacy Media through Media Matters. You had Oppo Research through and for Legacy Media and social media from David Brock and American Bridge. You then had Crew, which was the lawfare arm that turned into, like I said, the 65 Project. But all of this happened in 2017. If you guys don't believe me, I have the memos. I've done several spaces on this. I've talked about this at great length. I was one of the people that exposed that Ray Epps' attorney was Michael Teeter, the same Michael Teeter who was the executive director of the 65 Project under David Brock. is also Ray Epps' attorney against Fox News. Answer me that one, ladies and gentlemen. So all this was born. It was being worked on, as Walter had mentioned, back in 2010. But this entire machine and apparatus was deployed not only for legacy media, not only for social media, but also for psychological operations from the DoD in 2017. Like, I hope you guys understand the scope of what actually occurred in 2017 that has led us to where we're at today in 2023. Just to kind of wrap that up into a nice little present, because I've been talking about this and talking about this. And now finally, we've got Elon Musk and Chris Pavlovsky. You got Chris Pavlovsky going out Nandini Jambi, right? Another Soros-funded cancel clown. You've got him going after Media Matters and all these things, and all this stuff's coming out. But guys, like, this is the entire thing that was built in 2017 and deployed on the American people. And we have been under psychological operations since then. This is not a conspiracy theory. We have the receipts for this stuff. This is not conjecture. We're not making this up. I will literally only talk about the things that I have the receipts for, and that's what we're doing here now. So, all right, let's get to the hands. Sorry. I don't know who was next. Dust, do you?
I got kind of a rough order. I think it was Janet next. Janet, are you with us?
She might still be on another planet.
No, I'm here.
Okay.
I'm sorry. I'm having to read the words at the bottom because I can't hear the host, but I was just waiting for my turn. Yeah, I just wanted to jump in and say that I believe every single thing that almost every person on this panel since I've been in here has said. And the reason why is because in the 1950s, there was a group of people called the Asch Conformity Experiments. There were a series of psychological experiments conducted by Solomon Asch in the 1950s. And basically, those tests that they did and the study they did was to get a person and put them in a room with like 5 other people. Everyone was in on the experiment except for the person they brought in to do the study on. And they would bring a chart in and they would say, ask each person on this list about these different things on the chart. And everyone would say the same answer except for the one person, and he'd look around the room wondering why they're saying that line is longer when he knew it was shorter. But so after a few rounds, he finally started saying, I agree, it's the same length or it's the same number, and coming up with the same answer strictly because of peer pressure. So what we're having now and what I'm seeing more and more of, especially on all these apps like Instagram, Facebook, YouTube, Google, anything that you're on, Google Chat, is self-censoring, because you'll post something and then you have 2 people say, oh, that's bullshit or whatever, and then they'll delete it or they'll change it because they're afraid of the repercussions they're going to get because people aren't going to like them. And I've seen this all along with Facebook. That's one reason why I do not have Facebook. I will not use Facebook because it is nothing but a huge Asch experiment. I posted down in the bubble down below a link if anyone's interested in looking that up. It's an actual experiment that our government has used on us, and I believe they're still doing it to a degree. Certain people that are higher up that understand about the manipulation of just saying it because someone else is making you feel guilty or trying to ostracize you or whatever. Like me, I just say fuck them. I don't care. Excuse my language. I just do what I want. I do what I know is right, and I read and research as much as I can, and I only share things, just like you said, that has factual basis to it. And a lot of people don't like me because of it, but that's fine. This is my 4th account. It's taken me a long time to get where I'm at. Again, this round, but I'm going to still keep doing it because this is exactly what I believe, and I'm not going to let them do it. I'm not going to go down without a fight. So please research, read, listen to the people that you trust, but always look up the facts. No matter what they say, go and look it up yourself, because then you can always count on yourself to have the truth. Thank you for letting me speak, and God bless America.
Well, I love what you said, and I dropped you a follow. Thank you, Janet, for coming up and for being so patient. We have a ton of people in the queue. Like, we're trying our best to cycle people on and off. We'll get to you. Be patient, right? Like, we encourage a robust discussion. But something that she said actually leads perfectly to what I wanted to talk about with Philip, because it's more than just trying to silence you, right? And this gets to the Kate Starboard Washington how things go viral study, right? Which is they flood your comments with obnoxious shit to prevent it from going viral. Because the way it works is let's say I'm thinking about retweeting one, and this doesn't apply to us specifically, but right, I'm putting myself in the shoes of normal people, right? You're thinking about Philip has put up a passionate, angry, like right video, calling it as it is, right? Like not sugarcoating it. And you're reading through. You open the comments, and the first 10 comments are all, "Oh my God, you're a terrorist! Oh my God, you're an insurrectionist! Fuck you! You should be going to jail." It puts a hesitation in your mind before you're going to like and retweet it or push it to make it go further. So that the manipulation isn't just about whoever the target is, it's about suppressing other people from having the courage to either share it or to share a similar message. And Philip, I've been noticing, dude, you are they've been flooding your comments with this kind of bullshit.
Yeah, and here's the thing: it's not stopping me. You know, it's still the message still gets posted a video last night. They got about 400,000 views, and they can talk shit, but they never ever get anywhere close to ratioing me. Like I'll post a video and it'll get like 10,000, 20,000, 30,000 likes, and at most maybe they'll get 2,000 comments. And most of the time, it will just be like the same handful of Democrats uh, commenting like 20 or 50 times. And I tell the Trump supporters that argue with them, I say, don't argue with these people. Just insult them one time, point out their lie, and then move on. Like, don't argue with them like 10, 20 comments long, because the strategy is that they're trying to get you to argue so they can ratio. Don't help them do that. It's a waste of energy, a waste of time. Don't worry about it. But the thing is, and one of the things that really, really just strongly bothers me is going back to what you said earlier about how the Democrats are better at this with the emotional pleas and stuff. And Republicans are so fucking weak on this that it makes me so angry because it's like, look, guys, let me give you an example, okay? I'll put a video in the nest right now, and this should blow your minds, okay? I know I put the video in the nest earlier, but I didn't get to speak on it because I had to leave. So I put a video in the nest. Let me read the caption to you, and it will pretty much sum it up, okay? Joe Biden is a merciless tyrant. Democrat prison guards handcuff a January 6th political prisoner and then hit him. They punch him, hit him in the face over 35 times, knocking out 4 of his teeth, blackening both of his eyes, and cutting his mouth open. All right, so here's the thing. If that was done to a Democrat, and a Democrat put out a tweet like that with a video response, that would have like tens of millions of views. But because I'm a Republican, because Republicans don't actually like get off their ass and fight, my video only has like 80,000 views. You know, and here's the thing, guys, it does make a big difference. And I want y'all to understand this. I look at the polls every single day. And it's not just as simple as, oh, well, Trump is beating Biden. He should be beating Biden by a lot more. And this is what makes the difference. In these polls, the questions are asked, like, who do you trust more? Who's more friendly? Or which one is more corrupt? Or who gives a better tone to American politics? Or who is better to you? Stuff like that, you know, like who's less divisive. Obviously,
Who
the answer
makes
is
you
Donald.
feel warm inside? Who doesn't
Yes,
hurt your feelings? Who
stuff
doesn't
like,
make you
well, not
feel
quite.
like you're being attacked? Who
Well, yeah.
gives you a safe space?
Well, yes.
Who do you
Some of
want to
that,
have a beer
yes.
with?
But the point is that you know they're trying to make it seem like we're the big bad wolf. We're the threat to democracy. We're the ones that are corrupt. We're the ones that are the threat that would harm people or want to do harm to people in a way that would destroy their lives or throw them in prison. Basically, they're saying that people are more afraid that we'll do these things that Democrats are currently doing, and it's showing up in the polls. And that's because Republicans are too weak on the rhetoric against Joe Biden and the left. And even though they're straight up lying about Donald Trump when they call him a dictator and they call all his supporters fascists, because they all say it, because they say it all the time, you know, online and in the media, it does have an effect. It
Well,
does have an effect. And here's the problem: people on the right are way too fucking weak with their rhetoric. You should be calling Joe Biden a dictator. You should be calling Democrats vicious tyrants. You should be calling them fascists and
Well,
much more. You need it because they're actually doing these things. I mean, guys, they are
yeah, but
fucking
it's more
people up in that
insidious
DC
than that,
gulag.
Philip, right? It's almost them pulling up the ladder behind them, right? Because they did all this to us in 2016 and obviously like even back to 2010 and like shit we didn't even know about, right? They've done all this and now we have the proof. So now they have to make it so all of us are like going against the law. And that's why they're trying to pass shit like the Restrict Act and all this stuff to legitimize everything they did and make it criminal. So if we ever try to go after them with the same tactics, we'll be put in jail because otherwise they're going to jail.
The point I'm making is that, you know, I know that you guys are good people, but here's the thing. You have to get angry. You have to get much, much more aggressive with your rhetoric, with the language that you use. I'm not saying that you should just say out loud that
Why?
you want to unalive people or something. I'm just saying that people on the right are too nice. They're too soft and they're too
Eh,
complacent, and it has to stop. It has to
eh.
stop because,
That's
guys, the
Fed
left
posting,
are
Philip.
destroying
That's
people's.
Fed
Huh?
posting, man. You're getting into Fed posting territory, bro. Like I don't think we need to raise the rhetoric. I think that we just need to actually speak the truth.
Well, no. You're missing the point that I'm saying. The rhetoric that you use does make the difference. When they called Trump supporters Nazis and fascists, and they called Trump a dictator, it does make a difference, and it's showing up in polling. And the problem with Republicans is that they're too nice. They're just way too nice. Guys, we should
Well,
be angry right now.
okay. So like the people that are in charge of like the RNC as an example, or like the GOP establishment, you're never going to convince them to do anything with it. So like that messaging's
I'm,
never
I'm
going to
not
change.
talking to them. I'm talking to people here online. I'm talking to all the
Yeah,
people here online that can put out tweets every day.
Oh, Philip, come on.
yeah.
Well, wait,
This is
wait,
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Are
wait,
they trying to throw you in prison, Cheryl? Are they threatening your life?
hold on.
yeah.
This is
That means that we don't
wait.
want to fucking do that. I'm no, like this is not like
Not do what? Not do what, Trash?
I'm not
Explain.
okay with this bullshit. Stop it,
Not
Philip.
okay with what bullshit? Not okay with what bullshit? Explain.
Yeah, you're just fucking ratcheting stuff up, dude. You're fucking Fed posting, and I'm tired of it.
Oh, I'm Fed posting.
Yeah,
I
Guys,
can
you
I'm
completely
fucking
Fed
understand
are.
what
posting.
Philip's saying.
The J6
I can
Defender is Fed
understand
posting.
Fine,
Philip's
be mad
explaining
on
what
your
the
own.
left is
Don't let
trying
everybody
to
else
do.
fucking yell about it and get themselves arrested.
Yeah,
It's
I'm
fucking
about to
ridiculous.
go.
You're not gonna get
Hey,
arrested for
Philip,
That's
saying a
not what he's
word.
trying
Philip,
to do.
hold on. I can
Okay,
hold
Trash,
on.
Trash. You need to
Philip,
explain yourself,
Philip,
Trash. You need to explain yourself.
I don't need to explain shit,
Savvy, go
motherfucker.
Yes, you
ahead.
do. If you're
Savvy, go
thank
ahead.
you. I was fine sitting down listening until this shit happened, Philip. And you know I go for you. However, being around a group of people that I no longer associate with because of their divisive language and nature that will not win any hearts and minds from anyone other than the people in our circle, that is where I draw the fucking line. Because let me tell you something, we already have targets on our back, Philip, and I understand your strife and I appreciate it.
no,
No, no,
you
no, no,
don't. I'm
no.
sorry, but you guys
I'm
just don't get
speaking.
it. That's what
I'm
you're saying. You just
speaking.
don't get
I
it.
am speaking. I give you the utmost respect in every single space. However, we already have targets on our back. We already have labels on us about being a type of people that we are not. So if we decide to take your advice, all we
I
are
called Joe
doing, no,
Biden a
would you
dictator.
let me
You're
finish?
afraid to call Joe Biden a dictator? Why
You
is that?
can't,
Why are you
you
afraid?
cannot, you,
Shut the fuck up.
yes, you will
You're a
not
bitch,
let me
Trash.
finish.
You're a bitch.
Okay, and
All right,
You,
listen.
listen,
Everybody needs to
wow.
settle the fuck down here. All right, first and foremost, right? Like, I actually, right? I have used the term tyrant. So going back to like tyrant's curse, right? And I do think that there's a level of ramping up the rhetoric. And I want to give Philip credit where credit's due. I think he's toned down the Fed posting, right? Like where that line is. But we should be aggressive. And there is an element of like the public perception around Trump being driven by the fact that every fucking comedian, every news outlet constantly made everything like absolutely the fucking crazy, like amped it up to the craziest level. with that said, right, like I also agree, right, that we don't need to become the left to beat the left,
Yeah, I
which
agree with
is
you on that. I agree with you on that, and that's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying we need to stop talking to these people like they're our uncle at like some Christmas party or something, because they're not. They want us dead. They want to destroy us.
Yeah,
And
but
we need to
nobody's
tell it.
doing that. Anybody that's serious, Philip's not
Nobody's
doing
doing
that.
what, Trash? No one's doing
You know
what?
what? I don't
Go
want
ahead,
to be. I
explain.
don't need to be I don't need to be lectured about what I should or shouldn't be doing. Number one. Number two. No one here is doing that, dude. No one here is treating them as their nice uncle. Like I resent being told.
I see
Number
it
one, what I
happening every single day online. I see it happening every single
so
day.
what? So go talk to
I
them.
see the
Don't talk
left
to me
coming and
about it.
attacking
Don't
every
come
day.
here and bed post. I'm done with this shit.
Can we
Explain
get
okay,
back?
explain what Fed posting is.
All right, everybody's going to shut the fuck up. Thank you. I'm sick of it. You come in here, Philip. We love you to death, okay? But this conversation's getting derailed, and we actually uncovered some stuff that's really fucking important that we have to get out to people, okay? So if y'all want to go have a little fucking spat in the DMs, go ahead, but I'm not putting up with it. So either move on and shut up, or please, like, I don't even know. Thank you.
So listen, specifically on what we're talking about here, Philip, the reason that you can't use the language and the stuff that you're talking about doing is exactly because of this framework that we're talking about. They have it designed to
What
target
language?
people who do
Explain
that.
it to me. You're accusing me of Fed posting, but explain
I'm
to me
not
how I'm
talking about
Fed
Fed
posting.
posting.
Up.
I'm
Slow
not
your
talking.
fucking roll, bro.
I'm talking
Oh.
about what we're talking about in general. This disarm framework is built and automated to target people and derail people and censor people based on certain language. That is what it does. That is what we have uncovered. That is all the part of this. So when you're telling people to go do this, that system is still
Do
operational
what?
right
Do
now.
what? Explain. What
Okay,
do you
Philip,
mean?
now you're just being confrontational. What he's saying is the
I'm asking
exact
an honest
language. Shut up
question.
and listen to me. Shut up and listen to me. Okay, the exact language you are talking about ramping up the rhetoric is the language that is in this thing that is operating within Twitter to get people censored right in this minute. Okay, so all we're going to do by ramping up our language is we're all going to get fucking blocked and we're not going to have a place to talk anyways. Okay, so you know what? As much as I'd like to ramp up the fucking rhetoric, believe me, I
Okay,
would.
can you
We
please
have to
provide
be
an
smart about
example
this.
that I gave that would be dangerous to
Philip,
use?
shut the fuck
No,
up.
just give one
Do
example.
not
Just
make
give
me
one
remove you
example,
from the
guys. One
stage.
example.
Philip, I'm giving you a chance.
I
Philip, I'm giving you a chance. Stop it.
listen to me, right? Like I think this has gotten way blown out of proportion, like all the way around, right? And I think it is entirely possible, right, for us to make sure that we're properly labeled. This thing is fucking evil, right? I heard Elon Musk on a space today call it the evil censorship machine. Like that's how he labeled Media Matters, and that he was going to sue them into fucking oblivion, right? So again, I also, right, I hope that as we continue to expose this stuff, that we will call it for what it actually is, which is actually fucking evil, right? It actually is fucking evil all the way around. And some of this also comes down to style, right? And right, I get that sometimes styles are going to clash when we talk about these things. I appreciate your passion, Philip, right? I know what you've been put through. I feel it, right? And I don't blame you for being fucking pissed. And I don't want to try to like tamp that down. And I want to give you credit for something else too, which is I have watched you develop and improve, right? You used to go over what I thought the Fed posting line was way more frequently. And I think you've done a good job. So I want to steer away from like this, like overtaking the discussion about where we were at, which is right.
Okay, I get what you're saying. I just want to put this out there. I want people who accuse me of Fed posting to give one example of how I Fed
Just
posted.
Okay.
stop.
What
You
did
know
I
what?
say?
I'll tell you what it is that I am doing that I don't need ramped up rhetoric. I'm working with people on Congress and committee, on the weaponization committee,
No,
getting
give
them
an
information.
example, Trash.
Why
Give an
stop
example or
talking?
apologize.
No, I'm not
All right,
apologizing for shit. You
stop,
don't
man.
get to tell me what to
Okay, then
do.
you're a bitch
Oh,
and a liar. That's what you are.
Get
yeah,
him out
fuck
of here.
off. Yeah, no shit. Jesus. So anyway,
Philip, I love you, but I booted you. So if you
yeah,
got
that's
anybody to get mad at, it was me. Okay? It was me who
ridiculous.
booted you. You need to calm the fuck down.
Because number one, I don't need to ramp up the rhetoric if I'm working with the committees on Capitol Hill and the Weaponization Committee. I don't need to ramp up the rhetoric if I'm working with law teams on various lawsuits around the country, making sure they get the right information for the censorship that's going on. I don't need to ramp up the rhetoric if I'm out here actually working with various different journalistic outfits to make sure that they have the right information that makes it to the public, so I don't have to have a ramped up rhetoric. And for anyone to tell me that I need to do something or I'm not doing enough, literally, I don't care. And what I don't need in through the mix of all of this is ramped up rhetoric in the middle of it, because that is how I'll be attacked. So again, it's not smart. It's not strategic. There's no benefit to it. And this is not like just your average social media. The average people that we're talking about with the disarm framework are actual sock puppets and botnet accounts that are designed to change people's perceptions of what is going on. And in order for us to dismantle that, it's not going to be, I'm pissed and I want to yell about it on the internet. That doesn't solve anything. So I can't have ramped up rhetoric and have an additional attack vector surrounding me when I'm putting in the work to try to dismantle this stuff. It's bad. It's bad strategy.
All right, I get that from right. I also, I'm gonna throw this out there, right? Which is, I think we need you doing what you're doing and Philip doing what he's doing, right? And I think it requires both, right? That different people have different roles to play as far as what to do. And I get where Philip could come across as a little preachy when he comes up and tells, right? He's very passionate and like, right? Like, this is what needs to happen. I don't think he's wrong in that we should be calling Joe Biden every name under the book. He deserves, right, to be treated the way he's fucking treated. And what they're doing is evil. At the same time, right, it's not everybody's role to do the other thing, right? To take it to that level. We all have our roles to play. Anyway, I again, my goal was to move away from this, so I'm gonna call on the brother Derek Evans. Good to see you, brother. You guys make sure you're following Derek. Had his account taken down recently, even though he's running for Congress in West Virginia as one of the good guys. We support him 100%. Make sure you drop him a follow. Go ahead, Derek.
Well, I originally raised my hand for something totally different, but I'll just quickly say, um, I do think that people need to remember what Philip is going through and what he's facing. If you haven't went through something like that personally, there's no way and no words to describe the emotional roller coaster that you Philip's going through. I know firsthand from being a January 6th political prisoner myself, and so I just wanted to say emotions are high. Obviously, Philip's life is on the line. He's facing decades in prison, and I don't want anybody to take anything that he might say personal or anything like that. I just wanted to throw that out there. But the reason I raised my hand is I've been in the space for quite a while listening in, and I might have misunderstood, but did you guys say earlier you researched my name in this thing and I came up as a Russian bot or whatever? Was that correct?
Yes.
Let's go.
That's the short answer. I mean, yes is the answer to your question. I mean, it really is. So there's lots of people that are in here that are all labeled as, Iranian, Venezuelan, it doesn't give you any reason why they tag you as a foreign bot, but they just put it in there. I mean, it doesn't matter because it's up to the site administrators how they classified people. And that's what's ridiculous about this. So, I mean,
Walter, does it give a date as to when they labeled you as that, or each person? Did we know when these people, like such as
no,
myself?
so the data sets were provided by Twitter, by Facebook, by what was the other one? Trash. I don't remember what the other one that they included in the data sets, but the data sets were provided by the websites to this group. And the group was funded by the Harvard Belkin Institute and the Oxford Institute and built by Graphica. So all of this stuff, the data sets they provided are given to them by the sites. So they don't give you any reason why they're in there. They just say this is a suspected account by a Russian bot. I mean, it's completely ludicrous. I mean, some of the people that we found in there, I found one from an account I actually remember back before I left Twitter years ago called 10 GOP. And it was a group of Tennessee Republicans. And one of the posts in there that they flagged was a napkin meme you might remember from the 2016 election that said, proof that the Russians hacked stole the election. It was written on a napkin and it said, "We stole the election, #Russia." And it was like, I mean, this is the kind of stuff they have in there.
Well, I'd love to DM you or something. I don't want to, dominate the space with it. I'd love to get some more information about all of this in terms of like me. How do I get into there and access and research myself on there? I'd love to do that. And you guys all know my story already, so obviously I'm pretty interested in learning more about what they did or decided to do, and labeling me as a Russian bot, considering
Are
I
we
was an
just going to
elected
let this
official.
Russian bot speak? Get this Russian bot off the
Yeah,
stage.
I mean, think
Exactly.
about it. I was an elected official, and and they labeled me as a Russian bot. This is awesome, actually. Thanks, you guys, for sharing. I appreciate it. I'll get back to listening.
No, we appreciate you, Derek. And this gets to all right. This gets to some of the operation, by the way. So right, so I'm gonna address this, and I'm gonna ask that we move past right the spat that just happened, but specifically because right part of what is revealed in the files that we have gained access to is how the culture of distrust and disharmony, right, and disruption that they cultivate by by infiltrating, creating these sock puppets, is to get people to start making accusations that have right. It just becomes a fucking spiral where no one can be trusted. Therefore, you can't organize. You can't fucking accomplish anything because you don't know who you trust because they implanted some of these motherfuckers inside. So right, that there is a real challenge there, right? Because and this gets to the tailoring of certain like how they deploy these offensive measures is they know what gets under your skin specifically and tailor how to disrupt you based on your personality profile. Like that's part and Cheryl, I'm gonna kick it to you and then Maryam. But right, that's the other thing I want everybody to be just a little mindful of when you're starting to throw around accusations that everybody else, right, that you don't like is an op or an operative or there's somebody who's infiltrating. When you start like that's playing into it, which is right there's always going to be personality conflicts, things that you don't like, but right I have complete and total confidence in everybody that we talk to on the regular, right? And so right, I get that not people aren't going to get along, styles will clash, but right, I think we do have to be careful about labeling everybody we don't like as an operative or an infiltrator or this other bullshit. That's something that I think we have to be very careful about. All right, Cheryl, go ahead, jump in here.
Hey everyone. I don't know. I was just kind of riding high from today, just having Elon say, Dustin, my favorite word, globalist. Um, I'm sorry. I thought that was amazing. I'm dying to see how many views it gets. How many people actually watch or listen to the recording. And there were so many truth bombs that were just kind of snuck in there. I can't wait to see the clips. And Dustin, you actually stole my thunder because I was just going to say that we all pretty much on this space. And yes, Philip, I do love you. Honestly, I wasn't trying to be mean, but everybody on this space, and we're always on many spaces together. Um, I was going to say, like from early on, like an hour ago, we all do bring something to the table, and I feel like today, especially, there has been like we're intersecting now. Everybody's had their little bits and pieces that they've brought to the table, and so I know that people, I've been called a conspiracy theorist. I don't know if I'm on that Russian whatever list. Probably I've been called that many times, but I speak to how I've done research, and thank God for you guys, Trash, Dustin. Walter, everybody that's actually knows how to go in and like find the actual receipts. God love you for that, because I've only been able to go so far and seen certain receipts, but you can't really trust, third parties or fourth parties. But to me, it's about vindication today, which is not how I wanted this to be, but I'm just going to fucking say it, vindication. And so I feel like there's been a huge intersection of the minds today, certainly for me, just for other people that may now start to be like, oh, wait a minute, hold on, who are these globalists? that Elon just spoke of, or what is censorship? Why was Alex Jones censored? That's my hope for today. And again, thank God you guys have the wherewithal and understood what it meant to like dig deep and find the actual receipts and the research. And I can only imagine how difficult that's been. And it just gives me such great like relief to know that you're out there, because if I knew how to do it, I would have done it. Like, trust me, that's like I wake up in the middle of the night and I try to figure out how to research something, and it's so convoluted and so chaotic and so difficult to find anything. Certainly now, when I first started doing research 10 years ago, it was actually much easier, but I didn't really know what I was researching. So anyway, again, I think we have an intersecting of the minds, and everybody has brought something to the table. Hopefully people feel that way. So we are united. We always have been. And that's all I wanted to say. I know that sounds really corny, but I'm sorry. I'm riding high today. I'm
Hell yeah.
feeling very, very hopeful, and I just can't wait. I feel like this has been like a huge, tremendous day. And that's
Well,
all.
listen,
Thank you.
hell yeah, ride high, right? Like it's felt so good the last couple of weeks because there's been a lot of progress. The Media Matters lawsuit. Think about all the time we spent exposing David Brock and Media Matters. So for that to turn into like actual action, it should feel good. You should own that's happening. I want to point out one of the moments that we haven't talked about, right? Just to lighten the mood a little bit. Have we forgotten that Vivek Ramaswamy took a pee in front of Elon Musk and the rest of the motherfucking panel? They're like he hot mic'd taking a piss
And
with.
he owned it. It
Oh.
was funny. He owned it. He's like, oh, I feel much better. That was awesome.
That, that's gotta be one of the funniest things that's ever fucking happened on this platform. I mean, dude, it's the largest space. I'm sure it's gonna be the largest space ever. And the fact that Vivek like whipped it out and took a piss like live is fucking amazing. Like just.
Well, like Dustin. All right, so yeah, I'm with you.
How did I miss that? I've got to go
Let
back
me.
and listen to that.
I
Yeah,
put it
it's
up on the
there.
Jumbotron.
My friend Ashley, she's also got the clip as well. She clipped it because I think Benny was co-hosting. She works for Benny. So, but I do want to talk about that just for a second, Dustin, real quick. We spent the last year. What have we been talking about? We've been talking about David Brock. We've been talking about Media Matters. We've been talking about Michael Cheater. We've been talking about censorship. We're talking about inserted, retired, and or ex Intel community people in various platforms. Right? We've named them. We've shown them. We've named them. We've given them the LinkedIn. We've been talking about the Missouri v. Biden case, Hines v. Stamos case. We've been talking about this. We've had Congress people after Congress people in our spaces, even while they were having votes, right? While they were having votes. But we've been talking about all this stuff, and I've been doing it from my little piece of corner on X, and now we're seeing all these stories coalesce. We're seeing now the Missouri v. Biden case. We're seeing Elon Musk going after Media Matters. How many times was I talking about Nandini Jammy when nobody was? Remember when we were doing the garbage pail? And I said, "Oh, Nandini deserves a spot. She's not a journalist, but she's a cancel clown." And then now Chris Pavlovsky of Rumble is suing Nandini Jammy, right? So like all these things that we've been talking about over the last year, when seemingly nobody was, and it felt like we were yelling into the void, it's all coalescing now, and it's becoming front page story. Our stuff is, I can point to you to 15 things of things that we've talked about that ended up in the public record on Capitol Hill over the last 6 months. I know this because we coordinated with them. And so like now we're seeing, like, you guys remember when we were talking about we had the space about Blue Star Strategies and Andrei Telizhenko, right? And how Blue Star Strategies was like the go-between, the bagman for Hunter Biden between Burisma and Rosemont Seneca and the big guy, Blue Star Strategies. Now it's coming up. Now they're going to have Blue Star Strategies and Sally Painter up on Capitol Hill here soon, like within the next 2 weeks. And now we have a case that's sitting right now in Supreme Court, Missouri v. Biden, the injunction. And guess what happened? The Fifth Circuit removed CISA out of the injunction decision, And because of all the noise that we made and the constant and the spaces and the reporting that we've done on Missouri v. Biden, the Fifth Circuit added CISA back into it. And now it's sitting in front of the Supreme Court, where the Supreme Court's going to say, okay, yeah, actually, this injunction upholds, and you are now enjoined from censoring American citizens, White House, CISA, and all the rest of the people. And so we've been fighting these battles, and we've been doing it, and we've been talking about it, and we've been participating in it for months and months. And I can tell you that it's beat me down over the last few years doing this stuff and talking about it, because nothing ever happens, but it's all happening right now. And so again, I'll apologize to Philip on the space because I reacted that way because of the work that I have been doing, that we have been doing. And I sometimes I just don't like to be told what I should be doing when I've done everything that I possibly can, on top of maintain a full-time job, on top of maintain some kind of sanity in any kind of personal relationships outside of social media, and while doing all of these things. And so it just rubs me the wrong way sometimes. But I will apologize to Philip. I think your heart's in the right place. I will apologize publicly to you for that. I got a little heated. And I just wanted to land my plane there.
All
Okay.
right, yeah, my bad for yelling at you. It's when people, I can take just about anything, but when people accuse me of being a Fed, I'm gonna lose it. I shouldn't have done that. I apologize for the names that I called you. Hope you all forgive me. Hope
Oh,
you will forgive me.
100%, Philip. My
But
bad.
just
My
to be
bad.
clear, I think it was an honest misunderstanding, because I want people to understand. I'm not telling you to say things that will get you in trouble. I'm not telling you to say words that will get you in trouble. I'm not telling you to lose it and go off the deep end and just rage post and just scream. There is a strategic purpose to what I'm telling you to do. There's a strategic purpose to displaying your discontentment and your anger in front of the masses, because you can put out the information out there, you can put out the truth, but information and facts alone will not win the battle. People have to feel your anger and discontentment, not in an inappropriate way, but they have to feel it. They have to know that America is pissed off. And if they don't feel it, they'll just be like, "Oh, okay, well, whatever." I mean, we literally have people getting tortured and abused in these in these DC gulags. People are getting their teeth knocked out. The prison guard threatened a January 6th political prisoner with rape to his face after they not literally threatened him with rape after they knocked out his teeth, after they cut his mouth open, and after they give him two black eyes. And here's the thing, we can put that information out there, and I appreciate what Trash does when he talks to people in committees. That is important. But that alone will not win the battle. The discontentment and our anger has to be shown, and there has to be an escalation in our rhetoric, not in an illegal or inappropriate way. But we cannot just keep saying that Joe Biden is a stupid head or
Well,
he's a bad boy. Like, we got to make it clear, hey, this guy is a tyrant, he's a piece of shit, he's a dictator. We're not going to call for anything illegal to happen to him, but we're going to ramp it up to the appropriate level for the appropriate response to what he's doing to Donald Trump with these sham trials, with how he's weaponized the DOJ and FBI. It's appropriate. It's appropriate for us to respond to that in a change of rhetoric. Nothing crazy or illegal. That was a misunderstanding. I was trying to put that out there, but didn't get the chance. So, no
well,
harm, no foul. Trash. I apologize, but yeah, Derek
I,
knows
I,
it's
I,
rough.
I,
And we
I
are, Philip. We actually
li-
are doing that.
well, no, and listen, I want to thank both of you for right. Like again, we get heated about this stuff because we're all passionate. But I will say this, right? We all have different voices. We all have like different roles to play in this thing, and right, sometimes right, I tend to be like right. I enjoy like raging and calling people out the same way. I also though I don't want Trash doing it because I need Trash to be the more sane version who can actually talk to the serious people, right? Where I think that there's room for all of us to play our different roles in this thing. And I appreciate that you guys cleared it up the way you did. It was pretty badass. And I love that we're here, like working together, right? We have an incredibly diverse group of talent, of people who are passionate, of people who care, and people have been targeted by this shit, right? Like when Marianne went right, like really humanized it, right, very passionately earlier. If you guys didn't hear that before, like maybe we'll clip it, but like right, the real it just reminded me of the very real impact, the human impact that right. These aren't just some technical things that happen in the background to other people. This is real stuff that has been like wicked, evil stuff that is done to disrupt, harm, starve, derail people's lives in a way that is unbelievable. So anyway, I really appreciate you guys handling that. I'm gonna go to Lucas and then we'll kick it to Marianne.
Thanks, Dustin. Enjoying the space, and I don't want to derail it too much, but I did want to ask Trash if I could, if he's been tracking the Stephen Nayeroff case, because there are threads that lead and threads that lead, and in the light of I don't know the FBI or the allegations that Stephen Nayeroff have made against the SEC and the FBI are very damning. And the further and the further that we get away from the Torres decision in the library case, it's seeming much more plausible. So I wondered if you were tracking that at all, Trash.
I have. Can you give the spelling of the case real quick, and then I will be tracking it. What was the name of the case?
Well, it was the United States government versus Stephen Nayeroff, Stephen with a V. And I'll send you a link to the cases or to
And you said
the files.
Nayrov?
Nerayooff. And he was the
Nayrov.
lawyer that gave opinions to to Vitalik, the founder of Ethereum. And after he gave advice, I'll just lay it out for you a little bit. The SEC seemed to pick winners and to pick organizations to target with legal actions. And Ethereum seemed to be absolved of that in some ways, and yet a lawyer who gave them advice and advised them against nonprofit and some of the things that they did with their token layer was attacked by the SEC and by an informant of the FBI. And then some of the actions, the procedural actions they did to withhold information during discovery, etc., were also very eye raising. So I'll send you it. But I think that it begins to tell a very interesting story about how the government was looking at crypto in all of this too. And I guess I bring it up here because when you begin to understand how they had not just their thumb, their finger, or fist, but their elbow and their whole backs into directing the narrative in social media, you can imagine that they were also doing what they could to pressure an emerging crypto industry that is
What?
so tied to quote unquote terrorism.
So Lucas, I can speak to this a little bit because to me it gets to the same kind of disruption tactics, right, being deployed against potential platforms that could be disruptive, right? And what we've seen through all of this, right? And when I say all of it, I mean all of it. The censorship, right, that we've been really emphasizing today because Alex Jones is back, and we've discovered the disarm files, which are freaking mind blowing in their scope, right? But also, this gets to Elon's fight, the Media Matters fight, the entire central bank digital currencies, the Restrict Act, the Digital Platform Commission Act. Almost every single one of our fights steers us back to the same base level problem. And that base level problem is they they know that their propaganda and lies can only win in a vacuum, which is if the truth is allowed to have even a little platform, a little place to exist, right? What happens is they aren't right. Their lies will eventually lose out to the truth being spread naturally in ways they can't control, right? Even if it's just word of mouth, the truth has a way of spreading, despite the actions of any censor. And so what we've seen is really with X, they are really working that like they've thrown everything since Elon bought this thing to try to destroy it, or bring it under control or bring it to heel so that it can continue to be part of like the overall apparatus. What the Stephen Naroff files and tapes also show us right, is the same thing is happening around any of these other structures. So, right, the thing that they are desperate to stop is for there to be effective, useful alternatives that they can't control. And to me, the crypto fight really boils down to, right, two very differentiating, right? What we call crypto is actually a bunch of really different things that get filed under one big thing. But the thing that scares me, right, is one of the realities is a dystopian authoritarian nightmare where central power controls every human interaction and every human transaction, right? And that gets to what I think is really the model, the beta version is Ethereum, right? The programmable smart contract platform, right? Versus a decentralized node system that no one gets absolute central control of. Now, I that's a broad oversimplification. I know we could dive into the weeds of that, but really, this battle between these people, and this shows the lengths that they will go to F up people, right? The lengths that they will go to F up potentially competitive systems. And that's what we've got to keep our eye on. And I appreciate that tie together and the chance because, listen, I'm all about, I believe that, right, these systems will either take us to an authoritarian dystopia or will take us into a renaissance period where it's never been easier for you to manifest an entrepreneurial idea, manifest a business, manifest an entire way of life or art or whatever you want, or right, and it's only one of those two. We right, this will be a final battle between like freedom continuing to exist or not existing at all in any way that we would recognize. And I think if people don't understand that that battlefield is before us is one of the biggest threats that we have, which is why
I
we're so hell bent on like educating people.
I agree. I agree. And to quote Dan Bongino, because I think he's always said it best. He said, "You can push down the beach ball of liberty and freedom underwater, and you can hold it underwater, but eventually that liberty and freedom will come up to the surface." And I think that you can look historically in time, and you can go back to different eras. You can go back to different, you know, monarchies or kingdoms, or you can go back and look at different societies. And the thing that always rang true, no matter what, and you can go back to 1778, right? I mean, 1776 colloquially, but 1778, you can go back before that, and you can see always that freedom and liberty was always underneath the surface wanting to boil up and free itself. And I think you're right. And I think that a lot of the stuff that we're covering, a lot of stuff that we go into is a piece of that. But I think it's evidence that truth, freedom, and liberty will always come to the surface, no matter how much these tyrants and these absolute garbage people that believe in central control will always lose. You know, we can even look back into the 80s and look at what happened in the Soviet Union. Guys, that is a clear example of freedom and liberty winning out over totalitarian centralized control. And a lot of us that are in this fight that are constantly talking about this, and like, listen, this does, I agree, it intersects with crypto quite a bit. It's the reason that that I've ever been interested in Web3 and cryptocurrencies and blockchain. It was because of the decentralized nature of what that meant, what that represented to the average person. And I believe, although it's very dark right now, and I believe that while we've had great times, it's produced weak men. I believe that the hard times that we are going through now are producing strong men. And I say this a lot, and I'll say it again, and I'll shut up. It's going to take a lot of people to get back to the philosophy of being willing to water the tree of which you'll never be able to enjoy its shade. I have to be willing to say, hey, in 2 or 3 generations, we crush this censorship industrial complex machine that I'm so fervently going after constantly. And that maybe a generation later, they'll be able to enjoy the shade of not having a censorship industrial complex levied against their personal interests. So it has to be a tree of which you're willing to water, of which you'll never enjoy its shade. And I believe that I have a small, tiny little piece in that. That's what my philosophy is, and I think that all of this is going to intersect. And real quick, just so we know, Lucas, I did put that case down in the chat as well. I found it, so I'll review that as well. I'll get off my soapbox. Who was next? I know Gavin just joined us, so
Yeah, Maryam and then Gavin and General and Pine. And we have a bunch of people in the queue. I might cycle some people, but Maryam, get in here. I've called on you like 4 times and then ranted. So
Thank you. Thank you. I wanted to touch upon some of the things you said. You know, this, if I humanize it and, you said earlier, there's so many people that we don't know this is happening to, and it is real. And it's a wickedness if you tap into it. I'm still like on the fence of whether it's like the system is a simulation, because the algorithm is so interesting to watch a lot of the disruption that occurs or the damage control, where then you're like putting out fires so that you're not creating. When I was making Vanishing of the Bees, there was an entomologist in Florida that said, "Oh, you're going to go after bear? You better watch your tires." And I was so naive. And then later he went on to work for Bayer. And when I was one of the first to sell CBD, it turns out that the fake CBD they put to market, that's GW Pharma, that is also has an exclusive marketing agreement with Bayer. If you look at, like, I think it was Trash that mentioned Dr. Robert Epstein earlier, he was appearing in Congress and someone took him aside and said, "I have a feeling you're going to be dead, that you're going to get into an accident." And then months later, his wife had an accident.
so
There was a computer. Sorry.
yeah. So Marion,
Go ahead.
to back you up, it's actually a congressperson that pulled him
Oh
aside.
yeah,
Yep,
yeah.
because they do have some things that were some threats and warnings that actually really happened. This really happened.
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. I interviewed Dr. Robert Epstein in like 2019, and he was warning to this. And all, if you look at Google in specific, of all the changes they made, from the Google Medic update to changing their motto, "Don't be evil," their participation in the decade of vaccines, like leading to the Rona regime. And when I found out they had invested in Vaxitech and just the notion of a one size fits all flu vaccine, which is retarded in a concept, but it's all was leading to. But in regards to Epstein, that the car, they never did an investigation. The car was like, went to another country. I don't remember if it was Mexico. Maybe So these threats are real. When I was going to the Capitol, by the time I landed, nothing had happened yet. And I have a company that sells CBD. And by the time I landed, I lost my processor and I was with Square, which is Dorsey, which I didn't know at the time. Like nothing had happened yet. And then, 6 months can't make a penny of trying to find a processor. These are the ways in which they fuck with people big time. And it's because it's so elusive. I do really think coming together but the things that they do, like during Operation Quack Hack, just to remind people that in March 2020, FDA, FTC, DOJ launched a real operation called Operation Quack Hack. They went after people, like I interviewed people who FDA agents showed up at their door with face diapers on. One police raided her home, took things from her safe. Another person who had a business for 32 years wakes up, their entire online business is cut off at the DNS server, like poof, gone, your whole website is gone. So just wanted to add that these things are happening. I don't know what the solution is. I think speaking about it, and like you said, not presenting. It's like I'm not a victim, but this is terror in our own country. Thank you.
Yeah. So yeah, what you were saying there about Dr. Epstein. Also, real quick, if you guys want to know what the heck we're talking about, my friend Lisa, she booked Dr. Epstein and Robert Bose on an episode of Timcast Culture War. I'll link it to the bottom, where he actually talks about a lot of what she was just talking about. But Epstein is not. He's a Democrat. He is a self-described Democrat, but he noticed what was going on with what Google was doing and their search manipulation, and how they actually had tangible numbers of how they could move an election based upon their interference with search results. And when Dr. Epstein came out, and he came out in Congress, a congressman had actually pulled him aside and said, you better watch out. They're going to take you out. And there was a car accident, still unexplained, where his wife had passed away, died. And that car, I believe, ended up in the Middle East, if I'm not mistaken, Miriam. So, yeah, but that's a pretty crazy story. I'll link it down below. That's the most recent, but I've been following him for some time because obviously, censorship is my self-described beat. Anyway, Gavin, glad to see you. Good. Glad you're here. Come on in.
So the discussion about rhetoric is probably not as it seems. Like, for instance, people will say, oh, well, don't say things that can be taken the wrong way because they'll use it against you. The so-called Fed posting. But it's much more complex than that. And it's not even really about avoiding that type of language, because from what I learned because remember, we did Shadowgate and all that stuff, right? Got arrested and interrogated and almost sent to Wright Patterson over making a documentary about the very thing we're talking about, right? When this first was rolled out, there was a dashboard, and it was called the Shadow Net. And what the Shadow Net was, it was a way to have non-attribution so that you could run bot farms, personas, which are basically people that aren't bots, assets, you name it, full-blown top-down, what's called a common operational picture, control and command of a full-blown psychological operation deployment. And what's the gnarliest thing is he said when I was learning about this, do you know why it's called the Shadow Net? And I said, no. He said, because it's built off of Jungian psychology. Now, that really is terrifying, because what this means is, remember in Empire Strikes Back, right, where Yoda says that Luke has to go face himself, right? And he goes and faces himself, and it's himself, because that's your shadow. Your shadow is the part of your subconscious mind, the things about you that you are not consciously aware of. Okay? So the idea of the
Carl Jung.
so the idea of the shadow net is to use bots and personas and people with PhDs in psychology to map out behavioral patterns and predictive models, because the goal is to trigger your behavior by hacking your shadow. So the way nudging works is they build out your psychological profile, and then they know, okay, if we nudge him with this, if we nudge him with that, right? Like his dad died when he was a kid, so he has sensitive issues regarding men, this, that, the other, whatever, right? Like, or this individual's gay, so blah, 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 right? Like, they know the different things about you to know how to reality hack you. So the problem with rhetoric is that whatever you say is being analyzed by not a group of people now, but by machine learning AI systems to understand your way of thinking, but not just your way of thinking, the way you and your friends think, the way you and your friends and the people they associate, right? To where you have groups within groups within groups modeled out to understand how these groups operate, and how to predictively model that through the language. So when we're sitting here and talking, what we need to learn how to do is actually have like camouflage in our language, complex use of language, things that AI isn't quite able to capture yet. That's where we need to be elevating the conversation, because We can hack the reality, hacking by disrupting the algorithm, by giving it noise. So I just want to throw some of that out there because this is a much more sophisticated thing we're dealing with than anyone's talking about. We're all talking about a decade behind of where the capability actually is. So I just wanted to throw that out there.
Gavin, I've been meaning to get with you about a lot of this, actually. Send me a message so we can talk, actually. Kim's been trying to get the two of us together for a minute.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Yeah, now Gavin, hey, it's so spot on, and it's one of those things when we talk about nudging, right? So many of their terms, the terms that they wrap this fucking colorful bullshit around, seem so innocuous. When the reality is what you're actually dealing with is behavioral modification and psychological manipulation in a way that is really, really disturbing. I also love the idea of right the counter offensive measures from us as far as using language and other things to disrupt their ability to track and create accurate psychological profiles, right? And sometimes my how do I put this one, you can inject things into your profile that will serve as a red flag that manipulation is going on.
You want to know how bad it is? People involved in counterinsurgency operations are actually given lists of preferential and non-preferential terms. And it's when you get your hands on those lists that you can actually see just how complicated this really is. Because it's not about, it's so hard. It's like in 9/11 Patriot Act. It's like, oh, government spying. Well, I got nothing to hide, so I don't care. Well, it's like, it's got nothing to do with that. It has to do with understanding how we, you want to, I'll put it out there as it's this simple. So you have a subconscious mind that you interface with. And the creepy part about the subconscious mind is it actually operates like a machine learning tool. And so a lot of how people can get into meditation or athletics and all these like hyper sensitive skills, playing the piano, you name it, it's because they're basically using their conscious to program their subconscious and a little bit of back and forth because there's a biofeedback process. And that's how that works. What they're doing is they're trying to create a duplicate of your machine learned subconscious so that not only are you interfacing with that, but that generally is what's controlling society collectively.
Dude, that's so much. Like, I hope people are processing what you hear from Gavin and Millie. By the way, I've been also subject to all of the bullshit that we've been talking about for trying to reveal exactly these kind of things. If you're not familiar, right? And they're also building alternative infrastructure for us to use that isn't, so that we're not subject to all of the data tracking and manipulation and psychological profiling with QUX. If you haven't checked it out, use promo code AM. Support right people building the next layer of technology that we can all use, and support American Mission. It's a win-win. Freaking love what you guys are doing. And Gavin, thank you for jumping up and adding like that kind of important context in a way that again gets to the digestibility, and that was really beautifully articulated. I
Well,
appreciate
what
it.
it is they have us playing chess against ourselves with software that's mastered chess. That's the problem. And so every time we engage it, it learns how we play. So it learns how to basically beat us every time we play. And that's what this is. That's like, it's the war game scenario. But rather than some big giant machine with data banks, it's our devices that dictate and interface everything from our phone calls to our temperature in our homes and stuff. So
God, man. I hope we have time to undo it all. Right? At the end of the day, and it's our inputs, it's our collective laziness and our willingness to give up what was an essential liberty, which is the right to privacy, and the way in which we voluntarily have given that up for convenience is something that I think history will look back on in a way that is troubling. All right, let's see. I think it was Pine, and then the General, and then Philip next, and then Nico, and then Spiro.
Thank you guys. So, Dustin, you guys are wonderful. Trash. Thank you guys so much for the research you've done. I'm sitting back just amazed at what you've done. And Trash, like, never be upset. You're working a full time job and you're doing the research as well. Like, what a hero. Both you guys, like, hero. 100%. Just a note for you guys. So I've been a negotiator, like in my, so yeah, we got Pine Lakes Homestead, but I've been a negotiator for 25 years overseas, mostly China. And I just want you guys to know something. I think we may be on the verge of another pandemic here. So what happened last time? The bond market fell, and the China ship. So I watch the Baltic Sea all the time, and I just was checking it out the last couple of days, and I posted it down the Purple Pill. Please look at that. There's some stuff, sabotage going on in the Baltic Sea right now, and it's getting me a little concerned that the ships are going to slow down. So if the ships slow down, I don't know if you guys remember or not, but when the last time this happened, if you guys remember, there were probably 1,000 ships waiting at the ports in California. So all I'm saying is that make sure to have extra meds, food, water. Just have it. Just want to throw out something just in case. Just have the extra stuff out there for you guys, okay? Go get your aspirin, go get all that stuff, because everything that we get, everything that you walk into Walgreens, it's all coming from China. Every single thing. So please have all that in your homes. And that's all I want to say. I posted that down there. You guys can take a look at that. And God bless you guys. Thank you so much for what you do. God bless.
No, our pleasure. And we're keeping an eye on that stuff as well. And, right, team effort as far as the research goes. None of this happens without so many of the people who don't get all of the credit, right? Who send us stuff, whether it's Rose or, right, I'm sure I could scroll through, or, right, Bad Kitty for Congress. If you're not following Pepe's grandma, she was so far out ahead of some of this stuff that, like, she doesn't get the credit she deserves for, like, uncovering a bunch of this stuff. And so it really is a collective team effort. And for all of you guys who send us stuff from time to time, right? Or connect some piece of the puzzle, right? We often we get to get up here and we get to share it and we get to tie a bunch of the pieces together, and right, it's a lot of fun. But it definitely, I would be remiss not to give credit to where credit's due, which is it's all of you, right? Just on the stage right now, we have an unbelievable set of like fearless people who've stood up against the machine, people who've dug deep and researched stuff, who've called shit out, who've paid a price for it, who've gone to prison for it. It's an honor for us to be able to be up here. And it is no doubt a collective team effort all the way around.
Hey, Dustin,
Um,
who was it that was just speaking so I can make it easier to find the post she was talking about?
She left. It's Pine Lake. What was it? Pine Lake. Where'd she go?
Homestead.
Homestead.
Yeah.
Pine Lake Homestead.
Okay, thank you. I thought I was going crazy. I couldn't find this person, so it makes me feel better to know they actually left. All right, thank you.
No, she's there. She's got a cute pit bull as her profile picture. We're a little tight on space because we have
It's
so many awesome people like speaking, and we've just brought Ryan Zink up. I'm looking forward to talking with him. But I'm gonna
yep.
kick it to the general, and then
Real,
we'll kick it around. But go ahead, general.
yeah, yeah.
All
Real
right,
quick.
all
Wait,
right.
hold on. Trash, go ahead.
Yeah, it's Mona Elizabeth 56 at. That's the at. I just wanted to give her credit because I think she's got some fire too. And again, real quick, I do want to kind of go on the back of what Dustin just said because I've talked about this before. Like, yes, we host spaces. Yes, they're large. Yes, we go through a lot of things and we tie things a lot together. But I can tell you that there's been many pieces of stuff that I have not been able to tie together if I didn't check my message requests about people that I don't follow that send it to me. And I get it, and I'm like, holy shit, there it is. Like that's the piece. And so sometimes a lot of these people that have this stuff do go unmentioned. And I try to make it a habit of every like serious big space that we have, and making that mention, saying, I see you, I've seen it, and I appreciate you. Because like again, I'm a nobody on in the grand scheme. However, we do have some successful spaces, and sometimes things get tied together by just some random person that sent me something. And I'm like, holy shit, there it is, And so I wanted to curtail on that in general and coming to you. I just wanted to say that I appreciate you guys too.
Let me just add real quick before the general goes, whoop, there it is. All right, now go ahead, General.
Yeah. Well, listening to Walt a little while ago, I understand what he said. The information and what he explained was, I think it's something for us to take into consideration and pay attention to. At the same time, there you kind of run the risk of becoming self-censored, and it's there's a fine line between being conditioned, and not expressing yourself, and kind of the being censored aspect of it. Personally, I don't have a filter. I don't want to get into a debate on how people need to talk or what they need to say. But me personally, I don't have a filter. I never will have a filter. That's neither here nor there. I want to go jumping back to the censorship. You've been censored big time on here, Dustin. You yourself, there's probably quite a few people out there that probably heard this, but you don't realize it. But this is you right here. I don't know if you can hear that.
We can't hear it, General.
Okay, so it's basically digitized, broken up speech. I mean, it's, and this was earlier when I got booted off, and then Janet had to put it on captions. You look at these spaces that have 100,000 people on them; they have no problems. They have no audio issues. They don't have any people having a hard time hearing anybody. This is the kind of aspect I'm talking about with the larger groups out there, kind of getting a better quality kind of thing. And Elon Musk pretty much admitted this. Okay, there's some things that are going on in Twitter still, and I'm sure that y'all brought this up before, but it's kind of important to talk about it now. There's a back door, okay, and this is something a lot of people don't understand. They don't know about this, but there is a back door for the feds to come into Twitter and mess with it. I'm pretty sure that came out on the Twitter files. Maybe y'all can verify what I'm saying, but it's a back door that the feds can come in and they can basically manipulate and do different things on the platform. But that has been verified before. I know that's a real thing, and it's something that Elon Musk was unable to close up. So when at the end, if you listen to the Alex Jones stuff and the space today with Alex Jones and Elon and everybody, you can hear him say that he has to adhere to all the laws, and he's got thousands of laws that he has to adhere to. And one of those laws is the Patriot Act. It's a law. So, the ability for them to be able to come in and utilize this, not to mention all the people that y'all talked about were ex-CIA, working at the CIA for 18 years and the FBI for 20, and all these different people that, basically there's a back door that's been available for any of these agencies to come into these platforms and be able to do what they need to do. If there's something that's going on, they can intervene in it. It's part of what the Patriot Act basically is, and that's just. I wanted to touch on that a little bit, but your space is definitely. Even just a small space like this, you've had incredible technical stuff. Difficulties. I've had full bars. I've had full everything. No reason for me to have any problems. Twitter kicked me off Twitter completely after I talked the last time because I guess I said some things that were unfiltered and weren't supposed to be so boldly put out there. But that's what happened. The whole app shut down on me. It's not that I got kicked from the space. I got kicked from Twitter. It was completely shut down for no reason whatsoever. So these things are very real, and you have to pay attention to these things. And a lot of times you're not going to see it. Like Janet was saying earlier, it was kind of dismissed as something that just kind of happens on an occasional basis. But the reality is that's very, it's disruptive. It stops, a flow of information and things from progressing. And, just as far as what Philip was saying, I want to touch on that. It's not everybody's cup of tea to just be brute honest and not have a filter. It's not everybody's going to do it that way, but the people that are out there, you need to understand that they know that they're probably going to get censored. They know they're probably going to get attacked like I have. I can't even hold a space. I have somebody else post my spaces for me, and then I join the space as a co-host, so I'm never a host. I mean, you have to understand that, some those folks, they need to be, they probably need to be thumbed up on that, because there's a reality of it. I'm not going to be censored. I will explain to Joe Biden that he's a tyrant and a traitorous bastard. And these people that project that we're terrorists and stuff like that, they're the very people that threaten the constitutional republic, because we're not a democracy. We're a constitutional republic, and that word democracy is a dog whistle for communism. I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to be filtered. I'm going to call them out left and right. I'm going to do that. And if they want to boot me, then I'll just have another account and I'll start back at zero. I got a backup Telegram account just for that very thing, because it's a very good possibility that they're going to try to, get rid of my freedom of speech. And that's part of this. It's all part of them conditioning us to kind of behave like the good sheep that we're supposed to be. And I just refuse to do that. I'm not going to. So with that, Dustin, I appreciate the space, man. Great space, good information, man. I appreciate you, brother. See you next time.
No, listen, I appreciate it. I'll say this though, right? Like Alex Jones in that space today, right? Definitely understood that he had to change some of the ways in which he presented his information in order, right, to be part of the system and not be completely it next. Right. And so even Alex Jones, like it was very clear at several points to me, right? That he's recognized there's certain fucking shits you just third rails, if you will, that you just can't fuck with. Right. And it's frustrating, but I sometimes like to go back a little bit to explain like how I've lived through this in the past. There's only one person. So I have I've been blessed to play leading roles in all kinds of big projects, whether it was the Tea Party movement or We Build the Wall or working for Bannon and Breitbart when Bannon was the CEO of the Trump campaign, right? All of these different really big things that like I coordinated, I organized, I put together. Only one person ever had the balls to put me on Fox News. That was Kayleigh McEnany, who booked me for the Mike Huckabee show. And I went off script and attacked Mitt Romney when it was a no-go zone to attack Mittens, right? And I was never invited back. So like, right, the Fox News blacklist is a very real thing. Like, right, me and Jen literally could not go on fucking any media, including what quote unquote friendly media, right? And what's interesting is the way that we had to build around that was to find and elevate voices who could go on, who could interject and inject some of the message that needed to get out. And so, right, that there is a level of this and it's why I really appreciate what Gavin just said, right? And I hope everybody takes a little extra time to think about that, right? Which is we also have to this is the reality and the playing field on which the future of our country is going to be fought, right? And we have to figure out, right, what we have to give and what we have to give up in order to most effectively win that battlefield based on the fact that it's stacked against us, right? That really every platform is stacked fucking against us like all the way around. And so for us, right, it requires a blend of messaging, of tactics, right, and a recognition. The other thing that has really white pilled me lately, right, the thing that I've taken the most amount of optimism from is what we're watching right now with Media Matters, with what the disarm files are going to show, what the CTI League files are showing, what the criminal investigations in Texas and Missouri are certainly going to come up. What um oh I just brain farted bad. What Missouri v. Biden and Stamos, the
Heinz v. Stamos. Heinz v. Stamos.
Heinz v. Stamos. All
Yep.
of this stuff, what it all plays into is the disruption of their apparatus to fuck with us ahead of the election. which leads me to believe that we will have a way better fighting chance this time than we did in 2020 for sure, and 2022, where they had complete and total operational control of all of these different outlets. And we're starting to see them, right? We've had not one, two whistleblowers on the CTI league, right? One was somebody blew the whistle and somebody else was like, fuck, I better get in on that actually while I can, right? They're starting to turn on one another. They're starting to expose the fucking illegal and dirty shit they were doing. And that's going to be very, very helpful to us in the fight going forward to like preserve and be able to compete in a way that's fair. And to me, that it's a very white pilling message.
And just so we're clear, Dustin, just to be clear, Matt Taibbi himself has confirmed that, right? So, like guys, just to be clear, we have been covering the CTI league files, and I want to get to the hands because they give me anxiety, but we have been covering them. Matt Taibbi came into the space. I also connected Matt with Heather Mullins and Greg Phillips and Catherine Albright. If you guys don't know who Catherine Albright is, she's was True the Vote. She was one of the main people behind the Dinesh D'Souza 2000 Mules film. They have created what's called open.inc, INK, and this is like an open source intelligence like repository. Anyway, long story boring, I'll tell you this. So we know that this stuff is going on, and we had the space about this. Matt Taibbi came in, but the reason I'm connecting them is because we're actually going to get the CTI League files, all of the whistleblowers that came forward. We're going to get all that dump. So like whatever Schellenberger and Taibbi and Alex Gutentag has gone through and created stories out of, they're going to dump all of the whistleblower stuff that was given to them onto open.inc. So that's coming. And we'll be able to all pour through it. And obviously, Walter, myself, Dustin, Jen, we have a vested interest in getting a hold of that because we have a lot of other things that are not in the CTI League files that we're talking about here, with the disarm framework and so on and so forth. So we're going to be able to go through that. But what Dustin is saying is 100% accurate. The dominoes are falling. The whistleblowers that are coming out left and right are not just coming out of like DHS. Like we know about the suspendables, right? Like Kyle Seraphin, whom I would consider a friend. He started the suspendables, right? And you have Aaron and Tara Rodas. You have the Health and Human Services whistleblower, Tara Rodas. You've got Aaron, who's coming out of Department of Homeland Security as a whistleblower. We're seeing like Sonia, whatever her last name is, Labash. She is the Air Marshal's whistleblower that exposed the Clear Skies, the Quiet Skies program within the DHS and the 4S labeling on anybody that flies. I'm sure Philip has it. I'm sure Derek has it. I know Brandon Strzok has it for sure. And this is where an air marshal program is designed to follow them around everywhere. Those are great whistleblowers. But what we're seeing here with CTI League is actually we have whistleblowers coming out of the belly of the beast, the heart of the dragon of what this government is. And that's what these CTI League files are. And to Dustin's point, and to his credit, by the way, because he did say on that space that if we talk about this, you have limited time to be a whistleblower before you are considered a conspirator. And so we're going to see more and more whistleblowers coming out, and they are coming out. And from what I understand in the background, and I'll just tell you this, I'm not going to name names, I'm not going to say what about, but I have gotten confirmation that more whistleblowers have come forward since all this stuff has been coming out. And we are about to see a flood of just absolute horror of what has been constructed since the Patriot Act and since the 2000s in our government. And Edward Snowden was way early through the door. But what we're about to see come out here in the next year or two or whatever is going to blow people's skulls backwards. It's seriously, like, the stuff that we're talking about is just scratching the surface. They're all coming out. People are whistleblowing. They're done with it. We do have people that have been complicit in a lot of this stuff for a long time, and they're finally coming forward. And I think that we owe them the duty and respect, whatever we can, with whatever platform we have, to cover it, to talk about it, to make it mainstream to the point where they feel safe to come out and talk about it. So it's coming, it's happening, and I for one, Dustin, I'm here for it.
Fuck yeah, dude. And that's the other thing, right? when we talk, and we get, and listen, we get frustrated too, as much as anybody. Like we talk, and nothing ever. It's that shit does happen. The reason these whistleblowers didn't just wake up one day and be like, oh, you know what, fuck it. Like, I feel bad about all the illegal shit they did. They watched all the momentum building around all the exposure of all this stuff, and they said, oh fuck, like they're beating around my door. They've done everything but expose me in particular. I better get out ahead of it. And now we're watching that snowball turn into a fucking avalanche, and I am so here for it. Right? And it is, as Trash said, we're only like even on the disarm files and the stuff that the team has been digging around, Walter, and right, so many of like more than a dozen researchers, right, have been working around the clock, sick, fucking around work, whatever they got to do to build out this stuff. It's it's not even a place where we can we're still figuring out like how do we expose it in a way that really maximizes the impact of finding this information. God, am I here for it? All right, Philip, go ahead.
Hey, I was literally just responding to this guy. It's funny you're talking about my comments earlier. The majority of my comments on my last two like big tweets have literally just been people saying, you know, they're going to throw you back in chains, right? You know, they're going to have you picking cotton again, right? You know, they're going to send you back to Africa, right? Like, it's Democrats saying this all day long. I'm just like, no one on the right has ever said anything like that to me in person or online. Not here on Twitter, you know, but that's what they do. They like to scare people using that kind of rhetoric, scare people of color, black and brown people, into voting for failed president and dictator Joe Biden. But I wanted to tell you guys one of the things about the rhetoric that I was telling you guys about, because I want you all to know this. What's important and what I want people to understand, because a lot of times, lots of people here and everywhere on the right and in the middle as well are asking, why is Donald Trump not up by at least 10 points or 12 points? And a big part of the reason why is image, because they built an image for Joe Biden as old, the old friendly grandpa neighbor, you know, who protects democracy, who unifies the country. It's total fucking bullshit. But that's the image that they built. Unifies the country. He's old. He's the family grandpa, you know. So that's their whole image for him, even though it's total bullshit. And the image they build for Donald Trump is that he's the enemy of democracy. He's crazy. He's a dictator. We all know it's bullshit, but they push it so hard. And they all do it in unison, and that's the reason why it has an effect on the masses, has an effect on the psyche of the masses. And that's the reason why beforehand I was telling you guys that we need to get more aggressive and ramp up the rhetoric. Nothing crazy, obviously, nothing illegal, nothing wrong in any way. Just call Joe Biden out for what he is. You know, a dictator, a tyrant, someone who persecutes his political opponents using FBI and DOJ, and someone who crushes dissenters with, you know, persecution, abuse, and torture. That's what I'm talking about. Totally lawful. By the way, it's simply telling the truth. And you have to understand, during Thanksgiving, Joe Biden was trying to reinforce that image, you know, that the Democrat machine built for him of, you know, the friendly, bring everyone together grandpa, where he's like, and it made me so upset at the time. Where at the beginning of Thanksgiving break, he was saying, what I want people to talk about during Thanksgiving dinner is that we need to come together. That's my message. That's Joe Biden's message to America. That is my goal. And I was like, you motherfucker. I was like, how dare you? So I post a video calling him out saying, if you want us to, well, first off, you're a dictator. And if you want us to come together, then how come you kicked everyone out of the military, did not take the vaccine, who voted for Donald Trump, who supports Donald Trump, or even simply went to a rally that was in any way in favor of Donald Trump? You kicked them out of the military, all right, for their political ideology, for the conservative, even just for being a conservative, really. You hunt these people down, you purge them in the military. Same thing online, even though Facebook and Instagram and Google and all these companies ban and shift everything against conservatives like 5 million% versus what they do to liberals, which they do nothing to liberals, really. He's calling these companies to censor and ban us even more. So I point these things out in the video. I point out what he does to J6ers and to dissenters, and I point out how he weaponized the FBI and DOJ against Trump. And I made it clear after listing all those points that Joe Biden is a dictator. I call him a dictator. And the video that I posted, it got 900,000 views. It got close to 1 million views. And here's the thing I want you guys to realize, because it was attacking Joe Biden's image, not attacking him on the border, not attacking him all these things everyone knows he's fucked up on, because it attacks him on his image. Once it got around 500,000 views, the NBC News host, who used to be the NBC News host, Malcolm Nance, and then some employees from CNN and from the woodworks, they started popping out. They started attacking me, basically calling me Uncle Tom, saying I'm trying to get the buttered biscuits and everything. So I'm like, it's Thanksgiving, everyone's eating biscuits. But they had no way to defend against my claims or disprove them. The real reason why they had an issue with the claims I was making is because I ended my claim and my statement with Joe Biden is a dictator. That's what they have a problem with, attacking his image of being against dictators, being for democracy, being for a unified America, being equal in all ways. Like, we all know it's bullshit. So that's what they're working so hard to protect. And that's the reason why I'm saying to ramp up the rhetoric, because they're not going to say out loud that that's what they're trying to protect Joe Biden of right now, the attacks on his image, but it's the truth. It's not so much that he's messing up at the border, and it's not so much, like a number of other things. It really is what they're trying to do most is protect Joe Biden's image as they go after Trump's image 1,000,000%. You guys see it. They're calling Trump a dictator. They're saying that he's going to lock everyone up. It's what they're doing to us, which is what's fucking ridiculous. But you see what they're doing. That's a tactic, because they can't go after Trump on issues. They go after his image, and they're pumping up Joe Biden's image to be like some type of good man who's against corruption, who's for democracy. And that's the reason why it's so important to use your rhetoric and to realize that your words are weapons. And you use your words as weapons to destroy his image. And it will make a difference in the polls, I guarantee you that, but it will take some time. And it has to be a unified effort on the right.
Well, I remember your fight against Malcolm Refrigerator Nance, and another opportunity for me to drop the amazing garbage. It might be my favorite piece of artwork I did. Maybe the greatest AI prompt of all time was tactically raiding his refrigerator in the middle of the night. That was the prompt that I gave Midjourney for that piece of artwork against that motherfucker. But
Also, stolen valor. He lied about what he did in Ukraine. He wasn't out there fighting. And I means he put out these articles saying, even MSNBC News called him out for it. So it's funny. These guys will go to Ukraine and they'll have a Ukraine flag. They'll post up with a gun and they'll be wearing a helmet and like bulletproof like vest and the army gear and everything. But they're not actually out there fighting. They're just tweeting. Like, there's actually quite a few people that did that.
I don't know if you saw the artwork, Philip, but like our Malcolm Nance is so fucking good. Like it is, it is so fucking good.
I saw it. It was hilarious.
Oh my god, that's honestly one of my favorites. And because he is, and the stories that came out about his shenanigans, fuck him, right? And you want to see the racism come out? Just be a minority supporting anything that's against their agenda, and watch how fast the expletives come out, how quick they are to call people Uncle Toms. We've seen it over and over and over and over again. It's fucking despicable.
Oh, and celebrating my whole legal battle. They're like, "Oh, you're going to prison. Oh, you're getting what you deserve. You're a terrorist." They don't know my case. They don't know the first thing about me. But the second they hear J6, they start calling me all these names. And these are the same people who have been screaming Black Lives Matter, everywhere for years. And then they see me, and then they're screaming for me to get thrown in prison, to have like the worst possible prison sentence, when I did not break anything, I did not steal anything, I did not assault anyone, did not threaten anyone, didn't make it inside the Capitol building, didn't damage the Capitol building. I mean, shit. The only thing I actually did was say words and participate in a heave ho for like seconds, and that was it. And they're trying to make me out to be a terrorist because of that, but they won't actually tell the story because the story disproves all of it.
Philip, you know what those are called little dictators, but I call them tater dicks.
Yeah, tater tots. Little tater tots. Real quick, I'm going to do a shameless plug because, I'm a shameless plugger. But the reason they're calling Donald Trump a dictator and they're going to try to make it land was because of Axios and a couple other places. And I will point you to my profile. You look at my pinned tweet. and it has everything to do with Heritage Foundation's Project 2025. And the reason that they're calling Donald Trump a dictator, and the reason that they're calling inbound Republicans in 2024 dictators, and it's going to be a forever, it's because the administrative state is actually really, for the first time, under attack. And if you guys want to know what the hell I'm talking about, go to my pinned tweet, shameless plug. Political Savvy, and I, we've been covering Project 2025, which was created out of the Heritage Foundation. And this is designed to be a transitional project. What it's for specifically is to actually exercise laws that are already on the books and actually thin out the layers of the administrative state, the deep state, as you would call it, between the executive cabinet positions and fireable, accountable positions within our government. It's essentially the fourth branch of government that we never voted on or agreed to within our Constitution that has become this powerful amalgamous that we call the deep state administrative state. And so the reason they're attacking him and calling him a dictator, he's going to be a dictator, is because these intel people that have found their way to have an office within the White House, the National Security Council within the White House, that are not actually answerable to the president at all, that operate on their own through the State Department, through other administrative agencies throughout our country, that they cannot be fired. They are held accountable to no one. They're not voted for, and there are no politicians that actually put them there. And this bloated administrative state is going to be cut out day one, and that's what Project 2025 is all about. If you want to see more, go to my profile. It's my pinned tweet. Savvy and I have spaces on this. We did part 2, which was immigration, a couple weeks ago. We're going to do Department of Homeland Security on part 3, and we're going to be going through this. I need you guys to understand why they're calling him a dictator. It's because the administrative state, for once, is actually under threat. They're going to get the right personnel in there in 2024, and when they do that, a lot of these people that have made careers of selling this country out and eroding it from within are going to find themselves without jobs. So that's what this plan is about. Go check my profile; it's all there. That's why we've been covering it. Anyway, shameless plug. Go ahead, Jen. Sorry.
Yeah, no, Trash, I just wanted to add when I was looking into some of that stuff we found in some of the presentations that they gave at these huge conferences they have where they literally outline like the censorship stuff, they literally refer to how they can like weaponize the fourth in what is it, the fourth estate, the one like we shouldn't even have, right? And they talk about using it, so this entity that shouldn't even be there in the first place, they're talking about how they can weaponize it against us to censor us further, beyond what is outlined in the Constitution.
100%. Yes. Jen. Oh, all right. We'll go back to our research, but like, yes, that is absolutely correct. In these documents that we're talking about, like the disarm framework, the censorship framework that we're talking about, the SJ Chirps of the world, all the stuff that we're exposing, they 100% wanted to weaponize what they call the fourth estate. That's 100% correct. The administrative deep state. People say like, and again, deep state is a great marketable term. But the reality is this administrative state that is accountable to no one, that can't be fired by anybody, that's completely unionized. This can be done. There's a law in the books. 1978, there was a law passed by Congress trying to keep a check on this administrative state that was created by FDR. This administrative state, this expert class, quote unquote, that has been able to grow and fester within our own government, they then wanted to use the system that we're talking about to weaponize this bloated section of government that none of us voted for, that is accountable to no one, against the American people via the State Department, aka CIA. That's what this is. Jen, you're 100% spot on.
Thanks, Trash. Yeah, no, that's what it made me think, like, because in their presentations, they literally are like, and we'll use the fourth estate for X, Y, and Z. And it's like, well, wait a second, like you are literally taking this entire apparatus that y'all created, none of us wanted it, and you're then turning it around. Like it's bad enough that they use it in other countries, right? And honestly, like I feel really bad for the way like the US like has gone around the world and done really shady shit and destroyed a lot of beautiful places in the name of quote unquote democracy, which all it was the establishment trying to create this world order where they were the total profiteers. And it doesn't matter whether it was hurting people, it doesn't matter where people were killed, right? It was all about them profiteering, even if that meant off of war. And on the homeland, if anybody was to speak out about it, if anyone was to question 9/11, if anyone was to question January 6th, they then took this weaponized freaking fourth estate, turned it against the people, and silenced us all. Like, this is some, I'm sorry, like, whatever, I'm gonna get hate for this. This is some freaking Nazi shit. Like, straight up fucking Nazi shit. And we
So,
are all just being like, okay, well, we'll just keep trying. And it's like, well, wait
well,
a second,
so
like,
Well, and
go ahead,
Jen,
Trash.
to that point, the last couple days I've been watching. There's a new Netflix series. It's another World War II in color. I've been watching it, and they show kind of like the rise. They show kind of like what happened in Eastern Germany when the Nazis were on the rise, and how they controlled information and the Ministry of Propaganda, and how they actually like used it on the American citizen, I'm sorry, the German citizens, to basically propagandize them into going along with what they were about to do. And it was this the parallels are sickening. It's crazy. And like we look at like the Euromaidan, right? Euromaidan protests in Ukraine prior to 2014, and how we basically, created a color revolution in Ukraine, and how they were able to do it through the same systems that they're using right now, that we're exposing right now. Or how the protests in Iran, on the freedom women's movement in Iran, and like gays belong in Iran too, that kind of thing. They're utilizing the same type of warfare, the psychological warfare that we're talking about with this disarm network on American citizens, and they're creating color revolutions. They were doing it abroad. We already had beef with that. I had beef with Euromaidan. I had beef with Syria. I had beef with the Turkey stuff. I had beef with all these different like revolutions and color revolutions that we participated in. But then they turned it into the American public and said, we're going to do it here. And we're going to get rid of Donald Trump here. And we're going to crush and thwart and destroy any kind of populist movement that may happen in the United States, because we watched it happen in the UK, and Brexit happened, and we can't have that happen here. And now you've got like Javier Milei in Argentina. We thought we had a good prime minister in Italy with what's her name, but that turned out to be bullshit. But we're seeing this happen. We saw this Gert, whatever his name is, in the Netherlands. They just voted another populist in the Netherlands. It's happening all over the country, all over the world. But they weaponized this anti-populist, tamped down influence operation on the American people post 2016 and 2017. Said never again, never again. And I'm here to tell you guys, oh, we're definitely going to happen. It's definitely going to happen this time. You can't crush it. Sorry, Jen. Go ahead. I'm so fired up. You have no idea.
No, Trash, you know I have to speak about the color revolution stuff, right? And I haven't quite figured this out exactly how this deal went down, but what I truly believe, and I really feel this in my heart, is that the Biden slash Obama administration, right, in 2014 went over to Ukraine, and we wonder why, like, why are we paying Zelensky? Why are we in this Ukrainian war, right? I think, well, we know that the Obama administration slash Biden went over and overthrew the government of Ukraine, right? During the Maidan shit in 2014. You look at the January 6th stuff, it was almost exact to what happened in 2014 in Ukraine, right? And you look at what Laura Loomer uncovered, right? With the Ukrainian people outside of January 6th, the way it was weaponized against the people, the way it entrapped people, the way that people are now literally prisoners of this fucking war sitting in a DC gulag, right? And we wonder why is because I think Zelensky turned around and helped Biden get installed as the United States president because they had lost the 4 years under Trump with their freaking globalist plan. And we are repaying him how much it was for them to overthrow the election, do January 6th, and fucking install Biden. And we're wondering how he got installed. I really think it's payback for the when we got Zelensky installed in Ukraine.
Oh, 100%. I don't think that people are ready for this conversation yet, but 100%. Wow, we got some hands. Sorry, Jen. Shit. All right, Ryan, get in here, Ryan. Let's go.
All right, what's up, everybody? My name's Ryan Zink. I am a J6 defendant. I was there on January 6th. I'm now a felon. I'm running for Congress in Texas. You know, and I just want to add to this conversation because I can specifically narrow this down to what we're talking about when it comes up to the Nazis. And I want you to research something that's called the Reichstag fire. So, three key takeaways about what happened in the Reichstag fire is that it implemented in one day the decree to suspend the right to assemble, freedom of speech, freedom of press, and the constitutional protections, including all restraints on police investigations. And this remained in effect with the Nazi German Party until they were defeated in 1945. The second thing that happened is the decree permitted the regime to arrest and incarcerate political opponents without specific charge and to dissolve political organizations and confiscate private property, i.e., you know, in today's terms, this would be like gifts and go fundings that they're charging to January 6th defendants. And then third and lastly, this decree also gave the regime the ultimate authority to overrule state and local laws and to overthrow state and local governments in the realm of communism. So February 27th, 1933, the Reichstag German parliament building was burned due to arson. Okay, that's where everything stemmed from. And during this time, they claimed that this emergency legislation was needed to prevent this commonly known as the Reichstag fire decree for protection of the people and the state. Sounding familiar? You know, you look at the number of constitutional protections that were waived, you know, whenever this decree came in. This is our Patriot Act. That is exactly what this is. So we can tie this back to the beginnings of 9/11, but the real implementation of this happened on the day that I was arrested, February 4th in 1933. You know, this decree placed constraints on the press, authorizing police to ban political meetings, marchings, hindering electoral campaigning, the temporary resolve measures. You know, the total encompassment of what the Reichstag fire is January 6th. This is justified on false promises that communists or political terrorists were planning an uprising to overthrow the state of the Germans, or what the liberals like to call democracy. Well, this is a constitutional republic. We do not have that set justification in place. So if you continue to scroll down by the way that this goes, this is a literal playbook of Hitler's actions, that he was saying that he saved the nation from Bolshevism. Okay, so when you look at Bolshevism, wouldn't that be the same clinical term as Trumpism, or as on the other side of the spectrum, Trump derangementism? All of this is exactly the same. And then within months of no resistant, a vigorous press that had, just gone through, which is like the Volkischer Beobachter, which was the National Observer, they had a circulation of like 1 million out, and it completely destroyed the vigorous free press. So by 1941, we were already at the Nazi Party's publishing house, which became the largest newspaper in German history, which is what we start to see with all of these different media organizations, like with the CIA running their covert ops, to try and infiltrate different groups. And you look at the Proud Boys and you look at that. I was a journalist on January 6th. Okay, I never wanted to be in politics. I never wanted to have my name smeared all over the TV. I never wanted my life. I wanted to be a sports broadcaster. I was a media strategist, a public relations person who was in college. I was a senior. I'm now a domestic terrorist. I cannot go back and finish my degree. I'm a felon. I have 2 misdemeanors. And yet, somehow, that does not keep me off of the ballot. But yet, in the freest world market that we have of people who are, we're supposed to be living in a free United States of America. My father at Real Jeff Zink is not allowed to participate in any platforms on X because his platform has been removed due to community guidelines. I'm surprised that I have a platform at all. All of my congressional paperwork, I'm $3,000 short right now of being on the ballot in March because until 5 days ago, the state would not clear my paperwork. And yet here I am, speaking on platforms, trying to get people, to donate to my page. I would have to raise $3,000 tonight and drive to Austin, Texas tonight to be there by 6 p.m. tomorrow for the deadline. But we live in a free society. This is a constitutional republic. And when you look at history, the Reichstag fire stage is where we're at. And if we don't want to see the pinnacle of 1941 Nazi Germany, where the fallout truly begins, where the genocide starts to happen, we have got to step up and we have got to pay attention. So that, there's a couple of people in here in this room. So Derek Evans, first and foremost, I've posted this publicly to my ex to, set it out there. I support this man 100%. He has my endorsement. A fellow J6er. America needs men like Derek Evans. I want to go there too. I'm aware of what's going on. I want to stand up and I want to fight for America. I want to fight for us because this is not over. We are not dead. Jesus Christ is king. The big G, the God of this world, is not strong enough to overcome the God of the universe, the Alpha and the Omega. And if we stand together, if we go, we can not only return the power back to the states where it belongs, not with these unelected bureaucrats from 3-letter agencies, that fourth wall, that fourth armistice that everybody is talking about. That is very real. The Merrick Garlands, the Anthony Faucis, all of these people that the government does their dirty work through because there's no checks and balances, we can bring that to an end. But we have to stand up. We have to stand up right now, right this second. You've got to send people like Derek Evans to Congress. You've got to send people like me to Congress. And we need your help. Whatever you can give it out. We need the help. I'll be posting my link. And also, I'm a J6er too. And I'm going to be posting my gifts and go up in the bubble. Every dollar that I make over what my attorneys get paid, I'm donating that money back to J6. I was there. I saw this happen. I never went inside. I never assaulted anyone. I never moved a barricade. I was actually protecting police officers on the east side of the porch by the Columbus doors, and it matters not. You are guilty until proven Democrat in Washington, D.C., and we cannot stand for this in the United States of America.
So let me be
Preach.
clear. Let me be clear about something. Ryan got the fucking memo when I kicked it to him and what we were talking about. Like, holy shit, did he get the fucking memo? This is, let's go. Support Ryan, man. Come on. All right, sorry, Dustin. Sorry.
Yeah, no, no, I want to put it out there. American Mission sent a team out to Texas to interview and meet with Ryan, including Walter and Vinny and Patrick. And right, that series is also being put together in a way that I'm super excited about. When you guys see everything that we've been working on behind the scenes with American Mission, I think you're going to be very pleased. And Ryan's a big part of that as we emphasize and focus on the election year coming up and making sure that we get some of the right people involved. Kind of cool to have Derek and Ryan on the stage at the same freaking time. Jen, I'll kick it to you and then we'll kick it to Derek.
Yeah, Ryan, I just want to build off of something you were talking about, like with the Bolsheviks. Something I learned earlier this year about, or a couple of years ago, Project Trust during the Bolshevik Revolution. And if you look at what's going on with Q, and Q is resurfacing again, right? Now, was Q good? Yes, in the beginning, okay? But then it turned into something where it made people wait. It made people just sit in their houses and believe that the plan was going to come, and this person's at Gitmo and this and that and the third. And they took real information all the way up to the point where they jumped off the cliff and they were like, oh, and they're executed at Gitmo. But some of that information is real and needed to get out there. But if you look at Project Trust during the Bolshevik Revolution, it's the same exact thing. Trust the plan. There's a secret government agency within the government that's going to come out and save us all. You just need to trust the plan. And look at what happened, right? And it is happening here with Q and people going down these rabbit holes. Like, yes, it's good sometimes, right? But when you start going into that crazy freaking area, that's where it becomes what am I trying to say? Like
It's a cessation. It was to
a
satiate.
psyop. It
Yeah,
becomes
it's
a
a
real
psyop.
psyop,
Yep.
right? That's where it turns into a psyop. And all you need to go back is look at Project Trust. Look it up if you haven't. Just go out and Google it and just read the language. Read what they were doing, right? It's all the same. History rhymes or history repeats itself. Well, guys, like either we stand up and we stop it or peacefully, thank you, and stop it, or we're gonna be like freaking kissing or bend over and kiss your ass goodbye because that's what's gonna happen.
Jennifer, can I speak on
One.
that? I have to leave. I have
Yep,
to leave here.
Well,
absolutely.
hang on,
It's
hang on,
like 10 seconds. I have to leave her in like 10
hang on,
minutes. I,
Yeah, yeah, just okay.
Wait, did we lose trash?
Yeah. I gotta do it. Oh no, no.
No. Fuck. All right. I don't know what happened. Trash. We'll get him right back up. I was actually the trash like robot. No was actually kind of fucking hilarious. Derek, go ahead, get in here, brother, and then I got welcome Dr. Moore, who is also going through some shit right now for doing the right thing around the COVID stuff. If you're not familiar, I'm looking forward to introducing you to Dr. Moore, who's an absolute badass. All right, Derek, go ahead, and then we'll kick it to Dr. Moore.
First of all, if Dr. Moore is the guy I think it is, the one who actually had the courage to not force people to take these vaccines, he's a patriot, and I'm happy to refollow him on my new account here on Twitter. I followed him on the last one. True patriot. Everybody needs to do that. Ryan Zink is a patriot. We need this man in office. We need him fighting for us in D.C. He is in a red district, so this is a winnable race. He's running against a total rhino, and we need to get him on the ballot. So if you guys are able to do so, head over there and drop $5-10 or whatever, and let's get this man on the ballot so that he can continue his fight for individual liberty and freedom in this country. Thank you, guys.
Absolutely. Now, it's cool to have both you and Ryan on the stage at the same time. I'm looking forward to the series. Ryan, we'll get you over that limit, the threshold to get your name on the ballot, and then some, right? And we'll definitely connect. And I think when we roll out the series of interviews, I think it'll be help.
Well, the deadline is tomorrow. So if everybody wants to donate, I put the link down in the pill, and hopefully we can post that up to the bubble. But I've got to raise $3,000 tonight to get there because they gave me 5 days to get on the ballot to try to keep me off. So
Oh shit! All right, hold on. Let me kick that idea around a little bit. See what we can do. With that said, Doctor Moore, we haven't talked to you in a while. Carolina regularly gives us updates on everything you're dealing with. How are you, my friend? Good to see you.
Dustin, yeah, I haven't been on very much. Jennifer, Trash, good to see you guys. Derek, good to see you too. I just wanted to, I put my hand up listening to Ryan. And Ryan, I really see completely what you got going on and what your analysis is. I agree with the whole. I mean, it's kind of always hard to you kind of get all kinds of hate mail and everything when you compare things to the Nazis. But the 1933 Reichstag fire is a good one to kind of use as an analogy. I'll go a step further though and say that we are actually right now in a situation where we have a state of emergency in the United States, and we are essentially in martial law. The Department of Health and Human Services controls our government. We don't have any constitutional rights. And if you listen to Todd Callender, he had an interview in the Croatian government I think just a few days ago last week. I'll try to find the link and post it in here. I don't know how to put things up in the top, but I'll put it in the bubble and let whoever else can do it. But it's, and we've had laws in the United States going all the way back to 1967, 1969, through the 70s, 80s, with two laws that were passed, one in 1985, one in 1986, and then the 2005 and everything. They kind of illegally but lawfully gave our government the right to do what it is that they're doing to us right now. And we essentially have no, we have no constitutional protections under this Department of Health and Human Services kind of martial law scenario, and they just extended it, from what I understand, until the end of 2025. We are, we are another 2 years into this. And it's just. We've got to get people like you, Ryan, and you, Derek, and others to get into Congress and to start making changes and get the rhinos out. I mean, it's a uniparty. Everybody scratches each other's backs. Nobody looks out for their constituents. And we need to get some people in there that are actually going to do what it is that they say that they're going to do. We've been lied to for decades. We've been lied to probably since the 1850s, 1860s, nearly about everything. We have our own CIA, which has been proven to have killed our own president in 1963. We're, 60 years later, we still haven't gotten any justice, and all of those people have just gotten more and more powerful. So we've got to do something about it. So, Dustin, thank you for having me on. Jennifer, it's good to see you. Trash, glad you made it back up, and good to see everybody on here too. And I'll just turn my mic off and just listen. Thanks, you guys.
No, always great to hear from you. If you guys aren't following Dr. Moore, he's going through some legal shit. He was somebody. I don't even want to talk about the details of the case at all, but you should please follow him and continue to support. It's one of the issues that I really care deeply about, and I there's not many doctors that I'd even go see anymore for any reason. Dr. Moore is one of the few, based on the way he handled some of the COVID stuff. And I'll just leave it at that.
Total patriot who's going through some bullshit right now. Total and complete patriot in every single aspect in the word and the definition of a patriot. Dr. Moore is amazing. Definitely follow this man and add him to your prayer list. He is being targeted right now from this weaponized government. We all talk about, the J6ers, and we all talk about the parents who speak out at school board meetings. We've all watched the movie Police State. This man is being targeted by the same group of people, and we need to keep him in our prayers in this spiritual warfare of good versus evil.
I mean,
well,
damn.
Thanks, everybody.
I mean, damn, Derek, you want to come mic drop on the space? Yeah, 100%. And furthermore, Dr. Moore, I really appreciate you being here. We're not going to go into the details, but I'll just say this, that I think there's a lot of people under your care during that time that should probably be stepping forward as well and saying, thank God that I had this doctor in this specific state. So 100%, I think what you did is a service to this country, and you will not be forgotten. 100%, never, 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 never. So I'm glad you're here. Number two, I would like to point out that if we believe, right, if we believe as freedom and liberty as Americans, and we believe that the best course of action and the best course of governance is a constitutional republic. And we believe, and then you have some people that believe, and we need to protect freedom, and we need to protect, and we need to project democracy and freedom and republicanism around the world. Then we should probably actually take a look at what the World Health Organization has in store. And most importantly, the fact that if we are to be the beacon and we are to be the example of freedom around the world, no matter how damaged, no matter how distorted that it is right now in this world, then we should be concerned for the rest of the countries around the world that are signing on to this WHO declaration and giving the WHO power over them and over their autonomy. And if I am going to get into a fight globally, it's going to be protecting the other 196 nations that signed on to this WHO declaration, and we should protect them. And so, if you want me to get into a global fight, that's where the fight is, I believe, because I believe that medical autonomy over every individual sovereign citizen should be paramount, and that will never make it here. Fortunately, because we have a powerful constitution, even though it's being completely perverted and wrecked, we still will be the last place in the world that can actually be a beacon of hope and light to a lot of people whom around these other countries that are signing on to this declaration of the WHO will pay the price for it. And so the reason I fight, and I'm going to say this and I'll shut up again, Dustin, I'm sorry, but the reason that I fight, the reason I talk about censorship, the reason I talk about the various different, political activist groups that have levied war on us as American people is not just that it's us, it's me, it's Dustin, it's me, it's Jen, it's Derek and Dr. Moore and everybody else up on the stage. It's that we are the last stop. We are the last stop. And if anybody else is ever going to have a taste of freedom and autonomy again, we have to get this country right because there's no one coming for us here. We have to get this right. We've got to fix this here so we can again be an example for the rest of the governments, the rest of the worlds who adapted some, half-assed constitution built around our constitution in the United States. And if we are going to be a country that says we believe, I don't agree with what you're saying, but I agree with your right to say it. I don't I don't like weapons, but I like you having to own it. I personally exercise my Second Amendment. I believe in due process. I believe in these sacred Bill of Rights that seem to be self-evident, that seem to be of divine origin, that seem to be protecting the population against a tyrannical government. If we are going to be the example in the world, that we need to fix this here now. Because if we don't fix it here, no one ever else in any country, in any part of the world, is ever going to have a chance. So when we tackle these issues and we talk about these things, it's not just like a self-serving preservation saying like, well, I'm an American, so I want my civil liberties. No, the way I view it is if 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 there's any other country that's ever going to have a chance, we have to fix it here. Because if we fix it here, then we have an example, and then we have an actual system where other countries can then try to model and try to follow what we're doing here. And if I want kids not to be blown up in the Middle East and Syria, then we got to fix our shit here. Because when we fix it here, then other countries can follow suit, and then it relegates North Korea back to the isolationists that they are. It relegates the other like tyrannical government countries that they are to being what they are, like Venezuela and all these other countries. But we are no longer a shining example. If we are to be a beacon of freedom and a baseline that people can build their civilizations on, then we need to fix it here and we need to fix it now. That will help, I don't know, heal the other. I'm sorry. I'm just like, I'm really emotional right now because it's like, we have to fix this country if anybody else is going to have a chance. And the medical aspect of this is really proof positive. We need to fix this country for the rest of the people in the world.
Well, Trash. I want to steer back to the conversation between Alex Jones and Elon today, right? Which is that was the first time I'd heard Elon directly address the globalist, right? The centralized power, the World Economic Forum, right? The WHO. It feels like it's starting to get through, and the coalition around defeating, as he put it, the extinctionists versus the humanists, right? I really love that like framing of the issue, which is right. This isn't a country versus country or a left versus right. This is people who think humanity is doomed to die off anyway, and that we're a parasite on the world, against people who believe in humanity and the advancement of humanity. And it's really that fucking simple. And right, the people who believe that the nihilists who believe that it's all nothing we could do is like the world's overpopulated, there's too many. I love that framing from Elon too in the space with Alex Jones. Right? It really boils down to, do you think there's too many people for the world to sustain right now or not? And that really is just the easiest like way to define who the good guys are and who the bad guys are. And the fact that it's being openly talked about amongst the kind of circles that right that the expanse speaks to the work that's been put in by so many of us to try to advance all of these different issues, right? And none of it. I don't know, I think it may have been you, Trash, may have been Jen, right? But talked about how everything, or Cheryl, how everything is coalescing, which is right for a while it's felt like we talked about COVID and the medical problems in one like right group. And then in one group we talked about the censorship complex. And then in one group we talked about January 6th and the PSYOP. And in one group we talked about the media. And what's happening is as we continue to dig, what we're finding is these are all interconnected, right? It's not one thing or the other, or this is happening because of this. It's really all fucking connected. And it's all designed to take your individual rights and liberties away from you so that central power can control every aspect of your life and everything, all of it, the lockdowns, COVID, the vaccine, the election, the stolen election, I should say, January 6th, the George Floyd psyops, right? The color revolution stuff. All of it comes back to what? Taking your freedom away from you so that they can herd you into a place where they think that you can't do harm by, breathing. You are the carbon that they want to eliminate. Never forget that. Go ahead, Jen.
Yeah, I just wanted to give everybody an update real quick. Jeff, our guy down on the border, Jeff Rainforth, he's going to be joining us in about 10 minutes to give us an update about what's going on down in Lukeville, Arizona. And he was also there for the Katie Hobbs border photo shoot that they did. And then he can tell you more about that story. But if you guys can retweet the space, we would really appreciate it, because everybody needs this update from the border because of everything we're talking about. They also are invading our country with millions of people who we don't even know who the hell they are. And Jeff is down there literally risking his life reporting on it. So we're happy to have him.
Holy
Well,
shit, what space we're having. Like, right? Like we've got Derek and Ryan and Dr. Moore and all the unbelievable speakers and panelists we've had for hours now. And now we're gonna bring it back to Jeff and what's going on at the border. I'm super stoked for that. Like Jen said, please hit that retweet, get some people in here, right? Like if you haven't seen Jeff's work, you've almost certainly seen it, even if it hasn't been properly accredited. It's so important. If you've seen the videos, it's stunning. The right African migrants by the hundreds storming the border through like cuts in the border. Jeff's documented all of it, like it right there for you. It's amazing. I can't wait to have Jeff in here. And he's
uh,
rebuilding his account like Derek, so always good to have him come by. Let's get some people in here.
no, it's crazy too. Like, just to be clear, guys, I cross at Lukeville 3-4 times a year. It's now closed down. The reason I cross there 3-4 times a year from Arizona is because it's on the way to Puerto Penasco, which is like Rocky Point. So like a lot of us that like we want to go to the beach or whatever, we go to Puerto Penasco, and we cross through Lukeville, and it's one of the most secure borders that I've ever seen. Um, and I can't wait to have Jeff in here because I'm like, dude, I cross that border 3-4 times a year, and now it's shut down completely. Like, everyone's having to reroute. Real quick, let's go to the hands. But the reason that Lukeville is so important is because like it was normally a very secure border crossing. Like I would cross 3-4 times a year. I would get searched by Mexican authorities when I crossed the border. When I crossed back, I was asked several questions. I'm always having to give my passport, whatever it may be. And now they closed it completely. They closed it. So we had to drive like 3 hours out of the way through Yuma, then go back down to get to Puerto Penasco, which was what a 3.5, 4 hour drive to get to the beach in Mexico is now a 6.5, 7 hour drive because you have to go through Yuma or you have to go through Nogales. But what's interesting about it is that it was the most secure border and they've closed it. And then they have pieces of that border open because number one, the aqueduct, you can't close it because of the aqueduct, number one. But number two, they've actually sawed off pieces of the border. They closed it so they can funnel people through it. The I am here for this conversation because I have physically crossed that border 3-4 times a year for like the last 10 years. So like I know exactly what's going on down there. And it's kind of crazy to see. But yeah, that's another piece of it. I guess we should get to hands before Jeff comes in.
Yeah, let's clear the hands. I think it was Futurist, Rose, and then Pine.
Thanks, guys. Got to tell you, super informative every time I'm on the space. And I kind of just wanted to touch a little bit on what Dr. Moore was saying. It is so important right now, Congress, for obvious reasons, right? We've seen what's going on with, obviously McCarthy resigning now at the end of the month. They just ousted Santos. By next quarter. We're literally going to be probably up by one. Okay. There's enough resignations or enough ousters, if you want to call them, that we're literally going to be up by one. I mean, they're going to go after Gaetz next. And it's kind of disgusting because we know there's no obvious reason to do all of this right before an election other than to hand that gavel to Hakeem Jeffries. There is no other reason. And that's, I think, going to be a big problem, not just because obviously we're handing the House over, but it's because you are all doing so much and you're so successful is the problem that they're attacking from another perspective, the House. They want control back. They want to stop these committee hearings. They want to stop these impeachment hearings. The Bidens, everything, Hunter. And the only way to do that is to grab back that House. And I have to tell you, if you're only up by one, the minute they ask for some sort of, ouster of a speaker, they're going to do it. And they're going to do it quickly enough. And I don't think we're going to make it past March. And it's going to be a big problem right before the elections because they're going to try very hard through the House. They're going to try by bringing in a bunch of independents, whether it be, Rock the actor and, Joe Manchin going out there as well and just throwing a lot of candidates out just to, again, cut the pie and hurt our side. It's just getting really, really disgusting that we're being so successful from one side of getting the word out, whether it be through X, obviously, which is probably the most important outlet right now, because the mass media, they're never going to, even they know the truth. They're never going to say the truth. So anything we can do to keep that House intact, at least through 2024, we got to do. So I just appreciate everything you guys are doing.
Yeah,
Well, I
no,
really I appreciate it, Futurist, and Trash. Thanks for trying to step in. I was tidying some things up on the backside. When Futurist finished, the only thing I'll take exception to is that it's not going to be Gates. They're going after Lauren Boebert, and I've seen them organize like Midas and a bunch of these other entities. They think that she's the next easiest target.
I believe
The,
that. I think
that
you're right.
their current thing is the movie theater dude. She spent campaign funds to go watch him compete in an Iron Man thing. And right, they've been pushing that like really hard. But I think you're 100% right. They listen, I've warned people over and over again that a caged animal, we've cornered them. It's being exposed, but a desperate creature could get dangerous in a hurry. and they understand that if they're exposed, they're fighting for their ever fucking lives. And right, we need to be very cautious about how they lash out in their desperation. It's very dangerous. I see Jeff has joined us. Jen, go ahead. Why don't you introduce Jeff? Jen,
Go ahead, Dust.
Jennifer.
Sorry, go ahead.
All right. Rose, we'll get to you in just a second. I know Jeff has to like move to get to Wi-Fi, so I want to take advantage of it while we've got him. If you're not following my man Jeff Rainforth, right, make sure you drop this guy a follow. He got in some fights with some trolls, got his account taken away. So we're trying to rebuild him. He is bringing you literally the best videos from the border that anybody is providing, right? If you've seen the caravan of migrants breaking in, if you saw the video of right after the Katie Hobbs press conference, them issuing in hundreds of migrants right to where she'd been just a few minutes before, like that was
Well,
Jeff. Them cutting through the fence, the whole deal. Go ahead, Trash.
yeah, like what's so crazy about it, Jeff? I'm glad I'm getting to talk to you because like I live in Scottsdale, so I'm three hours north of where you're at right now in Lukeville, and I cross Lukeville probably 3-4 times a year. Well, I did up until they closed it, and I'm watching your footage, and it's so crazy to me because I've crossed that border. Right, it's not easy to go through that border. Like you have to go. All right, so you pull up, and it's got like the flashing yellow lights or whatever, and you got a bunch of like speed humps, whatever. Like you're maybe going like 2-3 miles an hour, and they've got all the cameras and all the like the waiting system or whatever. When you get on the other side, the Mexican police will then pull you aside and they'll go through your vehicle. They search your vehicle. They go through it constantly. And I'm like, okay, like, do you guys not recognize me at this point? Like I come down here 3-4 times a year. I cross at Lukeville up until this point like 3-4 times a year. And I remember I went down during Labor Day. I was down there in September. And I remember crossing and I remember seeing all these migrants lined up on the side of like this, aluminum tunnel, whatever it may be. And they were lined up alongside this walkway. And there's a gas station right there to your right. And beyond the gas station is like a parking lot. And what I saw was they were basically funneling all these immigrants. And most of them were like from like Haiti and shit. They were not from Central America or South America. They were from like Haiti and Africa and everything else, and China and everything else. And they were funneling them down the walkway into the parking garage, the parking lot beyond the gas station that's right there on the right. And basically they were loading them up into buses and then like shipping them out. And I remember seeing this as I crossed on Labor Day, which was what, September, I guess, is when I went down there. And when I came back, there was 3 times as many. And now I'm seeing your videos and your pictures, your reporting down the border. I'm like, I know that border. Like they are funneling them through the aqueduct and the open part of the fencing. And it is one of the most secure borders. And now it's shut down. And now they're just funneling them through. I mean, can you kind of elaborate on this? Because I've seen it myself, but like, this is crazy. Right. Hey, cool. Thank you for the introduction. I literally just drove up into the port that you're talking about. I was out at the wall on the east side, just actually editing some videos. Got a bunch up and doing 3 Substack articles. Just finished them all, and so I'm literally at that port. And so everything you're talking about, that's exactly correct. The numbers became so many since September. I got here early October, and the numbers continue to rise as how many people are crossing through cuts in the border wall. That's the only way they get through is cuts in the border wall on the very far east, about 8-9 miles down, I think 10 maybe. The wall does end, and so some of them go around there, but not a lot. Typically, the human smuggling organizations will cut the border wall in 2 to 3 places per day, and then they'll rush hundreds through at a time in each location and make them run away from that location so that Border Patrol can't spot where they rush through at, because the cuts in the wall, they're not very evident unless you're looking like very closely. Sometimes they can hide them so that because they're just like a cut at the bottom, and then they can dangle that bollard plank and pull it backwards so there's enough space for people to get through. So that's what happened. Is so many people started coming up that a log jam began, and people were waiting here for up to 3 days. That's as long as I know. Not even at the port of entry, at the wall, over this mountain, on the, I'm not sure which way you're thinking. I'm
mountain would be on
I'm
the
thinking
east side. It would be on the east side.
If you're leaving and going into Mexico, it would be on your right. If you're
On your
coming
west.
into, yeah, exactly, on the west. So that's the mountain, and then right at the base of that mountain is where they allow everybody to like stop and congregate, and that's where they pick them up and transport them to either the tent facility, which is about a couple miles from that spot, and also it's about 3/4 of a mile from the port of entry. And so what happened was there's so many people out here. I mean, at the wall spot, there were like thousands were sitting there for days on end, because the main Border Patrol or Customs and Border Protection Station, CBP, in Ajo only has so many beds. They have about 100, and we're talking about probably 1,000 people a day and night coming through here. And so and then you have limited Border Patrol agents for transportation. So a log jam got created, and it was not ending. It was getting worse and worse. And then, so that's what led up to the port closure. And they were still doing everything you said, like up until the port closed. It was like Monday. It didn't reopen on Monday. It's a little bit more streamlined now, because CBP agents are helping Border Patrol. So they've got more bodies over that aren't at the port. I mean, the port's completely closed and unmanned, but now those agents are out in the field helping Border Patrol agents. So they were able to, speed things up a little bit. But now, call in like Katie Hobbs, who showed up, what was that, yesterday? um, she this is the weird thing that happened. It's actually on my Substack in the videos. When word got out that she was showing up, I noticed that the number of people illegally crossing kind of went down, and the numbers at the wall, especially, were less. I mean, there were still 400 or 500 people like waiting, but it was dwindling. And then finally, I think it was Friday, for the first time in 7 weeks since I got here early October, saw no one at the wall and no one at the tent facility and no one at the port of entry. That zero illegal aliens. The day before Democrat Governor Katie Hobbs was showing up.
Right.
And
Right. So Jeff, be with like the color in between the lines here, Jeff. So a lot of people are hearing this, they're not
yes.
really sure what's going on. So like they have like a tent facility.
Trash. We got Roboto trash.
Yes, I hear it.
No. So Jeff, like the Katie Hobbs thing. What was her press conference about? Why did she go down there in the first place? And then what would it take for them to like totally pull this shit off right before this big press conference? And then what happened right afterwards?
So Katie Hobbs says she wants the port opened. Most people I talk to say she's full of it. She doesn't care. It's whatever. She's a leftist Democrat, and she's open borders. So the reason she says that she came here was to push the federal government to reopen the port, because, well, I mean, Americans are losing money.
I'm probably going to do a lot of stories on what's going on, the economic consequences of this, because I'm hearing tons of stories from both sides of the border. People like literally coming up to me, "Holy crap, we might lose our business," and everyone's like slowing down, shutting down. The gas station is closed right now in front of me, and so apparently, Hobbs wants this reopened so people can start going back and forth again. At the same time, she's been AWOL from this area, and this has been going on for 7 months. Border Patrol has been like screaming about it for 7 months, telling me, like, when I first got here, begging me just to get it out there to people because no one saw what was going on out here because it's in the middle of nowhere. So she kind of wanted to get like attention, and she wants to charge the federal government like, I think it was $500 million a month or something for all the stuff that goes on with their border, what they have to deal with out here on the border. And so what some Border Patrol agents told me, they said whenever illegal alien traffic slows down to the amount that it did like this week, they always go up. Somebody big or important is coming, because that's what always happens. And they said it's almost as if someone got on the phone, in this case it'd be Hobbs, and called someone in the south in Mexico and said, "Hey, can you slow up the flow of illegal aliens, because I'll be visiting next week or whatever, this Friday, whatever." And then after that, it's cool. Literally, a Border Patrol agent told me that, and it happened. And then, of course, you saw like the video, I think, of me when I was literally filming her at the port, and there was like maybe 2 reporters here, one from Telemundo, and she was surrounded by state police, and so anyway, I got on top of my Jeep, I was filming, like taking photos, and then I got my camcorder and ran over there, and I was like, started like yelling and questioning at her, like, "Hey, I've been here for 6 weeks filming. Why weren't you here? Why'd you just show up now?" And then they like surrounded her, and they hid her away, and then they escorted her, like pushed her towards the CBP offices in the port of entry. Like, they got her away from me. I was like, and I repeated the question, and I had to yell because I was like literally like 50 feet away, because there's like armed guards everywhere, and like, I mean, it's like she was like the queen of Arizona or something. But so they got her away from me, and then time went by. She went out in a CBP convoy of like buses and stuff out. I thought she was going to the wall for a tour. I have no idea where she went. About probably 20 minutes later, I chased them out there, and then I see that she's in a helicopter. They're getting a helicopter ready for her off the road, and so I stopped and filmed that, and then I came back, I think, to the port, and wasn't like 10 minutes later, it was like 200, 250 illegal aliens came into the port of entry. There were a few agents around, I think CBP also, and literally 10 to 15 minutes, if that. And they were coming in. This place had been empty right prior to that, and everywhere out here was empty. And then all of a sudden, and it went on and on and on. And the last thing I shot at was at 10:45 last night. So I started filming them coming through at about 12:30 in the afternoon, and I didn't stop filming until like 10:45 at night, and then I just was sleepy. And I got up. I think I woke up at like 4 in the morning, and 5. I filmed some more processing going on. Insane freaking night here, and day yesterday. Um, so something, I'm not sure what's going on, how this all works, because somebody stopped the flow. So for her visit, and it got turned back on right after she left. Let me get a drink of water because my voice is like completely shot. Are we still on?
Just don't pull Vivek and go pee on the on the sh-
Oh
on
no
the,
no no no
on the
no!
show with us.
Oh no! With Vivek on here? Oh.
No, dude, Vivek on a space with Elon Musk and Alex Jones left his mic hot while he took a piss. It was spectacular.
Oh no, man, dude! I was at CPAC covering that early back in, I think it was February or whatever, in Maryland, and his room was right next to mine, up like top in the whatever that is, the Gaylord, I think it is. And oh, he was having a huge party, and fuck, the pot smoke was wafting all through the rooms. I was like, oh my god, I can't sleep. I have a headache now. It was so crazy. That's a crazy story I have about. That's the only story I have about Vivek. So, but I have no idea if it was him, if it was somebody else. But anyway, so anyway, I swear to God, that's the biggest. I was like, holy shit! He was having a huge party next door to me, and pot smoke was everywhere. And so I get, it gives me a headache. So, but anyway, I smoked it when I was like in high school. I tried it, but anyway, so now I haven't really gone out today. There was some stragglers. I went out on the east side, which I caught massive amounts coming through the other day. Fox News actually bought some of my footage where I got epic footage out there. I think it was like 500 came through, and in a place they rarely come through, out on the east side of the port of entry. And I was the only one out here. There were tons of reporters like the week of the closing of the port. And I've never seen any before that. They've never been out here. And then all of a sudden there's national, there's Fox and Telemundo, Univision, I think was out here, NBC. So I just happened to be out in a spot that nobody was at. And I caught this massive wave coming through two cuts in the wall. Fox News was like $300 for a 30-second spot of like epic shit where they're coming through a cut in the wall at the same time running towards me. And so I was like, they wanted it. So Bill Malusian and his team ran up to me and said, we'll pay for that. And so anyway, what else is going on? I haven't been out today. There's a few people out on the border on the east side. I haven't hit the tent facilities. I haven't hit the wall, the main area yet. I've just been busy like editing videos because there's such a huge backlog of so much stuff that's gone on. And then like writing articles, trying to get all this stuff out. Probably I'll get back out there tomorrow and see what's going on, because like 1,000 people over yesterday, like after Katie Hobbs left, that was huge. And then they processed them all rather quickly. It was surprising. I think they got the last of them out around, it was probably when I was filming, around 5 a.m, I think, when I woke up. I think because CBP is helping Border Patrol, helps facilitate everything much quicker. But so I'll know more about what the situation is out here tomorrow.
Well, so Jeff, I've shared a couple of your videos, up top. You guys, please go. Jeff is literally risking his life to bring us what's actually happening, and the videos are fucking just like trigger warning. If you care about America, these videos are going to churn your stomach. I'll just tell you right now, they are. Hey Jeff, the
Yeah,
quality. I'm stoked to hear Fox News picks them up. We have some hands up. You mind if I kick it around and let some people ask you some questions?
absolutely. Cool.
All right. Rose, you took your hand down. My guess is you want to talk about the previous subject, but I'll give you first opportunity. Kind of quick. All at once.
Yeah, you guys can move on.
We'll steer it back to you. Sorry for the delay.
No, that's okay. I'm just enjoying. I just want to say this is really a powerful space tonight. I mean, just in terms of all the topics covered and how important everything being discussed is much to talk about further, and my thoughts are definitely with everyone. And I guess I was just going to refer back to, the color revolution and the German tactics that are going on. So, but let's keep on topic.
All right, we'll get back to it and appreciate it, and we gotta give credit where credit's due here in a little bit, but we'll get back to it. Let's see, Ryan, I think you were next. Got a question for Jeff or comment?
Yeah. Hey, Jeff, where are you at right now?
I'm in Lukeville, Arizona, at the port of entry on the border.
All right. Hey, man, if you will send me a private message, I want to give you the phone number of my father. My father is running for Congress also in District 3, and he's got a lot of contacts down there on the border that would be able to help you and probably direct you into some areas. My dad has been all over the border situation there in Arizona. And with everything that's going on. So if you will send me a direct message, I will give you his phone number and I'll let him know to expect your call, because he can really help get you in with people that will answer your questions and will also take you out to places that they know that there are massive amounts of activity. So he may be able to help you get better footage.
Cool. Thank you. This is Randall?
This is Ryan Zink.
Ryan Zink. Okay. Let's see. There we go. I think I got you. Cool. I will do that. Absolutely.
Awesome. Well, dude, great footage. I was also a journalist at one point, and it's incredible. Keep up the good work. Stay safe, and God bless you, man. Keep posting the truth.
Awesome. Thank you, Ryan.
That
Absolutely, that's what we do. Randall, go
that
ahead.
probably leads into thinking it was me, is because I just posted about my father's is sitting rather close to Lukeville, and I spent a lot of time in Puerto Penasco, south of there, and I don't know how much you can talk to Puerto Penasco and the economics of there, but it's a lot of the prime real estate is broken down rubble. I don't know if you've ever flew in or drove through Panama City, but you can see skyscrapers. Looks like New York City, but it's all gutted in the inside because they're not finished for a reason. Well, it's kind of on a scale of that, because that's cartel driven down in Panama, for the same reason why half of Puerto Penasco has not been developed. I'll leave it at that. But in the last decade, there's been Chinese involvement with the government to build a port and become Phoenix's harbor for ships to be able to come in and take off with cruise ships. And I've just seen Maui written all over Puerto Penasco for some reason, when all of this is closing and wiping out community. And the American investment in Puerto Penasco is, it's large, but it can be mega large if the right situation happens. And I'm just seeing ugliness, and I'm talking to a lot of people I love and have met in Puerto Penasco in recent day, and it's not looking good economically. And yeah, it's scary that the whole thing just popped up in my head as we brought this to light. Thank you, buddy, for
Thank you, Randall. This is Puerto Penasco. Is that Rocky Point?
yes, the locals would
Yeah.
slap you for calling it
Okay,
Rocky.
Yeah, Puerto
I got you.
Penasco
I
is
was
Rocky
that
Point.
because I know there was a Spanish name for it. I forgot what it was. I know it's like Rocky Point because everybody comes through Lukeville. I
Yeah.
see them like because I'm camped here. Been camped here 7 weeks.
Out on the east
So
end, there is actually a point called Rocky Point, but it's a different. Lachoya is the community
I
name.
No, 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 no. All right. So, like, real quick, like a Choya Bay is another point, but it's still part of Rocky Point, which is Puerto Penasco. Anyway, go ahead.
okay. Cool. So yeah, I know I've heard. I just talked to somebody yesterday. Several people rolled through and didn't even know the governor that Katie Hobbs, the governor, was here. And then a couple people did, and they brought their like tattered like like American flags and hung them upside down. And one a couple in a big truck with a big trailer hauling tons of stuff. I don't know what it was, but they said they own some businesses over in that area, in Rocky Point area. They're also realtors, and their friends are all over there, like just like freaking out, like because they're losing money hand over fist, and they're gonna be in touch with me so I can do a story on what's going on over there. I've also talked to people who work on this side of the border and who live in Mexico, and then what's going on. Like it's affecting both sides totally. So hopefully I'll be able to put out several stories on the economic impact on individuals, and because it was brought on by Biden's open border policies and the Democrats here in Arizona. It's literally everything falls on them, and it's causing just massive like economic destruction, like right before Christmas for a lot of people. And a lot of people I've just been hearing more and more stressed out over what's going on. And I'm hearing the port could be closed until March. That's unofficial. It's just I heard the other day from Border Patrol it could be a month because
Wow.
Mexico's literally tearing up the driveway right now. Literally started tearing up the driveway to their side of the port. And I have film of that. And then I just heard a couple days ago, I forget who it was from. It was, I think, more maybe CBP and Border Patrol. It could be February, March, which is wow. I mean, crazy.
Very much so. I got a friend down there. If you ever want somebody to be a camera nut and video nut, and she's got a Jeep and she's not scared of shit. If you ever need some video, she won't leave. She can't stand the United States. She's a full bred American, but she lives down there and she loves to have fun, and she takes wonderful. She's got a camera eye. She's got a photo eye. So if
Awesome.
you ever need,
Awesome. I would love that.
yeah, I can connect you right now if you want.
Absolutely. Yeah, because people are coming out here. One guy who saw me on Steve Bannon's show, she's anonymous, I'd call him Tyler. He is a cartel drug and human smuggling trail tracker. And this dude, his instincts are amazing, and he catches like cuts in the wall like nobody's business. And it's like awesome. I've learned so much from him. Like he's detail oriented, and just it's really cool. People like that are coming out, and helping, etc. So sure, I would love to like hook up with somebody else out here.
I wouldn't
And
count on
anybody who
her
wants to come
I
out.
wouldn't count on her instincts. She needs a lot of guidance, but she loves and she's honest and she takes good photos. That's what I can tell you right now. I
Well,
think
Well,
so
the
being a
so
camera
economics.
guy,
I think the deep economics of how the money is being funneled through investment and interconnected with the federal government of Mexico within the structure locally that's called Sinaloa. I won't go any further than that. That is a huge deep
yeah.
hole, and I think that's critical to what might be in play. And I don't know that; it's just my gut, and I'll step down. Thanks, guys.
no, appreciate you, Randall. And Jeff, can you just like you kind of threw something out there that I think is a big deal, and I kind of want to involve trash in this part of the discussion real quick. If they if they close the Lukeville port of entry until March, what's that do for the businesses in Rocky Point? What's that do for the businesses on both sides of the border? It's got to be a
Well,
devastating impact.
yeah, so I'll tell you. So like right now, like my best friend that lives here, his mother is down at their house in Rocky Point, and she's not going to make it back for Christmas because she has to drive to Yuma and then drive to Scottsdale, which is like a 6-hour drive. And so one of the things that we've all had beef with in Rocky Point is that they're like Americanizing their price points, right? Like it's been inching up. Like there's no such thing as $12 cocktails in Mexico, but apparently in Rocky Point there is because
They've had it so good because they've had American tourists, whatever it may be. And so what's going to end up happening here with Lukeville being closed is a lot of us are not going to go down to Rocky Point. So we're no longer going to go down there and pay $12 for a cocktail in fucking Mexico when it should be like $3. We're no longer going to do that. And there's going to be a lot of people in Mexico that are going to suffer from this. There's a lot of people that are vendors in Rocky Point that live off of American tax dollars or American dollars, whatever it may be, that are not going to get that anymore because we're not going to drive 3 hours out of the way to Yuma and then another 4 hours back down to Rocky Point. Like, we're not going to do the 7 to 8 hour trip. We're not going to do that anymore. It was at one point it was 4.5 hours. Now it's 7. We have to drive to fucking Yuma. There's no way in hell we're going to cross Nogales. There's no way in hell we're going to do that. So like the only trip that we can make is we go to Yuma and then we drive back to the Bay of California and go to Rocky Point. But we're not going to do that. And so what's going to happen is all the people that have built up their businesses and built up their income streams from Rocky Point American citizens, they're no longer going to do it because they're not going to be able to make the money. We're not going to come down there anymore. If that border is closed, quote unquote, yet open to the entire world, we can't cross there, yet the entire world can cross into our United States. The people that have built businesses in Rocky Point in Puerto Penasco are going to go under. So you're going to see basically like the dismantling of Rocky Point in real time because no one is going to go down there from the United States and spend money there anymore. So it's going to decimate it. It's going to completely fucking destroy it. And Rocky Point is going to go under while people from like Haiti and Africa and China and Indonesia and everybody else that wants to cross the border on this closed border crossing is going to make it in the United States, and we're going to pay them their tax dollars. But then the people that are in Mexico are actually going to lose out because we're not going to spend money down there anymore. And so like what's going to happen is the cartels are going to move in, which they were prevented. They were actually resisted, prevented, and not moving in on Puerto Penasco. They're then going to move in. And what's going to happen is you're going to have a crime-riddled city that was once an American pastime city going to be turned over to the cartels. And I see all sources with us. So you could probably actually shed some light on this because that's what he does is cover this. But that's what's going to happen. American taxpayer dollars are no longer going to be spent in Puerto Penasco. Instead, the cartels are going to have to come in and bolster the city. And then once the cartels take over that city, you no longer have American taxpayer dollars. All source, you're with us. I think you can tell us this.
So, well, thank you for having me, and I'm glad I jumped in. So if I may, if you guys look at the map, right, from Lucaville and then the city, I think it's Sonora, right, the border crossing. There's two highways that then break off. One is Highway 8 that takes you to Puerto Peñasco, and there's another one that's Highway 2 that goes, further southeast into Sonora State. And if you follow that highway down, you'll see cities like Caborca, Altar, etc. That area right now in Sonora, there's a huge war going on right now between factions of the Sinaloa cartel. So when you look at the Sinaloa cartel, one of the major ones is called Los Chapitos, which are the children of Chapo Guzman, who, funny enough, El Chapo, who we all know, his mother today her mother today died. She was 93, died of old age. So today, she just recently, a couple hours ago, she passed away. So ever since El Chapo was captured, his sons took over. Within Los Chapitos, there's various factions. The main one in that Highway 2 in Sonora is called Los Cazadores, the hunters. The other name they go by is Fantasmas, the ghosts. The problem is Los Cazadores broke off from Los Chapitos. They said, fuck you guys, fuck the Sinaloa cartel, we're going independent. And it looks like one of the armed factions of Los Cazadores, called Los Deltas, the Deltas Pelones, decided to say, no, we're not following you with breaking off. We're going to follow on fighting with the Sons of El Chapo. So now there's this civil war going on in Sonora. And the interesting aspect of this violent war that is going on in this whole region, again, along Highway 2 of Sonora, is that unlike in other areas, one of the main economic drivers that is guiding this fight is not only drugs, but the actual migrants routes, the human smuggling routes that are existing there. And I think when we talk about human smuggling and migration into Mexico, everybody like immediately points to the cartels, and it ignores the complex, convoluted, and very well established human smuggling networks that exist there that are not necessarily tied to any cartels. There's hundreds, and a lot of them are actually family based and local based. Like in Ciudad Juarez, a lot of the violence and homicides we see is actually just between local human smuggling networks fighting. It's not the cartels per se. They have a hand in it, but they're not the main driver. That is not, it looks like in Sonora, that's not the case. That in Sonora, los cazadores and los delta pelones, the two factions that are fighting, and it's brutal. It is absolutely brutal warfare. They're actually fighting a lot of it. It looks like fighting for the human smuggling networks along that highway too. And so the problem you're running into is that these migrants that take that route through Sonora, because the problem. So if we zoom back, the quickest route from Central America to the U.S. is through Tamaulipas, which is the state that borders Brownsville, McAllen, Texas. That is just terrible war zone. So the safest route was go through the West Coast and eventually try to go into Arizona, San Diego. That was viewed as the safe route for migrants. Well, Highway 2 along Sonora is just open, total warfare. I mean, bodies being like literally hanging along the pole and burned alive for everybody to see. I mean, that level of brutality, and they're actively fighting for the migrant human smuggling networks. And so what's going to happen is, I'm not surprised that Louisville is seeing this huge push of migration, because the problem is all these migrants that thought the Western network was the safest route, and then, either go to the port of entry or go in between border crossings. Now they're like, if we stay here, we're going to get fucking murdered. So along Highway 2 is just brutal warfare. So they're just rushing and rushing and rushing because it's as Trash says, I track it. I see the videos, and even today there was, again, the standard tactics they use is put bodies in coolers, like ice coolers that you carry to Puerto Peñasco with beer. They'll just put body parts, and that is now a daily occurrence along that Highway 2 in Sonora. So that's probably why we're seeing a lot of migrants just rushing, because they're like, we can't stay here because we're going to die.
Wow. That's I'm glad this is. How do I get this a copy of this recorded show, Dustin? Because that's all good information. I've heard of the war out here. I've already heard of the war. There's a war going on. I didn't hear about it that in depth, though.
Well, so all sorts. Are you familiar with Jeff? Do you guys know each other at all?
Negative. I think this is the first time I've been in a space with him.
Right.
So I've known Jeff a long time. I've been through some serious battles with him. He's been providing most of the videos that have been coming out of Lukeville. I think it'd be great for you guys to connect. Like at a minimum, you guys are covering like both aspects of this in a way that I think complete a picture that would be really helpful to people.
Yeah, that's a lot of great detail.
And to your point, Trash, I think it would be interesting how does Puerto Peñasco fall under it? Because you're right. Generally it was a safer area. They understood Americans go, and what people need to understand that regardless of what people say, the cartels aren't stupid. They don't target Americans on purpose. Like when earlier this year, when the two Americans were killed, the 4 Americans that were kidnapped in Tamaulipas, the group that did it they thought they were Haitians. And so what they did is when they realized they were Americans, they're like, oh shit, our bad. Here's the people who did it. And then they killed some of them. And they're like, and they left a message like, sorry, America, please don't send the DEA after us. Our bad. Sincerely, cartels. Like they understand that there is red lines not to cross. And so, but if Puerto Peñasco, though, if they're, as Trash was saying, it would be an interesting development because Puerto Peñasco kind of connects Baja California and Sonora, right? And so that is basically Sinaloa cartel territory. You might have the Caborca cartel but they're not that influential anymore. And for those who don't know, Caborca was Rafa Caro Quintero, who was captured earlier this last year, I believe. He was the guy who was responsible for the DEA agent Kiki Camarena, who was captured, tortured, and killed, right? He was one of the main guys who did it. Those guys aren't as active anymore. So what we're probably, if I would be a betting man, is that either one of the factions of the Sinaloa cartel starts becoming a lot more active there, or but it's kind of further northwest of this internal war that's going on between those deltas and those cazadores. But I think it's an interesting aspect of how, if that happens, if the cartels go in, which factions, try to take over. But yeah, if Americans start going there and the economy goes to shit, it's going to be a transit route.
No, it like listen, like I 100% agree. This is what my concern is. Like there was a entire pipeline between Lukeville and Puerto Penasco, which is about like 45 minutes, 50 minutes between crossing the border at Lukeville and then making it to Puerto Penasco. The whole point was like we understood, like when we went down there as Americans, we understood that like the Sinaloa cartel did run the town, right? We understood that. But there was also an understanding that you would leave Americans alone. Like the whole point was bring Americans here, keep bringing Americans here because we can get our 20% off of all the businesses locally as long as the Americans are still coming here. And when the Americans stop coming there, my concern is that it becomes, and we have a lot of American expats that actually live in Puerto Penasco because they went down there, they went down there to retire. They had their houses there, that they were living there. Like they went there on the weekends. They had their beach house, whatever it may be. And there's a lot of Americans that have actually retired and live down there now. The actual problem becomes once there's no longer a pipeline between Lukeville and Arizona and Puerto Penasco, the problem becomes okay, we no longer have tourist dollars coming into this city. We now are going to take over the city. And when they take over the city, there's going to be a lot of Americans that are actually stuck there. That's actually going to be a serious fucking problem. And like the Sinaloa cartel, we know that like the Sinaloa cartel has run it. We know this. I know this. I've talked with many of these people. Matter of fact, I actually owe I think like $30 to like a cartel member that owned a bar off the coast because he bought me a bucket of beer because I was an American citizen, right? So like all of that goes away. And then you actually have a problem where now they're actually going to fight for that territory. And when they fight for that territory, I fear a lot of Americans that have lived down there, the expats that are living there, that have made their lives there because it was safe at one point because everybody understood like you don't fuck with Americans, let them come down here and spend money, let them come down here and basically populate this region. When that goes away, I think other cartels try to move in and try to capture that business because it may be in 10, 15 years based on this policy that Puerto Penasco will be Puerto Penasco again. And I think you have a lot of fighting, and I think some Americans die, and I think it
What
becomes a problem. I don't think people understand what I'm talking about. Like maybe Jeanette knows what I'm talking about, but I don't think people understand the fact that if Lukeville gets cut off and you can't cross the border at Lukeville anymore, that Americans no longer cross the border, then thus populate Puerto Penasco. Like I don't think people understand this.
Jeff, did you want to weigh in on that? Right, but I think the concern about a turf war, even short term, right, could also be wildly destructive of the economy as a whole. Jeff, I was thinking about you because, right, as you've been giving us updates, you described that this gas station on the American side at Lukeville is basically the only place to get supplies in a short radius, and it's been closed. Like, right, when do they plan to reopen, and what are you doing to get supplies in the meantime?
So, yes, there is only a gas station here. It's literally in the same parking lot as the port of entry, and it has little, snack, coffee, beer, sodas, candy, chips, whatever, that kind of thing. Very little hot food, but they closed immediately. I think when the port closed, And then about, I think, 4 days later, they decided to reopen with less hours, like instead of like 7 in the morning till 7 at night or whatever it was. It's now like it's 9 to 4 or something like that. And I've been in there, like it's only been a couple days. They did that, and it's like there's no one going in there because no one's coming out here to the port. You know, the CBP agents and Border Patrol and some delivery drivers who are still coming out here for whatever. And so yeah, this is the only place out here to get anything for 35 miles is Ajo, Ajo, Arizona, little town, and everything closes early there too. But that's your next best bet to get like supply up. That's where I always go. And then of course, if you just need gas and little stuff, there's 2 gas stations about I want to say 30 miles up in what's called Y, Arizona, and that's it. Two gas
Yeah,
stations.
yeah. It's
So
called Y, like
yeah,
WHY, like
yep.
yeah.
And there's actually some great intel coming out of the gas station of either the manager, I think it's the manager of that gas station, has amazing intel coming out about what's going on in Mexico. And I just talked to the people who I just was talking about who own businesses over there, who are Americans, who I talked to yesterday. And I actually talked to another worker over there about she lives in Sonoita, right across from Lukeville in Mexico, but works in the United States at this gas station. And Hispanic lady, and she told me all about, you know, I think I discussed this on the last show that you guys had me on. It was a couple days ago, and she said, she gave me what the feelings are of the people in Sonoita in Mexico. Like they're like all these illegal aliens screwed up everything and completely are killing our lives, and they're pissed off at Biden and the government. And and she just let me know tons of stuff, and she was showing me videos of what's going on over there.
Yeah.
And so the owner of that, it's a Texaco over here, has a ton of info about what's going on. And so I think I'm going to be in touch with some people, these people that I talked to, the business owners, and get more of an idea and maybe do some articles and stuff.
Well, like in Jeff, to your point, like, so you're talking about Sonoita. Sonoita is the town when you cross over into Mexico, right? So like Sonoita is there,
Right.
like they've got like the normal gas stations and restaurants and everything else. But like most of the residents in Sonoita, like when you cross into Mexico, like when you cross Lukeville and you go in the border town, you're in Sonoita. Sonoita, a lot of these people are like, yo, we don't like this immigration bullshit. We're concerned about the Mexican government actually clamping down on what's going on here. Like,
Yep.
but at the same time, we've also seen cartels move their way in to Sonoita. So, like, there's some video that went around Twitter. I saw this. All source. I think you even maybe sent this to me, and I'm like, hey, that's fucking Sonoita. Like Sonoita was not supposed to be any kind of like cartel like battleground like city. However, when you
Yep.
when again, when you cross the border at Lukeville, you end up in Sonoita. There is cartel wars going on in Sonoita right now because that border
Wow.
is because it's closed. And
Yep.
So if
And the
you look at the
army's here
map,
now too. The National Army just got here. I haven't seen them yet,
so
but
if you look at the map, right? So if you look at Sonoita, right? So again, that's kind of like that might be like the northernmost tip of this kind of like this Chapito Civil War I was talking about, right? And it kind of goes from there, look like east to Sasabe. Which Sasabe has both an Arizona and a Mexico portion, where there's actually, and then if you go west, right, and you're going more to like your San Luis Rio Colorado, it's kind of like the tip with Arizona, and then you go into almost Mexicali, which is now bordering with California. Those are other groups that are active there. Some of them also used to be the Sinaloa cartel. It's kind of confusing. One of the factions might have broke off, but they're very active on social media. They're called the Russians. They're not affiliated with the Russian government. They just call themselves Los Rusos because that's the nickname of their leader. They're not actual Russians. So if you look at San Luis Rio Colorado, you have them, and then you have Los Salazars, the Salazars, who are also another of the Chapitos. And then the further west you go, now you're starting getting more into heavily territory of now the Arellano Felix organization, that's more in Baja California, Tijuana, and then the Sinaloa cartel, some of them mostly Mayo Zambada and Chapitos. So the problem you're running into with the border, though, when you're analyzing it on the Mexican side, and you're talking about cartels, is that you cannot just use the term cartels. You got to be specific, and then it's you got to be very, 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 very careful when you're just saying even the Sinaloa cartel, because the problem is it means nothing to those who observe it, because it's really the factions that on a dime can be like, screw you, we're doing our own thing, or we're switching sides or whatever. And like Los Rusos, and then the other one, obviously, Los Cazadores are perfect examples that claim that now they're going to be independent. And the problem you're running into is, like, first, well, the Mexican AMLO, the president, right? He gives basically humanitarian visas to any migrant that comes in. It's like 45-day valid, and they can go anywhere in Mexico, right? So even the Mexican government is not really doing much to kind of clamp down. So it's also incentivizing people. Well, if I go to Mexico and you give me a 45-day visa, I have 45 days to show up to the border, right? So that's kind of the problem. But if you're looking at it also from like specifically Arizona, where I think a lot of this conversation is going on, is the Mexican government actually, and this is where, kudos where kudos is due, right? The Biden administration has been very adamant, specifically the Attorney General Garland, is Los Chapitos, the sons of El Chapo, are the main reason why fentanyl is getting pushed into the United States. They are the main driver of fentanyl. And the U.S. government has basically told, the Mexican government, you're going to go after these guys, because before there was a lot of reporting of the Mexican president being kind of cozy with El Chapo's children. There was image, actually, El Chapo's mother, who today passed away. There was a picture of El Chapo's mother meeting with the Mexican president. The Biden administration said, you're going after these guys, they're doing the fentanyl, enough is enough. And this year, in 2023, Los Chapitos have been getting clamped down. Ovidio Guzman, one of the children, was captured in January of 2023, which just caused violence in Culiacan. Recently, the head of security of Los Chapitos, called El Nini, was captured by the Mexican government. And the other children, so Ivan Archibaldo, Joaquin Guzman, Jesus Alfredo, they're on counted time. That they know they're next. The problem you're running into, though, is if you start getting after the leadership and you start clamping down on the leadership, the factions that respond to that leadership organization, what do? Right? And that's where you start seeing that breakdown between the cartels that were able to, to kind of hold everybody together. Now everybody's fighting each other because now they want the new piece of the pie, right? And so that then incentivizes more and more violence. And Jeff, for example, one of the places I would recommend, if you're down there, like, go to Sasabe, Arizona, because late November there was reporting of Mexicans just fleeing into Arizona, the border community, because they're like, there's active war zone going on here. We don't give a shit. We're just we'd rather take our chances and wait here. And Inside Crime had journalists who wrote a great article about this at the end of November, saying a lot of the people in Mexico they're like, well, we're in a war zone. This is unsustainable for us. We got to flee, and the U.S. is safe. So again, that's the complexity when we're talking about cartels. It's just don't throw the word cartels, because I understand what people are trying to get at. But as somebody who, as Trust said, I track this very extensively. I talk to cartel researchers all the time, and we have a hard time trying to figure out who's fighting who and what's going on, because it's a very complex issue.
Can I
Right,
ask
and
a
I
question?
I was gonna say, I don't know if it was you or the other speaker who was going into depth on the factions, and it's not just the cartels doing. It's not because the cartels doing the human smuggling. It's just other groups, not even who have nothing to do with the cartels. Which was funny because on another show, I let everybody know, I was like, I got a threat from a cartel. It was early November, because all I was doing while I was out here was, like, when I was on my videos and stuff, narrating, I was like, oh, the cartels are like cutting through the walls here. Oh, the cartels are bringing like hundreds of people through right now. And the cartels are doing this and that. And then all of a sudden, I got a threat, and it was via Facebook. And on my business page where I do all my political stuff and this stuff, not my personal page, and it was like all caps from this dude. Like he's got pictures like him with machine guns and stuff and tats, and he's like, "Hey, if you want to go swinging the cartel name around like this, etc., you better watch what you're doing." I have this whole thing like printed out. He's like, "You better do your homework and not say it's the cartels because you don't know what's happening, and if we hear that you keep saying cartels, we're going to shut you down." And then this really long thing, and he signed it with I did my research on him, all their tattoos, his friends on social media who like his stuff, and all their pictures and all their tattoos. And it turns out they're apparently with the group called gang called F-13 in Los Angeles, which is controlled by the Mexican mafia, which apparently has ties to the Sinaloa cartel. I think because of some of the stuff that he put in there, like some code stuff. But it was really interesting because I did do my homework after that. I did contact the FBI also. They have a report on it. But that when I did my homework, it turns out, okay, the cartels aren't just the ones it's human smuggling groups out there who are bringing
Can I
people in.
jump in?
And so I did adjust my
I've been
how I
trying to
described.
too.
Oh yeah, yeah.
I just want to say thank you so much for All Source and Jeff talking about like just same blank that it's the cartels, because I say this all the time and I'm a little voice. People don't know who I am, so people don't really listen to me. But I took I had to study gangs and all that kind of stuff because of the type of job I had, and I actually love it. I grew up in East LA, and I live in Avondale now. I was a MP. I was a federal police officer as well. And I think it's really important that people don't just say the cartel. Like the cartel's been around forever, but I grew up in a place where MS-13 was involved, and a lot of other gangs that support the cartel, but they don't consider themselves the cartel. And like, I don't want to say they don't scare me. They're fucking scary ass people, but there's
Yeah.
other people involved in the processes of smuggling these people, of smuggling drugs, of getting all of this stuff in. And I love hearing that other people are saying what I'm thinking, because I'm like, oh my gosh, yes, like finally, like other people are aware of this, because it's actually really dangerous if you are not educated on it to accuse one of these um
Yep.
different gangs for something that they didn't do. They will
Yep.
go out of their
Yep.
way to find you if it's something really, really bad. So, like, when I was 16, my friend got kidnapped, raped, and murdered and left for dead in the hills of Irvine. And we lived in East LA. So that's like a big, distance. And forever they were saying that it was like a specific gang. And because of that, other people were getting involved. And 20 years later, we found out who it really was, and it was MS-13. And they ended up taking, accountability for that, and whatever happened there. But it really is dangerous to accuse the wrong gang. And I always like people. It's such an easy word to say, oh, it's the cartel. We have to worry about the cartel. And in my head, I'm thinking like, I'm not worried about the cartel. They've been coming and in and out of this border for decades. I'm more worried about who's helping them.
Yep.
So thank you guys for saying
Right.
that.
No,
Wow.
like
That's awesome to hear. That's awesome.
no,
Thank you.
like Jeanette is 100% accurate. Like you have to be precise if you're gonna levy accusations. You have to be precise, and the reason is not because we just want to be precise and we just want to put out the right information. No, like you actually have to talk about specific factions, and you have to actually be accurate in your accusations. Why? And you're saying like, why, Aaron? Like, why do I care? Like, it's cartel or whatever. Yeah, but that's not quite what the situation is. Like, it's one thing to like talk about like what's going on in Mexico and saying, okay, well, this cartel has control over this population, so therefore it's these people. No, you have to be specific, because if you're not specific, then then what you're doing is actually undoing a lot of the security protocol that a lot of these people have actually put in place. So like I'm not a fan of whether or not cartels run Mexico or not. But I'm a realist and saying like, okay, well, I know that like there is some sort of control out of this cartel because they're actually not wanting anyone to get hurt because they don't want to disrupt business, right? When you say like, oh, it's the cartels, like obviously it's fine. No, it's not fine. It's actually not fine. Yeah, go ahead.
Well, and
Real quick.
also on to add to that is not every gang or cartel group does the same thing. So if you accuse this group of human trafficking and they actually smuggle drugs, they don't want to be known for rape and murder. They want to be known for what they do. So then they feel like, why are people accusing us of something horrific when they think that what they're doing is not as bad as the other group?
Right. Exactly. That makes a
And
lot of
if I
sense.
may, if I
Can
may,
I
I think
ask all sorts a quick
yeah. Go
question?
ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Oh, thank you so much. So all sorts, like everything you were saying was so intriguing to me. Just because I know a little about not what you know about what's going on down there, but I do have a question though. So all the fent coming over, like the border, we know it's coming from Wuhan, China. You know, it's the capital of fent in the world. But I do have a question for you. So I don't know if you guys know this, but I did a deep dive on all this with human trafficking. We know that 85,000 kids are missing. We do know also that they each get $1 million for their bodies for human harvesting of organs. And I don't know if you guys know this or not, but I looked all this stuff up because some things were coming together for me. I do a ton of research, and it's just part of like my job, anyway, as a negotiator. But I started like putting some things together, and I said, wait a minute, the Uyghurs are being put on fentanyl for 2 months before they take their organs in China. So then I started like going, wait. And I started thinking about the fentanyl. Why is Congress doing absolutely nothing about the 100,000 people that are dying in our country every single year? Neither, but nobody's doing anything about it. That how many 9/11s is 100,000 people a year? And these are mostly our kids. You know, no, I mean, you know what I'm saying. I mean, these are young people. And so I did a little bit deeper dive, and I started realizing that, I saw where the fent was coming from, and then all sorts of just talking about. I know that he's talking about. So then I started thinking, wait a minute, why are the gangs? So in Chicago, where I'm from, like people are putting fent in everything right now, and people are dying. And I'm thinking to myself, what is going on? Like, so if a gang member is making a ton of money on cocaine, why is he putting fent in it? Like, why is he killing off his people? It doesn't make any sense to me. But then I started like keep doing a little bit more diving down to the rabbit hole, and I started like realizing that it was more possibly the people that they don't know that they were giving those like Xanax and the cocaine and the heroin laced with fent. And
Well,
so my question is this. Um, First, I was wondering, do you understand like how that's going on, why that's going on when, if you have, so I get human I mean, I get human organ harvesting. That's the number one medical in the entire world. That makes more money than anything. I get that. And it sucks. It just, I cried when I was doing this research. But anyways, all those kids that are missing. But ugh, anyways, I'm just wondering, do you know why all source why they're lacing this crap with fent when they're killing people off and they got crank or whatever that stuff's called now all over the country where it's like melting their fingers off and everything else. Do you have
well,
any idea why they're
so
why
I,
they're doing
I'm
that?
actually I'm actually going to go to all source. I actually want all source to answer that question,
Yeah,
but
that's why I asked. That's why I asked. All source.
yeah, yeah, I get it. But also, like, I would like to point out, like, any proper, whether it's legal or illegal, like any proper, like, organized crime unit, they would never want any kind of questions being asked, right? So, like, anybody that's like actually putting like fentanyl or human trafficking as their number one source of income, that would actually be a problem. That would be a problem for any organized crime, or it would be any problem for like a respectable government. So anytime you see something that you're like, wait, why would any government or any kind of organization that is benevolent want to push this kind of product? And so typically, I think, and I'll let all source answer this question, but like, I would think that most of these organizations don't want any of this heat. They don't
That's
want
what
the
I
drug.
thought. That's exactly what I thought. But I've seen kids over the border that are drugged up. They're
Yeah,
so drugged up they can't
because
wake up.
all right, all source answer the question. She's taking all the steam out of me.
I'm
No,
sorry, my sweetie. I'm sorry, sweetie. I've been so confused.
so first, let me. I'll address your question about it for a second, but I think to the area of the conversation of human trafficking, again, because Jeff, that was me. The vast majority of human trafficking is local networks and family networks, and it's cross border. Like you just like it's also in the U.S. There's a very respected journalist I talked to who did expose recently. He was doing interviews, and they were in a hotel in the U.S. of recently crossed migrants, right, smuggled, and the person who was dealing them in the U.S. side was a white guy who didn't even speak a word of Spanish. Right? It's both ways. Right? The infrastructure that exists
Wow.
south of the border exists north of the border. And also, I hate to say this, and I respect Border Patrol with all my heart, and I think they do great work. Unfortunately, though, Border Patrol is the federal agency with the highest amount of corruption investigations and convictions in the federal government, right? And so because it's incentivizes that, right? And so when I'm trying to address that with that comment, I'll answer the fentanyl piece in a second. Is that you have to look at it holistically with the same with the drugs, right? When we're talking about drugs. So specifically fentanyl. Okay, so yes, there's China. Another place that a lot of it comes from is also India, right? It's so and they get sent into the vast majority of China, but also India, and then they get sent into Mexico and then up north. Ironically, in the last couple of months, though, what we've actually seen, and I think this is because pressure from the U.S. administration, is we're actually starting to see cartels, the Sinaloa cartel, so all factions, multiple factions, specifically in the western part of Mexico, but all across, we've actually seen them put narco banners stating that they're banning the production, manufacturing, transportation, and selling of fentanyl, right? To the point where in Culiacan, if I'm not mistaken, they killed a couple of drug traffickers and then they dropped fentanyl pills that they had and they put a message, the Sinaloa cartel, specifically Los Chapitos, saying this is what happens if you sell fentanyl. It's bullshit. It's propaganda. Let me make this abundantly clear. It's propaganda because they want the heat off of them because they understand that they fucked up. Why do they push it though? Money, 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 money. It's easy to manufacture.
But don't they lose their people though? Like, so if you're a
There's a
cocaine
demand.
addict,
There's a demand.
that,
And
okay, so
until the
let's say
US,
cocaine addict, right?
yeah, but
Like,
there's a
wouldn't they
demand.
want to keep them buying it? Wouldn't they want to keep?
The-
That's what I
the-
can't understand.
it's cheap. There's a demand in the US. It doesn't matter how many people die. Unless the US, and specifically at the state level, right? Because a lot of this is done at the states. Unless states take seriously focusing on demand and not just throwing people into prison, but like actually do what we should have done for 60 years ago of actually trying to treat this as a mental health crisis. We should have done this during the crack cocaine epidemic, and we didn't. And then became opioids, and then it became meth, and now it's becoming fentanyl. Unless you seriously start doing this as a as a mental health crisis and focus on the demand side, why do people take drugs? I mean, again, we see this with prescription pain medication where it was just flooded. And then we tried to shut that off. What do people do? Well, if you're addicted to Oxycontin and you can't get Oxycontin, where's you going to go? Meth. And then cartels realize, well, wait a minute. If I give them fentanyl, which is a lot cheaper, and I need the money, well, what are you going to do? And I know this from reporting. I can't go too much into detail because again, I talked to people, very respected journalists that covered this. One of the things that one of the persons that I was talking to, they were mentioning was that one specific leader, and I'm not going to go specifically into details on this one, a cartel leader needed money for a security program that he was establishing. And so he needed a lot of money because he was spending a lot of money. And so although they were publicly claiming, hey, we're going to shut down fentanyl, this cartel leader was pushing fentanyl across the border on overdrive because he needed to make up for the money. And as long as the United States is the largest drug consumer in the world, and you can get people hooked onto fentanyl, which is an easy thing to manufacture, that's what they're going to do. That's what they're going to do because it's money, 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 money. It's just there's a huge amount of money. I mean, the cartels, the last study I saw, I can't remember what was the institute that did it, said about a fifth of the Mexican population is either directly or indirectly work, supported economically by the cartels and the business that it generates and everything that it does. And so we can go back and forth, but in the end of the day, as long as the U.S. is the largest drug consumer in the world, they're going to give us drugs. Just like so, this idea that you can stop drugs from coming over, and I will be the first one to admit it. Or this idea that you can stop migrants from coming over is it's just not going to happen. There's only so much you can do, and it's just there's other ways that we should focus on and try to address it. But I think domestic politics sometimes it's easier to bitch about a problem because that way you consume the media and you consume voters with it than really try to address it.
And
One.
thank you for that. That was like, uh, I was just so confused because like anybody who's an addict, and they go back for cocaine or heroin or whatever it is, I'm like, why are they lacing this stuff to kill them? Because then they'll never come back again. To me, that just made no sense. Like, how are you going to keep selling it if they're dead? I just couldn't understand that. But could you like the human trafficking thing too, which bugs me so bad? It hurts my heart. These kids, like, are you finding where? I mean,
Wait,
your background is just so intriguing. It's like for somebody who understands everything that you were talking about and knowing so much. I mean, is it that much of a problem?
no. All right. So, like, before you go, all source, I want to get Paul in here because Paul is actually like ex CBP. So, like, Paul actually has the same kind of like influx in this conversation. Paul, good to see you. Come on in.
Thanks, Trash. Thanks, Dustin. All source. I kind of think you've been a little unfair, um, and that's okay. I get it, but you got to realize CBP's multiple agencies. And although there's been bad apples found in every single one of those agencies, um, when you say Border Patrol, the in between the ports of entry guys. And don't get me wrong, I know, just like you, there's been proven facts that there's been plenty of guys busted, right? But over the years, and I was in that agency for prior to CBP actually even being formed. Over the years, it was really more of a problem at the ports of entry. So, in all fairness, our guys were taking care of their own as far as catching them and getting them arrested and stuff like that. And Border Patrol has been like this catch-all phrase for many, many years. So I take issue with it, but that's about it. I mean, there's nothing that you're saying is not fact that people haven't been arrested in all three of the agencies. But it was when the agencies were separated, the ports of entry seemed to have more issues with corruption than the actual in between the ports of entry guys. As far as investigations and stuff going. Now, don't say that didn't happen because that would be a lie, but it was definitely a higher number on that side of that. Now, and the other thing is we split the organizations in the South Side into ASOs, alien smuggling organizations, and DTOs. And I hear you talking about the DTOs all the time, which is fine. I mean, they're definitely an issue and a problem. But most people in Mexico, as far as their government's concerned, when you talk to government officials, Grupo Beta, stuff like that, they're saying they're just businessmen. supply and demand is the reasoning, and you made mention of that, and that's very true. There is too much need for demand here in the United States. Um, as far as the ASOs, I mean, have they been identified by name? Like obviously the Chapitos and all of them, they have their own little sects and names, but they're family groups that do these alien smuggling organizations, like down in Altar. And a lot of those people that ran across in Sassby, from what I understood, talking to some of my friends who are still down there, was that some of them were some of the biggest targets for the ASO investigations that ran across, because they always had an understanding between the two organizations. But there's been infighting between ASOs and DTOs for a long time in Sonora. I can't remember the year, but there was a Suburban found just south of the Sassby port of entry between Altar and Sassby, where the Suburban was filled up with quite a few people that had been murdered and burned beyond all recognition, along with the vehicle, and stuff like that has happened for years. I mean, that was going on in the early 2000s and stuff like that. So, I mean, do you have information on the families that are the leaders of the ASOs or alien smuggling organizations, and how much intertwinement is there with those groups and the DTOs?
So no, and first, yes, you're right. I don't want people to misconstrue my comment. Like, I'm not saying that you're right, and I think it's important to highlight that it's interesting, the CBP aspect of it, because the vast majority of drugs that come in through the United States are through ports of entry, like the vast majority, because of just economy of scale. And you're right. My comment was more to provide a holistic picture, because a lot of times when we're having this conversation, it's like, oh, just blame Mexico, and it's like, wait, like it's both sides of the border. And I appreciate that correction, and thank you for that. I think it's very important. So specifically on the ASOs, I think the problem, and thank you for that distinction, ASOs and DTOs, and we're doing that because that's kind of the families and all that. So when we're looking specifically at Sonora, right, and that was kind of my comment earlier. I don't know if you were here when I said it, was generally when we're seeing cartel infighting across the border, right? The cartels that have a lot of names are the DTOs, right? If you look at Tamaulipas, originally was the Gulf Cartel, now they've broken off. They're fighting each other. It's the Metros against Grupo Scorpion, the Scorpion Group against the Metros. Old school Zetas are involved. Northeast Cartel, right? That's on the and so. And generally, though, as I mentioned, some of this is territorial, some of this is for business, some of this is for human smuggling, some of this is for drugs, etc. But I think people kind of misconstrue in this understanding of like the ASO component, and they try to interlink the two. Sonora specifically seems to be the exception of that, where we're actually seeing the fighting is a lot of it is geared where DTOs are getting involved in the ASO aspect of the human smuggling. And so what we are seeing, and I can go back because I wrote an article with a couple of great researchers on this for Borderland Beat. What we're seeing is basically two factions, and I can try to look for the specific names because they kind of skip my mind right now because there's just way too many. But the two factions we're looking at los pelones and los cazadores. And those guys are specifically where you're mentioning is the Altar area of Sonora. Those are the two main driving factions fighting each other, and they both used to belong to los Chapitos, and it looked like los Chapitos have decided to side with los Deltas Pelones, while los cazadores and their armed faction called los alfas are trying to act more independent. And that fighting along Caborca, Altar, Soñota, and all that region there, and that Highway 2, is those two factions. But I think what Paul made beautifully, though, when we're talking about cartels, though, because we always focus on the factions, the other important aspect of the cartels is the family names and the families that are involved, and kind of how influential they are. So like if you look at Culiacan, Sinaloa, the heart of the Chapitos of the Sinaloa cartel, right? There is many very powerful family, like Los Salazars is the perfect example. Like if you look at San Luis Rio Colorado and Sonora, another one is called Los Limones, very powerful, that are tied with Los Rusos, that are now look like they're more independent when they used to be part of the Mayo Zambada faction of the Sinaloa cartel. And so I can look at the specific names, but where what is important to highlight, though, is when we're talking about the Sinaloa cartel specifically, though, I'm of the belief, and I've talked to other journalists about this, that the number one guy, although doesn't have absolute control over everybody, but without a doubt, the most influential person, more so than I think that El Chapo, way more than him, in my opinion, even when El Chapo was still very active. And I think, Paul, this name will ring a bell, is Mayo Zambada. Like, Mayo Zambada to me is the guy that has, and he's very old school, very influential. We know he talks to everybody and he tries to prevent violence from spiraling out of control. Los Chapitos and Chapo's son are a lot more like, at least historically, we're a lot more gung ho. Like, oh, look at my fancy watch, look at my money, look at my riches. I'm like, the young guys who just had a lot of money, an army, and they would act like that way, right? And the very very famous Culiacanazo, right? The shutting down of Culiacan when Ovidio Guzman was twice they did it. El Mayo Zambada is not necessarily like that in the sense that he is more like an old school rancher who tries, at least at the best of his ability, to, at least within the Sinaloa cartel, let's try to get along. Let's all try to get along. And the interesting aspect is that everybody viewed in Miles Zambada as the right hand man of El Chapo, but never have we got any reporting at all, zero reporting of the Mexican government, or for that matter, the U.S. government, trying to capture Miles Zambada. Like, he never, ever, ever, ever. Unlike everybody else that generally they try to do an operation to capture him as if they get intelligence on this person. Maya Zambada has been active for decades and nothing. And so, but he's not like the guy who controls everything. He just tries to manage all the different things. So I say that to kind of highlight this very complex organism and culture within the cartels that when the coverage of it goes on, completely gets ignored. But Paul, let me go back. Let me go to some of these articles and let me see what the specifically family names that have been mentioned, because one of them is El Pelon, and then the 08 is, I know their alias, like the key one within the Los Pelones, the Deltas. He goes by the name number 8, El Ocho. He is a key figure, but there's others, and I'll see what the specific names and see if I can share it here.
Thanks. Because I also think what people don't realize is the alien smuggling business is as ruthless as the drug trafficking organizations are. And, we're seeing that come out with the news reports when they start interviewing people of the terrors that they've been going through getting to the United States through these organizations, which are all the way down through the whole country, all the way up to the border, and then they run certain sections of the border and it's split up, and most of them are family groups. And I mean, as you know, DTOs are also extended family in a lot of places as well, because we found that to be the case with the DTOs when we were dealing with mainly narcotic smuggling of marijuana at the time through the Altar Sonora area, from Nogales west to Sassabee, and just west of Sassabee when you start talking about the Babakiri Mountains, that basically we just called them the Sassabee Hiking Club because they were all family members of some sort or extended family. If you looked at the last names, and it was funny because a lot of them did have ties to Sinaloa because that's where they were born or that's where they were raised. So that family network, Sinaloa obviously from Sonora is quite a ways, and that family network, you know, stretches across the whole country of Mexico, just like it's infiltrated into the United States, where they have network access to all 50 states of the U.S. And most of it's been through illegal immigration, because what people don't seem to understand is it's not the people giving up to the Border Patrol that are the most serious of issues. Sometimes they are, because the vetting isn't as strong as it should be, but and that's a topic for another day. But the people that are getting away that spend the extra money while the Border Patrol is tied up with all the people just giving up to them, and how hard it is to manage these large groups of people when you're talking about in un um, unfixed roads, where you're basically talking about very rugged terrain. There's no such thing as a 4x4 bus to carry 53 people. You have to take the whole shift out to an area by 4x4 on a long drive, load everybody up, bring them out to the bus, search them, get original information that you can start getting off of whatever they have on them. And then the process starts from there. So that also, seems to be what people don't understand is how labor intensive catching these groups of 4 and 5 and 600 and up to what is it, like 1,500 at a time, how labor intensive something like that is. And I think what's really bothering me is, since I've retired in the last couple of years, I've watched the number of agents that I knew that were about the same time as me in the patrol that are starting to retire themselves. And I'm wondering how true, because I also follow our academy and people there, it's not ramped up like it ever was in 2007, 2008. So they're not hiring to backfill the loss of agents, and they're already well below the congressional mandated number of 21,000 and change. And it's only going to get worse because, the morale is in the crapper. So that's another thing that people don't seem to understand about this situation. And like you said, when it comes to the immigration issue, this has been something that both parties have kicked the can down the road for many, many years, um, and refused to look at some of the problems and have only put band-aids on things. And then when they figured out how to basically bamboozle the asylum system in many ways, with certain things that they say to get through the interview process, and get set up for court dates, and basically overload the system. And, so they broke the system, and now they're pointing and going, hey, the system's broken. Well, you broke the system because you flooded it. It's, the dam was there. You take out the dam and let the water flow downstream, the city's going to get flooded. And I don't think anybody's really being honest about that.
And what I would say, I think, is when we're like, I think you bring up a good point because the violence, right? And again, cartels are involved in human smuggling networks. Like, I don't want people to think they're not. Even DTOs, like we have, it's like La Linea, the Juarez cartel is well documented to be involved in human smuggling in Ciudad Juarez into El Paso. But it's interesting though when you look at specifically Juarez, a lot of the violence outside of just general homicide and just elevated levels of homicide, when we started seeing targeted killings, we're not really seeing the names of cartel members or factions or stuff like that, which indicates that a lot of this is just those family-based networks that do human smuggling, which makes it difficult, at least for people like myself that try to track everything as possible, because there's such small networks that it's very difficult to pinpoint, as you're saying, Paul, specific names, names of associations, etc. And it just makes it very hard because you're seeing all this killing, and then you're looking at the standard. Okay, well, let's go to Juarez. Okay, well, you have La Línea, you have factions of the Sinaloa cartel, the Mexicles, etc. And you're looking, and you're like, okay, well, what's getting on? What's going on? And it's just crickets. Like, wait a minute. Okay, so then it's not that. Again, it's these local networks and family-based networks that are extensive across the border that serve as this pipeline to ship people through, and then these networks compete against each other because of the money that it is, either through smuggling migrants into the United States, or worse, extorting migrants, right? Because, like, if you look at Brownsville, Texas, you look at the city across from it, Matamoros. I mean, Matamoros is a very, very, very extremely violent place, and the groups that are operating there, either DTOs or not, have no problem kidnapping migrants for their own personal gangs, right? They have no problem doing that. And then so that incentivizes people to cross over. And I think the as you said, I think, Paul, like, you know, the politics has kind of dominated the conversation, and it just sometimes serves as the better to have that problem than actually try to solve it. And there's a lot more we should be doing, you know, revamping our immigration court system, revamping the border patrol, providing more, etc. And I also think that, you know, more should be done to kind of like to address some of these humanitarian visas are given, like even to the Mexican government, is like saying, hey, wait a minute, you're causing problems internally to your own country. We understand that there are cases of legitimate asylum claims that should be addressed, no doubt, right? I'm not disputing that, but the problem is that the migrant flow in through Mexico into the United States is incentivizing criminal actors to act extremely violent because it's another source of money. And more needs to be done, both on the, again, not only in the human smuggling, but the drug supply and demand. And a lot of the policies that the US government does to try to clamp down on migration, specifically, let's look at Guatemala, right? We go to the Guatemalan government and we're like, look, all we care about is for you to clamp down on these caravans, right? They're coming out of Guatemala. Stop the caravans. But these caravans are occurring because the Guatemalan government is extremely corrupt, right? But we tell the Guatemalan government, we'll look the other way if you clamp down on caravans. So then the Guatemalan government is like, okay, sweet. We'll clamp down on the caravans, but we will continue to be the main driver of why Guatemalans are fleeing the country, to the point now that after a democratic election where a left-wing president legitimately won on promises to clamp down on corruption, you know, and he's supposed to come into power in January, the attorney general of the previous administration is now accusing this duly elected, legitimately elected, 100%, he won fair and square, not a radical, nothing like that. This attorney general is now saying, oh, this guy is corrupt, and because he's corrupt and he did money laundering to get more money for his election, now the election is invalid, so our guys gets to stay in power. And so if the US government is more concerned about migrants fleeing Guatemala, and we're incentivizing these bad actors and these governments to continue these practices that are only going to continue to thrive and push people to leave. And the Trump administration, you know, told Guatemala, I remember this, like I said, there was a very effective UN court that was dedicated for anti-corruption. But because we were so solely focused on caravans, we told the Guatemalan government, we will support your effort to get rid of this anti-corruption court that was effectively targeting corruption at the highest echelon of the Guatemalan government. We said, we will look the other way if you stop the caravans. So what did they do? They said, okay, we got rid of the corruption court. We'll quote unquote stop the caravan. Did it solve it? Absolutely. Of course it didn't. Of course it didn't. No, it didn't. It didn't do shit. But that's the problem. And we got to just take a step back. And then it goes to my other point. What is the underlying issue that is causing this, also in the home countries, and how do we address it? And it's not an easy thing, because sometimes it's just easier to say, oh, we stopped caravans, but did we really?
Wow, all sorts. I really appreciate it, Jeff. I appreciate you. You guys, I have a board meeting that I have to go to in order to make quorum. And so, unfortunately, I've got to call it a night because I've got to go chair that meeting. But anyway, incredible space, incredible information. Jeff, I hope you'll connect with All Source. I think, again, like finding tips on where to go and get it. You guys, what an amazing space. What an amazing day with Elon, Alex Jones, with what we found with the disarm files and the censorship machine. So much big stuff. But I want to end. Somebody you guys probably are familiar with. She was very quiet, but she was in spaces often. TB passed, I believe, yesterday. She was one of us. She was often in spaces and very sweet. And we hope that she rests in peace and she will be missed. So, TB, best of luck. I hope all your pain has been eased and you're in a better place. Anyway, much love, you guys. I got to jump to this meeting, but we'll see you guys soon, and we'll fire up one tomorrow. Much love.
Cool. That's awesome.